step up, make my name. Never gonna stop my chance to shine. Hit my mark, I am a flame. Burning boldly, illuminating. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. On your screen while you stream, hear me all around. Let my vibe grow on the ground. Feeling my flow, it's a brand new sound. Hit the floor, shout it out, I'ma take the bow. My body's there for charge. Don't ever try and stop me. Haters better back out of my life. Your darkness will not claim. Never gonna stop my chance this time. I'm heating just like a flame. Burning boldly, illuminating. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. In full control, it's my life, leading just how I want to. The time is mine, and I know that I got to. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. Take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be.
Looking sexy, looking fly. Come on, baby.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are back, and my God, am I delighted to be back here with you. My name is David Christie. Of course, welcome to the FTR events. Fantastic return here because it's the Sim 3D sports car series. We've moved on from GTs. We are on to proper grown-up sports cars now. And of course, I can't do this alone. It's a brand new face for us here at FTR events. And joining me in the commentary box, it's a very, very warm welcome to Daniel Salmon, aka Zippy. Welcome along, my friends. Good
Thanks
to meet
very
you,
much,
Daniel.
David.
What a baptism of fire at GT3s, GT4s, and LMP3s.
Oh, there are going to be some fantastic cars, especially at a venue like Daytona as well. Myself, I've always gravitated more towards the GT3s, but the LMP3s, it'd be interesting to see how the closing speeds go as well, especially going into turn one. definitely a warm welcome. I'm glad you kind of wrapped it up. I would have blushed if you'd kept going. So it's going to be a good race. 4 hours. I'm looking forward to seeing what action the guys can give us.
Compliments are available for brown envelopes. I'm just saying that right now. But it's a 5-episode series. It's 6-episode series that we've got coming up for you this season. Season 5. We start off, as we said, at Daytona. Then it's off to Bathurst, to Donington Park, to Portimao. We go off to Portugal, to Long Beach for our second bite of the cherry here at America, and then off to Italy as well for Mugello. So qualifying is underway at the moment. But here you're getting a little idea of this wonderful, wonderful circuit in Florida. Daytona, 3.56 miles, the road layout here at Daytona. Daniel, your thoughts on the circuit here?
Oh, it's one of my favorite circuits, honestly, David, especially when you do like the 24 hours in January and stuff like that. But it's definitely, especially with the multi-class cars, going on that inside part of the infield, especially where you've gone, I think it's turn 3 and 4, it's like this little tiny kink. It's going to be especially difficult for the faster class to get through there. It's so tight. Once you get back onto the curve section and through there, it's really easy to, try and, because you can let the guys pass, going into the corner, but myself as a driver, I want to try and manipulate them to go when I want them to go. I want them to lift on the straight and just let it go so I can take my racing line, low risk, high reward. But it is a fantastic track. 4 hours. It's not going to be a sprint race. You're going to have to be in it for the long haul, and it's a team race as well. So we'll see, obviously you can have driver tactics involved. Do you send out your quicker lap time guy first, or do you send out the guy who loves dodging bullets in traffic?
Well, that is always going to be the question with this 4 hours coming up. Just looking at the entry list as well here, just to bring you up to speed on some of the names that I would be watching out for here, Daniel. Returning names seem to be quite big in effect here. We've got the likes of Gautier Amp for Arctic Racing. He's been with us for a number of seasons. So has Kaz Brickhuizen. We've also got the likes of Stefan Jones and Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. Calvin Dent in the Brabham Esports GT3 machine. Now, he's the only one marked as being in that team, and I'm going to have a feeling that he might have some friends joining him, or he's going to get into trouble for trying to do that all by himself. Alex Bayens is out there as well. You've also got Lorenz de Vlieger, Kenneth Vranken, Richard Cothrot in the FTR Esports Black machine. And you can see qualifying going on just now. Of course, done in their separate classes just now. This is the new thing here for season 5 here in 2023. Daniel, is these LMP3 prototype cars. They are going to cause a ruckus, I think, with the GT4s.
Oh, it's going to be huge closing speeds as well. But a lot of it is as well we've got a decent standard of a driver here. These guys are not going to be interested in just throwing it down into the corner. They're going to plan the pass. They're going to do it tactically. To order win the race, you have to first finish the race. And these guys will be aware of that. This is not just, your entry-level iRacing lobby. These guys know how to drive. Like Calvin Dent, you were saying, I'm pretty sure I raced him in Miatas, and he was 100% on point. This guy knows how to wheel a car.
Yeah, I've seen Calvin quite a few seasons on the trot. He does like listening back to the broadcast, so I'm going to be very sparing in my compliments that I'm dishing out his way over the season. We'll try and get them all the way through just now. But as we said, with that entry list, such a big entry list, and over the 3 different classes, obviously we've got GT3 Pro and AM, but there's no difference in the machinery there. But with the GT4s as well, we see the return of likes of Hugh Jass Gold out there, Samsoid in the GT4 class as well, Prismatic also making a huge return as well. They were very, very strong last season out in season 4, so great to see how they're able to take to this as well. But as we've got the final part of qualifying just now, we're watching Giovanni Romano here for Hugh Jass Racing, moving on to Dan McFarlane here, 141.549, but Gorio Autosport just jumping up to the top there with a 141.343. And Daniel, we've got 3 cars there within 0.6 of a second here. That is a very, very close qualifying session.
Oh, it's going to be good, but the race start we're going to see, especially when they go that first time round going past the GT4s, it all depends on where you're going to hit them on the track. We're not literally hit them, but if you, as you can see here, McFarlane's just come up to that particular section I was talking about just after this turn. There's that little kink. If you run into the GT4s there, that can be potentially the worst place to try and pass them, because especially in the GT4s, you really need to get that line tight. If you start going offline, you start losing a lot of time. It starts getting harder to keep it on the track. Right there, just there, especially going into that hard braking zone before you head out back onto the oval part of the track. But it's a little bit of luck of the draw as well. You know, like the beautiful part about multi-class racing, my favorite part is you see it as well when you do it. Especially, I just did Petit Le Mans like last weekend, and it's all about you find the guys who are in there and they're just, oh my gosh, they're going for it, full send, you know, get out the way. Or you see the guys that are just, they'll sit back a little bit, they will plan the pass, you know. It can be huge. You can pull out 3-4 seconds, and if that is enough that you can break the draft from the guy behind you, it can potentially influence your race long term.
I've got to be honest, I'm loving having you on the broadcast here, Daniel, because with that English-Canadian mix of accent here, it sounds like we're having a full-blown IMSA broadcast here. But Dan McFarlane coming through the final corner here at Daytona along the front stretch. And if we can stay on board then with Dan, if he's going to stay out for another lap here, we'll take you through a turn-by-turn guide then for Daytona, a track that I absolutely adore, but just terrible at driving. Always managed to find the tyre wall to stick it into. Across the start finish line then, on the brakes then into turn 1, you come off the camber, and again you want to try and keep that car to the right hand side. Very easy to do what Dan did there, lock up the brakes and send it up into the inside. That screws up your entry into turn 2 here, this jink of left and right. And well, I think any chance of taking you through and on board with Dan, I think he's maybe succumbed to the pressure. But this is another name that we are very much used to seeing here at FTR events for the Sim 3D on the previously the GT series. Ivo van den Linden, currently third place for stage 1 racing in the number 72. And I wonder if he goes cross line to start another lap, maybe we'll get to go on board with him just now. So he comes across the start-finish line just now. Here we go then, into turn 1, on the brakes, let the car drift out to the right-hand side a little bit so you get a good exit out of that corner. That's much better there from Ivo. Straight onto the accelerator, through the right, through the left end, no brake, no lift whatsoever. Onto the brakes then, in towards the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. Keep that car tucked in nice and tight. You want to avoid the curb at the left hand side. You're going to lose traction, it'll kick in the TC, and you'll lose a lot of time here. Through the kink at turn 4, through the dogleg, onto the brakes then, into turn 5, into the West Horseshoe again. Corner very easy to make a mistake on. Ivo just shown there, taking a little bit too much speed in that corner, and the grip just washes away from the front of that car. On the brakes into 6 and 7, again deceptively difficult this corner here, because you want to get back on the power way before you're actually able to. Onto the accelerator, this is part of the oval circuit then, onto 8 and 9. And then it's the run down the backstretch, always my favourite bit, because it's actually a part that I'm quite good at. Nothing else really goes to plan for the rest of the lap here. On the run down then to turn 10, braking at the 1 marker, just drift that car in nice and gently to the left, to the right, and then pull it in right again. I'd maybe be a little bit earlier on the throttle there. It's Ivo van der Linden then through 12. And then it's pretty much home sailing here from this point. Keep the car tucked in as low as you possibly can, get as much speed through here, and try and get a nice time on the board just now, dipping that car into pit lane. So that looks like qualifying is pretty much done and dusted here, Daniel. And again, looking forward to the start of the race here. It's all going to be about how cleanly these drivers can get away.
Oh, 100%. Like, the biggest part of an endurance I found from my own experience is you've got to keep that car clean. I mean, it's not only like, sure, you can get like you're wrecked and you're done and you're completely out, but it's not just that. If you start picking up a little bit of aero damage, okay, it affects your lap time, but it can start affecting the fuel, it can start affecting the tires, and then overall your lap as well. Like, I remember I led a team of guys into a Spa 24-hour, and we actually managed to get second that year in our split. We had 14 seconds of repairs for the whole 24 hours. That's how you do it in an endurance race. That is the winning solution.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do, and strategy going to be a huge part of today, I think, given that it's all going to be down right to the last. And talking about right to the last, we cut away from qualifying there. I can tell you that Dan McFarlane has stuck it onto pole position right at the last gasp with a 141.001. And that was basically right at the very, very last lap, at the very last car that was taking part in qualifying. So huge pole position there in the LMP3 class for Dan McFarlane. Sim Racing Red Phoenix at the top of the field. They'll be joined by Goryo Autosport on that front row of the LMPs. We'll bring you the grid as soon as it is available, as soon as the session ends and it switches over into the race. But again here, Daniel, you're just looking at the session, and again, I wonder what is going through the minds of these drivers who are taking part in the start.
Well, I think the first thing that's going to be is don't die. You would definitely want to survive. Some of these guys, it depends on who you send out. So, like, Dan McFarlane's just putting an absolutely blistering lap, but do you send that guy out first where he's got to deal with traffic? Do you send out one of his teammates? Do you send out like David Johansson? Do you send out Mark de Boer? Who do you send out? I mean, like, going off my own experience, like, I generally send out my quickest guys when the track's opened up a lot more, because that way I can actually get the most out of them. But again, when you first start going, I know if I'm in second place, I'm probably going to want to sit there for a little while, because this is an endurance race. It's not just about being in front all the time. You want to try and save some fuel if you can. I'm not quite sure where the pit stop window is going to start opening for these guys yet, but saving fuel and coasting, I mean, if you start getting a lap or two, you can start to really save on the back end of it. And it can make such a huge difference in a longer race like this.
Yeah, and of course, with the race about to get going very, very shortly, the cars are way to get onto the grids here. It just makes it so much more important for that strategy to come to the forefront. That's what we're going to find out over the next 4 hours here at Daytona. If you have just joined us, very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Sim 3D Supercar Series Season 5. On pole position then for the LMP3s, as I said, it's Sim Racing Red Phoenix alongside Goryo Autosport. Stage 1 Racing, number 72 on row 2 alongside Huge Ass White Racing. And then on row 3, Eagle Speed Academy Esports lines up beside Stage 1 Racing. And Longshot Racing at the back on row 4. Then moving on to the GT3 Pros, Brabham Esports is in pole position alongside RPM Racing. Art Sim Racing 2 is on row 2 alongside Rosado Motorsports. Prismatic Motorsports Athena alongside FTR Esports Black on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Fastlane Motorsport in 7th and Art Sim Racing 1 in 8th position. Eagle Speed Academy B is in 9th. RPM Racing Blue is in 10th position. Then on row 6 for GT3 Pro, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle alongside FTR Esports Gold. GT3 AM is Sim Racing Red Phantom on pole position alongside Track Limit Racing. Arctic Racing in 3rd, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva in 4th, 11/10th Racing Team in 5th position alongside Digitrax Sim Racing Team in P6. P7 is Backmarker Racing Orange. Squadra Veloce by Fastlane MOT is in 8th position, and Equipment Geek Racing is in 9th with FTR Esports rounded at GT3 AMS in 10th position. GT4s is Huge Ass Gold on pole position with Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab alongside Samsoid's GT4 in 3rd position. Eagle Speed Academy Esports in 4th position. Then on row 3 is WBM Racing alongside Huge Ass Blue. Then on row 4 is going to be FTR Esports GT4 alongside DXDroid Sim Racing by Let Room. Then it's Rosado Motorsports Apex on 9th position. Sapphire Simsport Alpha in 10th. Huge Ass Black rounding out the field in 11th place for GT4s. But the cars on track, currently making their way around. We will be cutting to the action very, very shortly indeed. But Daniel, with the cars now making their way around that final couple of corners here, this is go time.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be fantastic. And I'm just looking through at the timing and seeing some of the I rating of these guys. And I'll be honest, this would be kind of like bringing a knife to a gunfight if I tried to race with these guys. Like, I am heavily outclassed in a field like this. I mean, there's definitely a few that would maybe get a run, but some of the top guys, we got people in here with like 6,851 IR. Like, I think I'm pretty good at sim racing, and I hover around 2K. So I admit that I'm definitely outclassed in this field, but I'm really looking forward to the racing. I think it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to seeing the team tactics as well. I mean, I was just watching a bit of Petit Le Mans yesterday. I'm stoked. I'm looking forward to this, and I'm enjoying actually being in the booth with you as well there, David.
Well, fingers crossed. We are looking forward to. Do you know what? I'm so not used to having compliments in the commentary booth. I don't know what to say. That Daniel. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Right, we are going round. Then we do a quarter of a lap under safety car. Then we basically go round for the majority of it under the rest of the cars here. But we are getting ready to go green with all of the action here into turn 1. And you can see the pace car there leading off the LMP3s. Now, the one thing that is going to be a big factor here is going to be, I think, traffic very, very quickly on. Those LMP3s lapping considerably faster than the GT4s, but I think the GT4s will be less of an issue to get past than the GT3s here, Daniel, because I think the GT3s are going to be so caught up in their own fight, it's going to be difficult for them to get out the way very, very quickly.
I've always found as well, like, to echo like what you're saying here, you get different levels of fight. I find the faster the car you get, the more spread out the fight them can become. So if you like take me to Spec Ford, for instance, I can ride a guy and I'll be like inches off his bumper and I can do that lap after lap. If you give me an LMP3 car and tell me to do the same thing, you better call the tow truck because the car's going to get recycled. So I think you're 100% right in what you're saying, that like the cars are going to be so close in their own battles, and this is really going to have an effect. I think what's going to be the most challenging is the GT3s getting past the GT4s. In the corners, the GT3 has definitely got a grip advantage, but on the straight, it's not as exaggerated as like these prototype cars we've got here. So I think if the guys can, like, certainly as you're going around this back section just here, that is the time to get as much of your, class passing done as much as you can. That's definitely the time to do it. But obviously, you don't want to sit behind a guy for half a lap. So just, drive, stick to your line, follow, like your basic instinct, and just try and keep the car in one piece. And as we can see, the pace car there, that would be the only time I would ever lead a field of these guys, is if I was driving that.
I laugh because it's exactly the same with myself, but never mind. That's it still makes it, and this is a point that I go on about time and time again here, Daniel, is even though we joke about that, it doesn't matter because the splits that we are in is damn enjoyable, and even just taking part, you feel hell of a sense of accomplishment. We'll come back to that in just a second because the car's now coming around the final stretch here, getting ready for the off here for round 1 of the brand new season here, season 5 of the Sim 3D Sports Car Series. A very, very good evening to everyone watching on the Sim Sports Solutions YouTube page. Good evening to Prismatic Motorsports, to Rosado Motorsports, Calvin Dent, who is appreciating the love, and to NK Gaming as well. So we have got our LMP3s then poised like a bullet waiting to go here, all 8 of them. You've got Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Gorio Autosport on the lead here. The pace car pulls in for the first time in season 5. The cars come along the bottom and away we go, the lights are on and we are racing here at Daytona. The LMPs are underway. The GT3 Pros, they'll be catching up next here, and that's a terrible start there for Gorio Autosport, going way too deep into the first corner. Stage 1 Racing 32, Ivo van der Linden straight up into P2 there, but off like a shot. Damn the McFarlane, Santa clear away as we go live with the GT3 Pros.
Oh, Hans Blancourt, he's gone and he's spun out, a little bit of a nudge there. Thankfully, no major damage, and he is back on the track. Ivo making that good pass at the start, but if you're Dan McFarlane right now, you are going to be enjoying all the carnage behind you and just trying to run away as fast as you can.
Yeah, you certainly are, and we're watching here coming straight down towards turn 1 then. This is the GT4s, I believe. Yeah, it is David Mariclough here, Thorn Creek Racing. And you can identify who we're actually looking at. If you look to the left-hand side in the little timing blocks, the green car is the car that we are focusing on just now. It makes my life a little bit easier for sure. So a huge thank you to our broadcast team behind the scenes. Just now we've got a spinner in the background, FTR Esports GT4, I believe that is facing sideways. I'll double check that for you just now, but they get going again. It was actually WBM Racing and Austin Ditz there, but there we go. I did actually, that's probably going to be the only time here, Daniel, during this 4-hour race that I will get a correct call. So I'm just going to bask in this bit of glory here just now. But here we go, fight for second place. Stage 1 Racing's Ivo van der Linden coming under pressure here from Gorio Autosport's Daniel White, wanting to try and make up for that poor start into the race here, and this is exactly when you want to make that happen. I'm trying to figure out what's happened to GTS White Racing. Giovanni Romano now here, Daniel, 4 seconds off of this lead group already.
Well, something's definitely going on. I'm going to have a look through the replay, see if I can find it, but I know if I'm certainly in this fight, do you want to fight the guy next to you, or do you want to try and chase the guy ahead? You've got to definitely choose where is your battle right now. Certainly with the multi-class racing, they've got no shortage of things to try and commentate on, but the hard part is actually keeping up with it. So we've got 3 classes, like there's so much going on.
Trying to make sense of it is always the bane of, especially here with these FTR events, because the racing is absolutely unparalleled. Some of the best racing that we actually get treated to here with all of the different classes here. We're on board with Charlie Nilsson, kind of like P2 in the GT3 Pro fight just now, just behind Bart Horston in that Brabham Esports GT3 Merc up in front. But again, Daniel, this always fascinates me as a driver who I've done 24-hour events as well, and you know, like you were saying there, you know as well how important these first 10 minutes are for the starting driver to settle in and get themselves under control and get that car under control as well.
Oh, absolutely. Prime example, Ivo van Linden, he's gone round, and with a grid size so large as well, Hans Blanquer as well, he's gone as well, but with a grid size so large as well, if you go off the track, the repercussions can be much bigger, because all of a sudden you're not just going to pull out an LMP3 car in front of a field of GT3s and a field of GT4s. You're just not going to do it. You're going to end up ruining somebody's race. So the biggest thing is definitely at the start is keep the car clean, keep it stable. Remember, I'm guilty of it, cold tires. Cold tires is a huge thing. I know it's a sim, but the racing, you know, although it's virtual, the racing is real, 100%. And they figured for that as well. They definitely put that as part of the tire model. But I know if it's me, I'm going to try and find somebody who's running a similar kind of pace as me, and I'm going to stick to his back bumper like a stamp on a letter.
Cars come streaming into turn 1. Here's a replay of what happened then with Ivo van der Linden then through the chicane. And oh, it's the kink on the exit of the bus stop chicane, rolls into the background there, and it's going to be his teammate that comes into the background. Well, I've got to say, I mean, 9.5 for synchronized diving there from Stage 1 Racing. That was both their 72 and 83 cars that went off in the background. It's fine. It's under 10 minutes. It's not even 5 minutes. It's fine. Nobody even noticed, okay? Rachel Concoli then for Prismatic Motorsports Athena out of the turn 5 just now, in a gaggle of cars just now, just behind Rosado Motorsports and just in front of FTR Esports. Black is the Prismatic Motorsports Athena driver. Prismatic Motorsports, again, another team that we've seen several times. Hold that thought, because Sven Demel is he's just chilling at the side of the road. He's decided to take a little bit of a break, maybe get a little sandwich there, Daniel, and he's obviously finished his lunch break. Bit early for that, though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're going to go for style points, I don't know if mid-corner's the place to do it. Save it until after you've got the checkered, but certainly, like, just reiterating my point there, you know, if you do have a little bit of a whoops moment, no, maybe need to change your shreddies, you got the whole field that's going to go past and wave as they go. So, you know, you definitely want to try and keep things more calm, more relaxed at the start of the race. The adrenaline's going to be pumping. I know when I've started races, I'm pretty much vibrating at the point, just like, okay, just chill, you know. The cockpit definitely helps, because that way, you know, you're not like dabbing the brakes on and off, and like if you look at the telemetry after, it looks like, you know, somebody's not flatlined but kind of done the opposite. So you know, definitely keeping calm in the race is part of it. I mean, huge respect for the guys who do this in real life as well. Huge respect.
Oh, and that is a squeaky moment there for the 3 cars involved there. That's in the GT3 AM battle. That is the 1110's racing team involved with Prismatic Motorsport and Nerva. And then also a little bit further up there, that was actually the Track Limit Racing team that were also involved in that little fight. So cracking little battle here as we are watching Matthias Rentani for Eagle Speed Academy, the B team. And great job to see that Matthias holding on really to the tail end of the Fastlane Motorsport machine just up front. Brian Furtan, it looks like, has come into a bit of an issue there in the Equipment Geek Racing. He's fallen now behind Jonathan Valgrian in that Squadra Veloci by Fastlane MOT machine in GT3 AM as well. So battles all over the place, and I'm getting the feeling that I'm regretting saying that the first 5 minutes is, you know, about calming down, because none of these drivers here, Daniel, have calmed down at all. It's all systems go as we cut back to the front of the field here, and those LMP3s. I think the LMP3s have probably had the quietest start to the race out of all of them, apart from Ivo van der Linden and Hans Blankart. Cutting to a replay then of Tyler Campbell for FTR Esports Gold, and well, yeah, he took a toll, but I'm not sure what to say about that with a title-sponsored car. It's never the best look, Daniel, is it?
It definitely looked like a little bit of understeer was going on. I mean, we can give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, racing drivers has excuses. Well, guess what? So do sim racing drivers as well. The pedals could have disconnected. I know myself, my personal favorite at the minute is I use a car seat, like from a Golf GTI, GLI. And on the slider, sometimes if I push the brakes with enough force, sometimes the seat decides to eject backwards. That is my go-to excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I have a new sim rig to build. I haven't managed to get it done yet. It's been on the list of things to do. So I'm kind of reserving it as well, because once I do that, I'd lose that excuse. You know, I mean, we all need to get outlaws,
you
right?
find a new one, Daniel. You just find a new one. I did have a Quest. Oh, I've still got a Quest 2, but no longer doing some racing at the moment. And that was my go-to excuse, because it was always cutting out here as Justin McKayla for FTR Esports GT4 trying to have a little look up the inside there of Eagle Speed Academy, but not happening. You've got a huge ass blue just behind as well. The thing with this, Daniel, is that it's one of those tracks where, you know, if you make a move and it doesn't go well, you're going to have a couple of cars trying to take advantage of that as well.
Well, they're definitely close enough. The field is starting to spread out a little bit, but as you look at the map on the right side of your screen there, it's not spread out that much. I mean, it's definitely, you know, the point of sending it and hoping for the best isn't it yet. But I do find as well, Daytona does have a little bit of forgiveness, you know, in terms of if you have a little bit of a whoops, there is a little bit of grass, there is a little bit of runoff, but the tyre wall itself, not so much in the forgiving mood. You know, if you hit that, it's very much game over. You know, thankfully the mechanics in this game are free. Certainly, I know I've done some wrecks, which definitely make a mechanic cry.
Yeah, quite expensive on the old virtual repair bills. We go to another replay then. This is Raf Reinders for Art Sim Racing 1, getting it all wrong and collected into the wall. And please pop in and collect your prize on the way out of the circuit, because that is a terrible thing to be watching. What I'm also watching is how frightened the GT4s are right now, because they are currently being manhandled, I think is the easiest way of saying that. I don't know if we can get broadcast to have a look at the GT4s, because there we go, that's exactly what I want to see. The LMP3s currently making their way around at a frightening rate of knots here.
It looks like the closing speed on the GT4s is pretty friendly. As we can see, Dan McFarlane, he's hit the jackpot right now. He's getting past them on the straight. Certainly going into turn 1. I always had this battle whenever I ran Daytona. Do I want to take the inside? And, you know, if I mess up, I'm taking out the other guy. Do I want to be on the outside? As you can see, there's a little bit of a squiggle there from the pink GT4 M4 in front of them. But it certainly is, well, you know, people are in their own battle. They're not necessarily going to see you. You really hope that they do, but they're not necessarily going to see you. So you've got to have like a bit of a get-out plan as well. Low risk, high reward. This is exactly that point there. I'm saying he's managed to make it through in time. Give it like a second or two later, that AMG is going to be squealing trying to hold on through the corner.
And this is one of those moments, Daniel, where I regret having my voice on voice activated there, because all the little squeals and noises that I usually make tend to get broadcast there, and that was a big moment there as that BMW, as you said, the pink BMW swirling out of control as it came out of turn 1. But Dan McFarlane there for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix as we hit 10 minutes already gone in this 4-hour race here, do his first stint, doing everything that he needed to do. And you've got to say, I mean, 5.4 seconds already at the start of the race, you know, less than 15 minutes in. That's a bloody good start to the race, and I think he'll be very, very happy with that one.
Oh, 100%. He's going to be really, really definitely feeling confident about that. That's the thing as well with the exit speed, you got to watch that. I do wonder as well, some of the setups here, where the cars are so low, you start taking a little bit too much curve. If you bottom out, you've basically got infinite spring rate. So I'm wondering if that's what's catching a few of the guys. Like, it's definitely easily done. I've done it. Road Atlanta is a textbook one for bottoming out for me. But I'm wondering if that's part of the equation, if you're just catching a little bit too much curve. If they're just, car's just low enough, it's just, you know, leaving the surface for a little bit, and then as it rejoins, it just hooks up unevenly. And
yeah, it's definitely a potential. You've got to watch your car setup, and again, a lot of these teams will have dedicated people that you know are responsible for setting that car up in a very competitive way. As we go picture in picture, you've got the LMP3s still trying to make their through that GT4 class there, but this is a fascinating battle we've got here with the GT3 Pros then, as we turn our attention to that, because RPM Racing in the lead. That's Charlie Nilsson behind the wheel. He's got Bart Horston just behind him in that Brabham Sports GT3 car, and then you've got Rosago Motorsports, Miguel Torres behind the wheel of the BMW there. They've got a little 3-car party that they've got, and quite a few other friends invited as well. You've got Rachel Concoli in there, you've got Kaz Brickhuizen, Richard Cothraw is in there as well. So all of them separated by about 2 seconds, and that is not a bad party to be in, given that we're just under 15 minutes gone in that race, and that top 6 really doing a good job of kind of doing their own thing, but taking as many people as they can with them.
Definitely want to stay in the draft. 100% want to stay in the draft. Like, as soon as you lose the draft, it can completely influence your race. Like, this is what I'm saying. You really want to go, okay, do I want to battle with this guy now, potentially slow myself down and lose the guys ahead, or do I want to stay with these guys? Especially as well, it's something that's often forgot about, especially in sim racing, that it's the psychology of it as well. If I ride the guy's bumper in front for half an hour, 40 minutes straight, depending on the level of the driver, a lot of these more seasoned drivers, they're not going to be phased in the slightest. But certainly if you're a little bit nervous and you've got a guy riding your bumper for a good half an hour, 40 minutes, you are more prone to a mistake. You're going to be nervous of it. And the guy behind you, he's also got to be on edge a little bit as well, because he doesn't want to rear end you and take you out. You know, that's definitely frowned upon. But I know if it's me, certainly I don't think I'd want to be in the middle of this pack of 3 LMP3 cars, but I certainly would want to be stay with them. I'd potentially be trying to lift and coast where I could, you know. But if you get a back marker in the wrong spot, you're going to lose the pack. So, like, which strategy do you want to take? I mean, David, what would you do?
It's a bit irrelevant what I do, Daniel, because I've been the tyre wall by this point in the race anyway. So, you're absolutely spot on though. I personally don't deal well with pressure. I'd be wanting to be maybe say the car. If you look at this 3-car group here, as the car behind there, that was Longshot Racing's Jamie Southall, almost clattered into one of the Mercs there. I would want to be the car behind, just purely because I don't deal with pressure very well. I'd want to be in Alex Bain's position here, being able to just take the lead of the car in front, know that they're dragging the car around anyway, and use them for braking markers and reference points and things like that. So I'd want to be the car behind up until I was in a position where I could actually go for it. Now, you were mentioning about Road Atlanta and Petit Le Mans, and that brings up some, you know, one of the last experiences that I had with endurance racing as well. And in that case, we were leading for the final sort of 3 hours, and I actually quite enjoyed being out in the lead by that point, because you knew that you had a big gap. But if it's in a pack of cars, I'd much rather be following than leading the pack for a considerable amount of time. just based on the amount of stress and the fact that I do tend to crumble quite quickly under pressure.
Oh, I think you're doing like, I mean, some people don't necessarily appreciate it, but being in the booth is a lot of pressure, and I think you're handling it great. So power to you, sir. Like, we've all got strengths and weaknesses, right? We've all got strengths and weaknesses. Myself, I've run in races as well where I've definitely not had the pace, but when it comes to defensive driving, I'm rolling roadblock. It's just, that car has got such a wide rear end on it. You know, you really got to take it out to dinner if you want to try and get by. Like, it's definitely, you know, you play to your strengths and your weaknesses. I love riding the bumper of the car in front. I really enjoy that. Being in traffic to me is fun. Like, if you just ask me to lead a race, I'm more likely to make a mistake than ransom the guy ahead of me. I like to be the greyhound chasing the hare, I guess, but each their own. I mean, definitely wouldn't want to be in the middle of this sandwich, though. Definitely, you got a lot on the go, but the good thing is, going on the straight like this, you can draft, you can lift, you can coast. This corner in particular, so much crucial on the exit speed. I find if you go into that too hot, you lose so much on the back straight, and then the guy behind you, he's already going to get the draft anyway, but he's probably picking up half a second, if not more, just being in the draft here.
I do get the feeling that there's quite a bit of fuel saving going on right now with a lot of these cars just now, although I say that as Jamie Southall for Long Shot Racing comes up the side by side then, going across the start-finish line here to start lap number 10. This is the three-car battle here with Aubrey Cundall as late onto the brakes goes. Jamie Southall takes that position, and that's like candy from a baby with that one. So Long Shot Racing then just trying to get that back there, but Baines keeping on again, just that pressure being applied there, and it's still as it was then between Cundall, Baines and Southall, 4th, 5th and 6th in LMP3. This is for the lead of the GT3 Pros. Around the outside goes Bart Horston then for Brabham Esports GT3. But again, the inside line going to be RPM Racing, and is the Brabham Esports car going to get shoved out wide? Just about, and Rosado Motorsports of Miguel Torres trying to catch up here. Rachel Concoli taking 4th position there from Kaz Brinkhausen in the Art Sim Racing 2 machine. So Prismatic Motorsports Athena moving up into P4. And GT3 Pro then looks like there's Charlie Nilsson for RPM Racing in the leads. Bart Horston for Brabham Esports GT3, as you can see here, in 2nd position. And then in 3rd is Rosado Motorsport GT3 AM is currently Sim Racing Grid Phantom ahead of 1110's Racing Team and Track Limit Racing just now. But again, the pressure seeming to kind of ease off a little bit now. We're nearly 20 minutes into this race here, Daniel, and again I think drivers now able to kind of relax, knowing the cars that they're around, knowing the people that they're going to be facing off with for the next 40 minutes here.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to cool down a little bit. I think for the GT3s and certainly for the LMP3s, Long Shot Racing, I'm pretty sure they started at the back of the grid. They're moving up quite well, but I think the GT3s are now in the point where they're passing the GT4s. And as we was watching that battle for the lead of the GT3s there, the GT3 Pros, you could just see, I think it was an AMG GT4, just getting caught a little bit in the back, and they're kind of like, look, get out of the way, get out of the way. Looks like we got not quite sure what's happening there. I've seen a yellow flag on my end, but certainly as well, the GT3 Pros, where they're having a bit of a scrap as well. The RPM Racing and Brabham Esports GT3. Rosado there just lurking in the background, getting ready to just try and, you know, sneak in and potentially get a position.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened there, because I saw Roxy Gibson, Paul Hendricks and Jonathan Valgren dropping down the order. We've got a full yellow flag then, so the car's going to be slowing down. And, well, there we go. Now, are we going to see the pace car? That is going to be the question with this as we cut back to our race leader. That gap goes down to just 1.2 seconds there. And again, I'm trying to see here whether or not that does actually mean the cars are going to slow down, or whether or not there is an actual incident here. But quite a few cars into pit lane already, so I do wonder. Max Schultz into pit lane for the GT3 AMs as well, and well, that is not the way I guess that you want to start your race here.
It's definitely like even watching IMSA yesterday, watching a bit of the Petit Le Mans. The yellow flag it can change the race completely, and often as well, if this is going to go how I'm thinking it's going to go, that's going to basically reorganize the cars again. You're going to be back in your class separations, and all of a sudden, guess what? You're going to have to get lapped again by like the LMP3s and stuff like that. So it's going to be very interesting. Certainly bring the race back closer together. If you've made a mistake earlier, this could be potentially a chance for you to capitalize and recover from that. Why we've got a full push yellow, I'm not too sure. I'll see if our director can work his magic fingertips here.
Well, I was thinking it was a big crash. I saw quite a few names in GT3 and going down the order there, and so we've got one car off into turn 7. Oh, collects one of the prismatic machines. Yeah, so it's a 3-car pileup. That's, well, there we go. So that is a caution period. And of course, this is one of the features of the race director software, the ability to throw a full course yellow. What happens is if there's a car that's determined to not be meeting the safe pace, then race control software, race director software automatically throws a full course yellow so that everybody can get back to speed. That then happens until that car is able to recover itself back to the pit. So we were seeing from one of the previous angles the cars recovering themselves slowly at the bottom of the oval section. So that, I would imagine, is why that full course yellow is thrown. There's also no overtaken, obviously, under the full course yellows, and there's no pits, or rather the pits are closed as soon as the full course yellow is thrown. So it'll be very interesting to see how this is all resolved, although I can see the LMPs at the front going fairly slowly and all bunched up, so I would imagine that means that the safety car has kind of caught them. So it's a baptism of fire here for myself as well, Daniel. Me and you brand new to exactly what is going on here, but either way, I mean, that's a all right little 20-minute burst of energy. However, I get the feeling that Gorio Autosport and Hugh Jass for LMP3s, they're not going to want to get caught out twice here.
I've got a feeling that certainly a few people are going to be like, oh, this is the jackpot, we're back in it. Other people are going to be going, certainly if you were, oh my gosh, Dan McFarlane, that's it, sorry, took me a second. You're Dan McFarlane, you're like, damn it, I just worked so hard and got this lead, and now somebody's just going to wave this yellow flag thing, and all my work has been undone. And certainly, like the tyres as well, generally if you push too hard, the tyres will pay the price for it. I can't say I've driven an LMP3 yet, but certainly it's on the list of cars to drive. But I got a little bit of a whoop from our director there.
I know, you'll get used to that, Daniel. Honestly, the noises that you hear, you think it sounds like a Lilo getting something burst into it. It's all the air escaping. But yeah, that basically things getting hot and heavy down in pit lane as our LMP3 drivers. I think this is really good plan for them. Most of them jumping into pits, getting some tyres and some fuel as well. And they'll be able to get themselves all down there because obviously pit lane is now open. The other thing that you've got to watch out is that under the safety car, cars that are not currently behind the safety car, they can't go more than 110% of the speeds of the class pole position lap. So they can't absolutely bomb it around the circuit just to try and catch up. That will be subject to review by the stewards, but it does look like all of the cars kind of close enough to being to the back of the field there. Nicholas Antonenko there for Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha making their way through just now. But again, safety car period, a little bit of respite for the drivers, but also this is one of the early points in the race here, a 4-hour race, that strategy has been thrown in the air because Eagle Speed Academy Esports G and Stage 1 Racing there, Daniel, choosing not to pit right now.
Obviously taking the track position is what they're looking for at this point. This just added like a whole other level. Like obviously I've sim raced, I've done it for a good couple of years now. I've never had to deal with this, and certainly watching Petit Le Mans yesterday, and watching the stuff happening at Road Atlanta, and even then, if you watch Formula One as well, racing isn't just about getting behind the wheel of the car. It isn't just about setting up the car. If you understand how the rules work and how the race works, that can have such huge implications on your final result. So these guys are going, okay, I'm going to take the track position. Other guys are going, nope, screw it, we'll pit. You know, I think that's fantastic. The problem with commentating is I often see a lot of race series and I think, oh my gosh, that looks like so much fun. And I want to drive all of them. Like this looks phenomenal. Like they've added a whole other depth to the sim, which, you know, don't get me wrong, it takes a little bit to get around. Certainly, I know I haven't got my head fully around it yet. The viewers, by all means, I'm sure a lot of them are a lot more smarter than me, but bad grammar as I do it, just reimbursing that point. But it certainly, you know, it enriches the experience as well. And I'm really looking forward to see this race start. Like, are you going to go in hot and heavy? Are you going to, you know, really send it as hard as you can? Or are you going to go, okay, you know what, I'm going to save a bit more fuel. Let's see if I can maybe try and delete a fuel stop by really preserving my gas as much as I can.
Now, it's going to be also interesting to see. I think we're going to get another safety car lap here because I think it's automatically triggered by when all the cars are going to catch up to it. So the lights are still on the safety car just now. So we will get, I believe, another lap here. That'll be so that the 321 and the 228 at the back of the field, they can get themselves caught up to this field. So the 338 and the 321 as Tyler Agostino in the Hugh Jass Black Racing GT4 and Justin Michaela in the FTR Esports GT4 car. They'll be caught up very, very quickly indeed, but we go across and the lights are still on that safety car. So at least one more lap, but again, it will change very shortly. Eagle Speed Academy Esports into the pits just now, and again, it does make you wonder if maybe those two cars there have kind of caught themselves out, because they're going to have to go into the pits anyway in the next couple of laps, you would have thought, given that these cars tend to have about 35 to 35 minutes of fuel in them.
Yeah, they're definitely, you know, if you got a yellow flag, your pit stop just became almost subsidized, you know. It's a sale, get 50% off on the time it's going to take you, like, lost on track. So if you are lapping, say you're lapping in a minute, and all of a sudden a safety car and you're lapping in a minute and a half, well, you just got 30 seconds of pit time for free. You know, jackpot. Thank you very much. I'll take that check.
I would be exactly the same, and with that, again, it's that whole strategy, it's that whole forward thinking there, Daniel. It's something that I'm curious as to why teams don't take more advantage of it. So my way of thinking is that if you're going to get slowed up and you're going to have to take a pit stop and likely be in the middle of the pack, if you do it at the earliest possible opportunity where cars haven't had the chance to catch fully back up yet, then that's surely going to be more in your favour than if they're just coming round just now. But again, I'm struggling to see when this yellow flag will be able to get brought in, because we're having this constant cat and mouse game here, I think, of cars going into pit lane and then the pace car not seeing that all the cars are basically lined up together here. So yeah, this is it's going to be a very, very difficult day at the races here if that's the case, because I have a strong suspicion that we're going to get another lap of safety car action here while the 144 catches up, and then you're likely going to have Stage 1 Racing 72 jumping into the pits as well. So this could be an entire afternoon of safety cars.
What it is think anybody who's sat in the stands right now, you know, we've got Mr. Potato Head, Woody, Buzz Lightyear, you know, pick some characters of your fictional choosing. Anybody who's sat in the stands right now, they're enjoying the parade lap, you know, they're checking out the cars. I know my grandmother, whenever she watches racing, she picks a yellow car. It doesn't matter what it is, who's driving, she picks a yellow car. That's the one she wants to win. You know?
Now you mention it, Daniel, I can see some of the drivers' arms out the windows just waving to the crowd as they walk, as they drive past here. Right, let's get an ID on that safety car, because I've got a feeling that it is. Well, of course, we're on the start-finish straights here just now. Safety car lights are indeed still on, so we are going to have another lap here. But the 144 is catching right back up to the tail end of the group. That is Angelo Airways in the ART Sim Racing 1 machine. Half an hour gone in this race here. Our first race of the brand new season here, Season 5 of the FTR event, Sim 3D Sportscar Series. David Christie in the commentary box alongside my good friend Daniel Salmon, aka Zippy. And Daniel, now this is again, this is where I think the driver's patience is going to come into question here. They're just like, come on, we want to get on with it, and with more and more drivers going into pit lane, I am a little concerned about when we actually do go racing here.
So basically what's happening is the pressure cooker's getting going. You know, you mean the kettle's on. I don't know about you, David, I'm a milk and two myself. If somebody felt like bringing me one down, that would be awesome. Don't get me wrong, I mean, it'll run through me pretty quickly, but you know, this is the nature of drinking tea, right? And the lights have gone off on the safety car as well, so that's good. We're going to get racing again soon, but like, you got to keep your head in the game, you know. It's all very good getting hot-headed and stuff like that, but this is not a sprint race. This is not the time you just want to go bam and push and push and push, you know where your capabilities are, know where your comfortable pace is. Like an endurance race, I've always felt that a good 70-80% at a push is where you want to be. You don't want to be doing outright qualifying laps. You've got to maintain that pace. You know, you get one off track and all of a sudden, you know, you can lose 10-15 seconds. So again, like my mentor, Mr. C.R. Reid, he taught me, older fellow from Saskatchewan. It looked like I've got a car off on the safety lap as well. That was interesting. Give me 1 second here.
I'm not sure how you're possibly able to do that, but that might be Carlos Roca actually in the DX Droid Sim Racing Pilot Room in the 326 GT4 car, potentially. I was just a way to bring up a comment here actually, Daniel, because this is absolutely genius by our current leader, Ivo van der Linden. Let's cut to a quick replay just now. As soon as we can, and see what happens here. Hans Blanker then for Stage 1 Racing in the 83. This is at the International Horseshoe. He's going to hit that curb on the left-hand side. No, he just dips it across the grass. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. Nobody noticed it.
He's on a coffee break. No, nobody noticed it. Surprise, Hans, we did.
It's difficult to eat a donut with one hand there. And the point I was going to make though is Ivo van der Linden, let's think about this, right? He has got so many GT3 cars behind him, he can just absolutely bolt off, build a very quick gap here. Huge Ass White Racing, 8.2 seconds behind. They've got 1 million GT3 cars to clear here. This might be one of the moves of the race already here. 3,000 IQ thinking from Ivo van der Linden in that Stage 1 Racing 72 car, because again, the closing speeds of the LMP3 compared to the GT3 Pro, that thing will be able to build up seconds and seconds of a gap, and that will likely actually take that car much further up. Now remember, that car was at the back of the field. It had spun coming out of this corner here, and I think that's an absolutely inspired bit of strategy.
Oh, it's definitely fantastic. I know whenever you're in a multi-class racing, if you're chasing the guy ahead of you, you don't want cars in the middle. If you're trying to get away from the guy behind you, you're like, oh my gosh, I need more GT3s, GT4s in there. You're just praying, like hoping that you're going to get more traffic just to hold them up. But it looks like the lights are off on the safety car. We're about ready to get going. I'm sure Ivo van der Linden, he's probably going to be keen to smash that gas pedal straight past the front bumper. I know I would.
That's exactly what we are just poised waiting to see. Ivo van der Linden for Stage 1 Racing. We've done 30 minutes here of our first race of the season. It was a lengthy interruption, a lengthy full course yellow that's now been resolved. The pace car getting ready to make its way in. You can see the GT3s jostling for position as well. But Ivo van der Linden, he's now in charge and he decides it's time to go. Away it goes. The Stage 1 Racing number 72 car. And we are resuming racing for round 1 of the 6-race season here. You can just see behind there RPM Racing ahead of Brabham Sports GT3 just now, as there's Giovanni Romano then in the second of the LMP3 cars, hustling, trying to push that car as far as he can, and again trying to navigate that traffic. This is a very, very difficult ask. He's got GT3 cars trying to cross him in as well, as Hans Blanker has another moment, Daniel White has another moment as well, and Gorio Autosport, who were up into P2 of the race, off at the International Horseshoe. Daniel White comes a cropper there. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that very, very shortly there. But as it stands, Ivo van der Linden 5.1 seconds ahead of the field right now.
Oh, it's an old saying that yellow flags cause yellow flags, and I think this has been another example potentially where it could happen. It looks like we managed to stay away from the safety car for now, which is good news certainly for all of the people watching the race and stuff like that. But certainly, if you're that LMP3 car there, I mean, let's just see what happened here. Quick replay. Got the LMP3s going up on the inside. Oh, locked up under braking. And you know what? Power to the guys who were coming into that, not a single one hit him. That's excellent evasive driving there from all the people involved.
Yeah, very
Excellent
very
evasive
smart
driving.
there. As we're seeing Dan McFarlane here for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix cutting his way through traffic, just now getting ahead of one of the Porsches there. And again, trying to catch right back up to Ivo van den Linden. But again, Ivo does have to pit very, very shortly. We've got a fight for the GT3 Pros. Bar Horsten has just taken the lead, but they're side by side going into turn 1 then. You've got a BMW behind of Miguel Torres as well. Torres is going to fancy getting up the inside then, side by side for second position, but Torres has to back out of it and then straight into third position then. So it's RPM Racing still ahead of Brabham Esports GT3, Rosado Motorsports in that third position with Prismatic Motorsports Athena just behind 4/10 of a second. So the GT3 Pro battle, that has lit a fuse again. That is back underway, as has the GT4 battle. David Barraclough and Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab ahead of Flo Dams in that Samsung Racing GT4 car. And that is off for Aubrey Cundall. Rejoined straight into the path of traffic there for Long Shot Racing, and that could have been so much worse.
Definitely how to make yourself popular with other people in the league. Unsafe rejoin. Your name will be widely known. You've got to be so careful with that. Like, again, like myself at Petit Le Mans, unsafe rejoin costs us 20 minutes, 40 minutes repairs. Like, you've really got to be respectful when you rejoin the track. Definitely, I mean, I think he got away with it there. A few people definitely won't be as keen of a fan as the re-entry. Myself, you know, he got away with it, so is it an issue? You know, I'm not the steward here, but certainly, you know, could have been a lot worse. But I think the GT3 Pro is going to be the fight to watch at the minute. I think that's got the most potential. It looks like the first two there are the Tetra, I've lost the thing now, RPM Racing and Brabham Sports GT3 seem to be the main ones going at it. But now Prismatic is then Prismatic Motorsports Athena's then popped up into there. So maybe we got a four-way battle now. Maybe third and fourth shot back.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Rachel Concoli then for Prismatic Motorsports Athena takes the bull by the horns, gets ahead of Rosado Motorsports Miguel Torres and jumps up into that P3 just now as Bar Horsten takes the lead from Charlie Nilsson, sends it up the inside into the International Horseshoe, and we've got a car facing off into the infield. That's into turn 1. Nick DeBoo for Arctic Racing keeps that car as tight as possible. The cars have to be very, very cautious right now. Reverses back into the track. Oh my goodness me, straight into Huge Ass Racing. That is into straight into Huge Ass Racing, and I think that was the third place GT4 car there, Daniel.
Oh, this is what we're saying about unsafe rejoins. I'm wondering if we were going to get a yellow flag for that. Like the guy's beach, you know, you don't want to tow. The car's not wrecked. You want to get going again, but I mean, it's an unfortunate place to have a whoops. Definitely, you know, he was in the store and he didn't have toilet paper. Like he was completely out of luck at that point.
Certainly was, as we're seeing Mark de Boer for GT3 AM in the Sim Racing Grid Phantom get ahead of Paul Hendricks. Then that's for the final podium position in GT3 AM, just making that move 6 just now. We're watching Giovanni Romano for Huge Ass White in the LMP3s just now. Now he is 9.5 seconds off of the leader, about 0.8 of a second off of your second place LMP2 car. Dan McFarlane that you can just see off the inset there, and Ivo van der Linden on fumes in a prayer right now. 141.399, fastest lap of the race, and it's all kicking off here as Jamie Southwell gets his nose firmly cut off by one of the GT3 Pro cars. That's I believe is that Rachel Concoli in that Prismatic Motorsport Athena car. It is fighting with Miguel Torres right now going into the horseshoe again. Very, very tight here. You've got the LMP3s here. This is all going to end in tears.
Now the question is, if you're in the GT3 cars, do you block the track and stop them going and time when you want them to pass? Or do you kind of try and stuck in single file and try to let them get by when, you know, they want to go? I know if it's me, I'm going to be defensive driving. I want to try and manipulate, you know, the track and the people involved. I want to manipulate them to stop ruining my own battle kind of deal. You know, the other class is not a business to me. I mean, it sounds so cold and ruthless, but this is racing, you know.
That is Justin Clerk then pitting for backmarker Razzle Dazzle, and that's the first of our normal pit stops there. So the first of our planned pit stops, and I just saw a car disappear from sight. The 225, that was Rock Bedekovic in the backmarker Racing Orange. Now that was out of the bus stop chicane there. That car is now gone from the session, and I'm going to have a feeling that he has met an untimely demise with a Ferrari at the top wall coming out of that chicane. We'll find out in just a second, because we were watching Hans Blankert, but we cut back here to the GT4 battle. Huge ass blue of Brian LeBlanc. That was the car that was involved in that incident at turn 1, with the car rejoining there. Jumps up to the inside. Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha there. And Nicholas Antonenko side by side here down into the bus stop, and that is a good position gained for Huge Ass Blue.
Nice clean pass there. Obviously a little bit of contact doesn't seem to be hurting the car, or certainly motivated him to go faster, but the draft certainly on this back section with the GT4s is going to be huge. As I'm looking at the timings for the different races, it seems to be that GT4 is probably the closest fight we've got going on right now. GT3 pretty close behind it. The LMP3s are spreading out a little bit more, but that's to be expected with multi-class racing. You know, the traffic really can impact it, and staying with your packers, so to speak, is a crucial part of it. You know, I mean, like I said, do you want to race the guy next to you? Do you want to chase the guy in front? You know, weigh up the pros and cons of what works for you.
I'm absolutely going for it at whatever point. I'm just sending it left, right and centre. We've got a little bit of contact there, side by side through the S's then. And again, brilliant battles here. As always, we tend to see here at the Sim3D Sports Car Series. Great to see it returning with an absolute flourish here as Nicholas Antonenko tries to get the power round of the corner. Also noticing that we've had a 30-second stop and go penalty given out by the stewards just now for backmarker Razzle Dazzle in the number 124, and that is for an avoidable collision. And this is Rob Bedekovic coming through the chicane, and I hate to say it, but two things that I've called in a 4-hour race. I'm going to retire now, Daniel. That is a brutal hit into the wall.
It definitely looks cosmetically challenged. I would say that, you know, it's seen a better days. It's kind of like, you know, Darth Vader just took his mask off and that's what you got left. It just goes a lot faster.
I have nothing more that I could possibly add to that. I'm still reeling from that awesomeness of cosmetically challenged. That's awesome. Right.
I should put that on my dating profile.
That is, there's so many of your little one-liners that I'm absolutely stealing for future reference. It's some of them I'll possibly leave to yourself as well, but I'll pick and choose whichever ones. But going back to the fight that we've got going on here, and the comment you were making earlier on about the blue flag situation with the cars coming by, I think you're absolutely spot on, as we're watching DX Sim Racing by Let Room almost get taken out by the huge ass black, I believe it is, car just behind them just now. In fact, no, that's WBM Racing, excuse me, sent up the inside for turn 1. At the point you were making about blue flags and when to get out of the way, I think it's a very, very valid point, because at the end of the day, you are racing your own race. It's not as if you're just racing the car behind, or that's a lap behind you because you want to. It's because you're trying to keep your position with what you're going on. So I think there's a balance to be struck here as we see side by side through the kink on the left hand side. That is not a place you want to be doing that. We've got a GT3 trying to come through on a GT4. Good God almighty, that is wild stuff there. And yeah, let's just try and breathe and recuperate after that one.
I'm gonna say, do you need me to get you a paper bag there, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
Somebody definitely. They put the gasoline on the fire for that one. They lit the match, just smiled and walked away. Like, that's what happened with that. But he's obviously motivated to go through. I'm not too sure why. I mean, but again, like, you know, you got to choose your battles. Myself, at the minute, I'm trying to think which car I would want to be behind the wheel of. Now, the LMP3s is probably a little bit faster for me. GT3, You know, I like them, but honestly, I think I'd want to be in the GT4. I've not driven the AMG yet, but I think the Cayman.
No,
You know, I think
no,
I'd want to be in
Daniel,
the
come
Cayman
on.
today.
Come on, Daniel.
What's wrong with that?
The
What's wrong with that?
GT4s, GT4. I've got a love-hate relationship with GT4s. Love commentating on them. Absolutely hate driving them. They're the most boring. I mean, for me, it's again, and same with the TCR cars. It's like there's no grip to them. They're understeer city. They drive like a wet Alsatian. They're just all over the place. And yeah, I like having grip. I like being able to tell what the car's doing. So for me, LMP3 or possibly one of the GT3 cars would be what I would prefer to be in. But that's the joy of this championship and the joy of platforms like iRacing is that it can keep everyone happy. You want to have TCR fun, you can go do TCR. You want to do GT4s, you want to do the skippies. You know, there's something for everyone.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I get 100% what you're saying, but for me, myself, like, the Skippy is the best example of that. Having lots of grip is fun, but dancing on the limit of grip is also fun.
Yeah.
You know, with the GT4s, like, you can certainly put them on the edge and then beyond it, and you can slide the car a little bit. Myself, I tried to slide like an LMP3, or I actually ended up driving the LMP hybrid, the BMW one. Not a car I ever really drive, it's just too fast for me. And I'm there, I'm trying to hit all this like hybrid thing. What's this, attack mode? Sweet, send it. You know, like it's a lot more to think about. I always find, like myself, as I said earlier, the slower the car, the closer the racing. And for me, that's what it's about. Like, I would sooner come third and fight the guy for second the whole time than win and just walk away. And realistically, with my skills, the odds of winning and walking away, you know, maybe that it might happen sometimes, just not often enough that I'd particularly claim that I do it.
Well, I think for me, I think it's I've just realised it's probably PTSD from myself from the amount of times of stacking a GT3 car into the wall. So you get a GT4, which does look a little bit like a GT3 car, but it drives like a GT3 car when you put it head first into the wall. You know, you get that engine damage to it, and it just doesn't run right at all. So that's probably why I get a little bit shirky about GT4 cars. Nonetheless, we've got picture-in-picture here. We've got some GT4 action in the left-hand side, and we've got some GT3 Pro action on the right-hand side. That is Rosado Motorsports just ahead of Rachel Concoli in that Prismatic Motorsports Athena car. They are battling for third and fourth position, as at the inside goes the Ferrari on that huge-ass gold machine from GT4s, as Miguel Torres for Rosado Motorsport into pit lane as we hit 48 minutes gone. Now, for me, 50 minutes, that's quite early in the pit lane there. That car sounds not very good. You heard that as well, didn't you, Daniel? That pop.
I mean, style points perhaps, but maybe, you know, it wasn't a particularly scheduled pit stop. It does happen. These things do occur. At least, you know, the grateful part about the sim is it's not going to penalise you as heavily for it financially. But certainly, I know when I've done GT3s, I can usually get around an hour. So, you know, it could be an early pit stop. I mean, it seems looks like we've got a couple more coming in for the GT3. So we may have just hit that magical window. I think they maybe, it might be set up in the race regulations where they've limited the power or the fuel tank slightly, just reducing the range perhaps. I think I remember reading that somewhere. You have to forgive me. I picked this one up a little bit late. And,
you're absolutely spot on. That's exactly what it is. Great shout there, Daniel. 75% fuel they are limited to. So that is why they are not able to go to the full length that we would normally see these GT3 cars. So that's, well, we go, that's Ivo van der Linden then. So this is a scheduled pit stop. I'll tell you what, I mean, that car has been out for so long, 50 minutes then, that Stage 1 Racing 72 has got out as Dan McFarlane jumps back into the league. But I think this puts him in a very interesting place there strategy-wise, because they're so off the beaten path. Everybody else pitted with about 30 minutes gone, topped up, and then is doing it now. I think everybody else is going to have to pit in about another, what, 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes time. So it's going to be very interesting to see, I think, Daniel, how that all pans out in terms of the LMP3 strategy and with that car.
Oh, for sure. I mean, sometimes you got to decide, like, okay, track position, is that more important to me? Staying with the draft? Like, I don't know on what level these guys, I mean, obviously it looks like you've got 2 3-person teams. If you've got a guy who's really good at working the numbers, you know, he might go, tell you what, stay out, you know, we'll just take a little splash and dash at the end. Obviously, you got the driver change to factor into that. You know, there's so many different variables involved in the strategy, and then you can have a perfectly laid plan, and then somebody just goes and waves the yellow flag, and you're like, you might as well just put the thing through the shredder. Yeah, like it's definitely, there's a lot of different variables involved in winning the race. But at the minute, I'm being told that only 4 cars haven't pitted yet, and 2 of them are the GT3 pros.
Also hearing from Prismatic Motorsports in the YouTube chat, disappointed to have the Minerva car down on power, but they're still holding in there. The Athena car is only going to get more scary as time goes on. Yeah, absolutely awesome stuff to hear from that. But as we see, we've got 50 minutes gone in this race here. 4 hours of Daytona in the LMP3. We'll take you through the current standings just now. It is currently Sim Racing Grid Phoenix's Dan McFarlane in the lead of the race, ahead of Giovanni Romano in the huge-ass white machine. That's a gap of 7.6 seconds back to second place. Then Hans Blanker in third position with Stage 1 Racing 83. Jamie Southwell in the long shot racing machine is down in fourth position. Aubrey Cundrell currently behind the wheel of the long shot racing in fifth. Daniel White behind the Gorio Autosport car in sixth position. Remember, they were fighting for second place at one spot. Alex Bayend in seventh position for Eagle Speed Academy Sports, with Ivo van der Linden just out of pit lane, your former race leader, in eighth position. Moving on to GT3 Pro then, it's Bart Horston ahead of Richard Cawthron. Again, we're in the middle of pit stops here. What has happened to this car? So that car is going very slowly indeed. Is that car out of fuel? It's limping to the inside. So that is your race leader for GT3 Pro, and it is just absolutely wincing its way. I wonder if we can go on board with it and see what exactly is happening with that car. Drops down to the inside. It's out of fuel. That's the only explanation. You can hear it just trying to get through there. Oh my goodness me, this is huge drama. Your race leader from Brabham Esports GT3, and it looks like that car is absolutely toasted. Richard Cawthron takes the lead in the FTR Esports Black Machine. Now the question is, does that car have enough power to get round to the pit lane? It could be on limp mode just now. Oh my goodness me! That is a wild moment there from Bart Horston. And again, he loses power coming through there. If that car has properly gone out of fuel, then he is just on whatever fuel or whatever power he can get back with. And I'm just stunned to see that absolutely happening. But wow, Daniel, our race leader for the GT3 Pro class, looks like completely out of fuel.
That's never a good tactic. You know, I've tried it. It didn't really work for me.
It's done.
He's towed.
Oh
my
say, goodness.
Power to the track marshals for being so efficient. You know, I mean, I gotta hand it to them. I mean, they got that car out of there in just mere seconds. I wish that, you know, local services had that same kind of tow response. I mean, it would just be phenomenal. Like, you wouldn't be held up on the bridge for an hour and a half waiting for a stalled down car. I mean, that phenomenal work by the track marshals there. Even when you do go to a real racetrack, be appreciative of the track marshals, because without them, you don't get the race.
I have no idea what to make of that. I'm still in shock at a race leader from GT3 Pro having to go into pit lane. Now, the only silver lining out of that is the fact that it would be a slightly smaller towing penalty if they'd gone past the start-finish line. Because they're so close to the pit lane, it should be a fairly straightforward way to get back into the pits here. However, back up to the second place then, Jonathan Valgren under pressure here. Sorry, is a little bit under pressure actually, is the LMP3 of Giovanni Romano was looking at the wrong class there. Under pressure from Hans Blanker, who we are on board with now. If we stay on board then, coming through the international horseshoe, out onto the infield here, onto the accelerator, again through that dogleg kink left, turn 4. And then it's on to the brakes in that right-hander, turn 5, doubles back on itself. And then onto the power again. You can see how much the mind games are going there for Hans Blanker there, little flash of lights, trying to distract Giovanni Romano just now, but they go through 6 and 7. Then it is back onto 8 then, back onto the oval here on the run down to the bus stop chicane. As it looks like the GT3 and Battle Squadra Veloce getting past Prismatic Motorsport Minerva just by the skin of the teeth. Just now through the bus stop chicane though comes Hans Blanker chasing down that LMP3 car just in front here. And again, with just 3 minutes left to go at the top of the hour here, this has been an amazing start to the season. And again, Bart Horston already looking like they're a way to go. In fact, they already are a lap down. So Bart Horston, that Brabham GT3 esports car, that is done.
Well, potentially, you know, if we get another safety car, we could be back out, and that could be his redeeming factor. But I'm just watching these guys now. It looks like they've actually got a little bit of clean air, so they should be free and clear to race for a while without having any back marker interference. But certainly, again, like, are you going to try and... I think these guys, they're going for the battle right now. I mean, he's not holding back particularly. You know, he wants that place. He wants to go, you know. But certainly, if I have a quick look here, you've got... Okay, so this is like Clash of the Titans going on. You got like a 6400 IR guy, Giovanni Romano. He's in the car in second place for the huge ass white. And then you got the 2700 IR of Hans Blanker right behind him. You know, in theory, you know, Giovanni should have this guy licked, but he isn't getting away. You know, so you know what? Power to the guy. You know, keep going, Hans. Keep pushing. Keep plugging. You know, you are definitely showing some talent behind the wheels there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing with that as well is that talent is going to be drawn on for the remainder of the season. For instance, if you don't have a great event here at Daytona, you just have to kind of brush yourself down, get yourself ready for next month at Bathurst. Then you've got Donington Park, then we've got Portugal for Portimao, and then it's Long Beach in America and Mugello at the end of the season. So a lot to fight for here, and it's going to take us through the next year into 2024 is the FTR Events Sim 3D Sports Car Series, brought to you by race director Go For The Gap and SimSport Solutions. But we are watching this GT3 Pro Battle, currently navigating its way through some traffic just now. RPM Racing Blue and Eagle Speed Academy B. We've then got a GT4 car in the mix as well, and another one of the GT3 cars, I believe that is, in the mix with this as well. So fascinating little fight that we've got going on here, as we've got 4th place in there for, I believe we've got one of the Lamborghinis in there as well. And again, with the 184 in the mix on that little battle, Matthias Rintani for Eagle Speed Academy here, it just adds another really spicy addition to the mix there, because they've actually got GT3 and 2nd place car up there as well. Brian Frutan is up there to play just behind this little fight here, but we're on board with Matthias Rintani for Eagle Speed Academy B, and again, not really wanting to make the move there. I think he's doing a little bit of strategy and a little bit of fuel saving here.
Potentially, I know certainly whenever I've driven the Lambo, I've always found this very twitchy under braking, especially going into that turn 1. A lot of the GT3 cars, I often end up going with the Beamer myself personally, because I find that the Lambo and the Audi, and not as much the Porsche, but it gets so light on the back end going into turn 1 braking there. I mean, you've just done full speed down the front straight. That, you know, if you're going to go for a passer, it needs to be completely perfect. You know, you want to certainly already be alongside before going into the braking zone. You don't want to try and make a move while braking. It's asking too much of the tires, too many different longitudinal, latitudinal forces. It's much better than my pronunciation, at least. So, you know, it's the same thing. The tires feel the same way, you know, that you're trying to get them to do too much at once. And I mean, multitasking for anything is a bit of a challenge. You're not going to get 100% everywhere. I mean, I know when I did my lapping license, a guy said to me, he goes, okay, look, you've got $1 to spend on the tires and only $1. You mean you can have 50 cents on the right front, but then you might only have 40 cents on the left front. And then you've only got 5 cents left on each rear. You know, it's all got to add up, right? So there's only so much grip available. And going into turn 1, certainly in the Lambo, I'd be very nervous making a pass there unless I was already alongside.
I think the great thing about these GT3 cars is that the cars, and this is the bit that's fascinating to explain to people that are new to the world of GT3 racing, is each of these cars has its very own unique driving personality. So as you said there, the Lamborghini is twitchy, it's a little bit erratic. I always find the OG Audi was like that as well, very, very unpredictable. But certainly with the Gen 2, the Evos of both the Audi and the Lamborghini, I think it seems to have sorted quite a bit out of that as we're seeing cars getting their way through traffic. Let's jump to a replay of some action that happened earlier. We also heard from Calvin Dent that car running out of fuel, so that is what happened to the Brabham Esports machine. There's contact, pocket, meatball, Max Schultz, bottom corner, track limit racing, and well, I'm not sure that there's much left of that car. I mean, the angle of the camber on the wheels at the back there, it leaves. I think that the engineer might be having some problems on that car. It's looking a bit skew-off there, Daniel.
Oh, but you see, my friend, this is where it's not just cosmetically challenged, it is mechanically challenged as well. You know, you're getting the best of both worlds at this point. It may need an alignment.
I think it's going to need more than that, my friend. It's been put down, is what it is. Look at it. It's seen better days for sure. Max Schultz decided to take the scenic route. I've got to say, I mean, he's looking very cool and calm behind the wheel of that one. Not even blinking behind the wheel is our own Max Schultz there, but decides to keep himself out of harm's way.
It definitely seemed like it was crapping a little bit, just as she was watching it going into the pits there. It seemed like the back end was kind of shifted over a little bit. So, you know, you can fix the car. Sometimes you can go chain it to a tree, strap it to a tree, give it a bit of a yank. I don't know how to do that in a sim. I don't know if I'd want to do it in a race car, but, you know, sometimes you just got to make it work. And hopefully the mechanics for them in the sim can get that thing working good again. But we rejoin the battle here. We are watching the GT4s. We've got the huge ass blue. Just 3/10 of a second behind the Rosada Motorsports Apex car, and it looks like they've got other traffic involved as well. It looks like there's potentially, is that the GT3 Pros trying to sneak through there? Would that be right there, David?
I think it is. I think you're absolutely spot on that one. That's the battle that we were seeing early on, and exactly that. So brilliant little fight here. Now obviously YouTube wants some clarification because I did mention the Audi Evo, and of course I'm referring to the Audi R8 LMS GT Evo 2. It's not, I don't think you get that in iRacing, but of course they introduced that into one of the other sims that I do a lot of commentary on, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and the difference to that is just absolutely unreal. It's like a completely different car. So you get new cars getting introduced into platforms here on iRacing, and it's the same thing. They have completely different characteristics, completely different driving styles, and even when they update things like the new tyre model as well, that can have a profound effect on how the car handles. And all of these drivers, I think the point being here, Daniel, is that all these drivers have driven so many laps in so many different configurations and different layouts of the circuits here that they know these cars like the back of their hand. But as a commentator, you're always surprised when you interview the drivers afterwards and you're like, yeah, so how much practice did you put in? They're like, yeah, I started doing practice about 2 hours ago.
Oh, it like, especially as well, the more experience and the more you're driving as well, the easier you can, it's like muscle memory as well. But I find the biggest key is the setup for me. Like obviously turning laps is very important, but if you have a setup and you can trust the setup and you know how the car is going to behave, you can then push the car and you can trust the car. If you know that you've got a setup that is completely dicey on cold tires, you're completely terrified for them first 2, 3 laps, 5 laps, depending on how long it takes to really fire those tires up. But back to the GT3 Pro Battle here. We got 5th and 4th. I recognise the Resada Motorsports car, the pink and black there, and that is RPM Racing coming up the rear. It looks like they're going to have a good battle here. Certainly, you know, are they going to go for the fight? I'm hoping, you know, I'd like to see a little bit, you know, try and send it in, take the inside line, take the outside line, do a bit of decking and diving, you know, make it look like it's cha-cha slide on a racetrack, you know, just get some moves going.
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm just imagining the old just take it back now, y'all. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be doing on board with Patrick Gannon. Then try to chase down that Rosado Motorsports 156 and Miguel Torres. And again, swings and roundabouts here as we've got just under 3 hours left to go in this race. A lot of the drivers remaining in the car. GT3 Pro then, Richard Cottrell leads Brack Crouch, FTR Esports Black leads RPM Racing Blue. In 3rd place it's Eagle Speed Academy Black, and then you've got Rosado Motorsports in 4th position with Patrick Gannon, who we're currently on board with just now down in the bus stop, and the RPM Racing Machine in 5th position. It's Art Sim Racing 2 in 6th. 7th place is going to be Fastlane Motorsport. 8th place is going to be Cass Winkelbauer in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car. Justin Clerk, after that 30-second stop-go penalty in the Ferrari. Backmarker Racing, Russell Dazzle in the 1-2-4 down in 9th. Bart Horston back out there in the Brabham Esports GT3, and I tell a lie because he is just about a lap and a half behind this. So as you said, a yellow flag, full course yellow, could see that car getting brought into things. Angelo Movers in the Art Sim Racing 144 car rounds out the GT3 Pros just now in 11th place. And moving on to the GT3 AMS then, Mark de Boer in the Sim Racing Grid Phantom machine, currently leading them by around about 2 seconds, 21 seconds, between the wrong gap there. It's the 21 seconds to Equipment Geek Racing just now, and then you've got Squadra Veloce by Fastlane MOT in 3rd place. That's Jonathan Valgren in the number 246 Porsche just now. Roxy Gibson is behind in Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car in the 228 Mercedes. And again, if I'm remembering rightly from what was said from the team on YouTube, was that car is, so the Minerva car down on power at the moment, but still rattling on. Olympic Tense Racing Team, Gianluca Elia behind the wheel of the number 211 Porsche in 5th position. Shane Van Gansen for Digitrax Sim Racing Team in the 233, he's in 6th. Paul Hendricks behind the wheel of the FTR Esports is in 7th. Jasper Schoenakers in the Arctic Racing 220 is in 8th. And then we have 2 retirements, Max Schultz and Rok Bedekovic in the Track Limit Racing machine, respectively. Over to the GT4s then. Oh, sorry, on you go, Daniel.
Yeah, I was just, our kind director, he had it on Roxy's car just then. It might just be me, but they appear to have lost a front bumper at some point. I was just watching the camera there.
That was very well likely would explain why they're down on the power then. A hit onto the front of that car, and we know how hit and miss the contact system can be here in iRacing. Sometimes you're absolutely fine with it, and sometimes your car is just absolutely nuked.
Yeah, car 228, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, Roxy Gibson. I could have sworn they were missing the front bumper. Just waiting to get we'll see a good shot in just a moment there.
Could be maybe having it fixed in the pit lane. But while we wait for that, GT4's David Barakoff for Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab is in the lead of the GT4s just now, 1 second ahead of Sven Demmel in the huge ass gold machine. Flo Dams in the Samsoi GT4 car is in 3rd position. Richard Rosado for Rosado Motorsports Apex is in 4th position. 5th place currently for Huge Ass Blue. 6th place is FTR Esports GT4 with WBM Racing in 7th position. Sapphire Simscore Alpha is in 8th. 9th place is currently Eagle Speed Academy. And then in 9th position for the GT4s is going to be Kenneth Rankin in that, as I said, Eagle Speed Academy esports machine. DX-Droid Sim Racing by Letroom in the 10th position of Carlos Roca, and then it is the 11th place car of Tyler Agostino in the huge gas black rounding out the field, the back of GT4s. Now, one thing, Daniel, that we've spoken about ad nauseum so far just now, really starting to come into play here just now. Traffic, a lot of cars, just sort of really trying to get any sort of rhythm in here just now, because we're watching Cas Winkelbauer here for Prismatic Motorsports Athena onto the back end of Chris van Gucht for Fastlane Motorsport again. And you know, how distracting do you think it is having these GT4s that you're trying to overtake and then have these LMP3s all the time swarming all over you?
I personally love it with a passion. I think multi-class racing is one of my preferred sort of disciplines. Don't get me wrong, at the time, at the moment, when you just like, if you're a couple of tenths off the guy that you're chasing, and all of a sudden you've got a slower class car and a faster class car, it's very much the opposite effect. And you kind of get the blinkers on, the jaded blinkers of, you know, what are you doing? This is my racetrack. You know, possession is 9/10 of the law. But it definitely adds a bit of spice to it. And it's not just, you know, if you take like spec racing, for example, everybody's got the same car. All right, it's toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel, bumper-to-bumper. Like, this thing is as tight as it can be. It's completely balanced. But then to add this, there's just so many more variables involved. It adds to the fun. It adds to the excitement. And then not only that, having the multi-class cars, you do find it's harder to get a clean lap in. It's harder to get like a spot where you've got the racetrack to yourself. And I find it actually breaks up the stint a little bit. You know, it makes it go so the time goes a little bit faster, a bit smoother, you know. Especially like if you get like a GT3 car, I don't think you can quite chase it with the GT4, but you may be able to stay with them going around the back straight for a little bit. It can make a big difference on your lap time. You know, you certainly, it adds an extra layer of involvement as a driver.
And it's just a way to say as well, because obviously keeping yourself on your toes through your stint is going to be so huge, as we're seeing all of the LMP3s into the pits just now. You know, that's another thing that I struggled with, Daniel, and I'd love to get your feedback on how you were with it. When you were doing your stints, did you ever find there was the risk of switching off during your stint, at kind of going into autopilot? Because that's what I tended to struggle with quite a few times, was especially during nighttime stints where you just kind of zone out. And it might be worse because I was on the VR headset as well, but you go on autopilot and before you know it, you're in amongst traffic, or you've just done 30 laps and you've got no idea how.
Oh, absolutely. I know Daytona this year, we were not as well staffed as we would have liked to have been. And certainly, you know, my colleague, Anton Dakash, he was racing me, he's my vice captain, and we were racing and he's just like, look, I'm so tired, I had to put some music on, and like, it's not what you really want to do in the 7. I got up, I'd been asleep for a couple of hours, got up and I get in the car, I'm a zombie, I had to put some music on, I've got the fans blowing, I got a drink going, maybe a bit of hard candy just to try and keep things going. In a 4-hour race, generally I'm pretty okay, but start going for a 24, you know, somebody's got to take the graveyard shift, as you could call it, you know. And it is hard to stay alert. That's why often in these longer races, you know, there is an endurance factor, especially like, you know, these guys, they might get in and do an hour, you know, that's not too bad. But certainly if you start getting into like a 24-hour, even a 4-hour, it depends on how many guys you've got, how much you've been on the sim. I mean, not all these guys are necessarily like, you know, from the USA, they're not Canada either. We got guys from all over the world racing in this league. And it's different time zones where different people are at. I mean, at least it's a Saturday, you know, a lot of people may have the day off, but, you know, I don't know, you know, I don't know these people's schedules, and, you know, there could be a different part of their day, a different part of their week. So, you know, it's very hard to stay focused. I mean, our director can personally attest to the fact that me and time zones are not the best of friends, you know. I just generally message him like an hour before I'm meant to be here. I'm like, look, am I due yet? Like, and he razzes me for it in a pleasant way, you know. It's different, you know, different time zones, but certainly in terms of getting worn out and stuff like that, I think for this race they should be all right. That's just to bring it back now. I got a little bit sidetracked, but I think you should be all right, you know.
But Daniel, all I'm going to say is you didn't use the word pleasant off air. What? About our broadcast director. You didn't use the word pleasant. I can't repeat what you said about it. Yeah, well, we'll come back to that in a sec. What we are going to go and do is going to have a quick look at a replay then. This is Cas Winkelbauer for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Now, you said there was a bumper on that car. Now, was there a bumper on that car? Do we see a bumper getting lost here on the brakes into the horseshoe? Oh, that
synchronized.
That is, well, I think it's less synchronized, more nuked from orbit on the 145 there. That's Chris Van Gook there. So that was a battle for 6th and 7th there, and I think that may have just happened. And if that has just happened, that could be more damage onto the Minerva machine, and that could also be a little trip to the naughty step via the stewards, because that did look like it was a little bit of an accident. An unforced error, shall we say, onto that Minerva car. But we'll wait and see. That's obviously for the stewards to decide on that one. We're back to GT3 Pros, as we've got Patrick Gannon in the lead of the race, ahead of Miguel Torres for Rosado Motorsports just now. We've done an hour and 15 in this first of season 5 of the FTR event Sim 3D Sports Car Series, and we are loving absolutely every minute of it. GT4s also making their way into pit lane as well. The big events to bring you up to speed on was that we had a lengthy full course yellow as Giovanni Romano into the pits there. Full course yellow at about 25 minutes into the race there. That lasted for about 10 minutes and we went racing again. That changed the order somewhat, but wasn't to be a permanent change to the racing structure that we felt here. But with 2 hours and 35 minutes, 34 minutes left to go here, now we're starting to look towards the halfway point here, Daniel, and I do wonder if some of these drivers are now going to be kind of flicking through their strategy book, trying to figure out what is next here.
I mean, certainly there's still a lot of racing to go. You know, it's a question of, like, whenever I've done an endurance race as well, I mean, this is how I relate to a lot of this, but, you know, a driver swap, can you do the driver swap? Like, can you do it? Is it free? You know, are you going to be paying the time to do it? You know, so if you can take tires and fuel and change your driver for free, that's definitely a win. Not always. I mean, I imagine for these guys, you should be okay, but as we're looking here, we've got Brian LeBlanc in the GT4 chasing down a Huge Ass Racing. He is Huge Ass Racing. My bad. Huge Ass Racing, and he's chasing the Rosado Motorsports car. So it looks like we got a few different. So we got Rosado Motorsports that's actually in GT4 and in GT3 Pro. So this is good. Teams on both classes, you know, definitely adds a different mix as well. Like, it's another chain of 4. If you have your own team, you've got the slower pass car coming up. You're going to try and make their race go as well as you can. You're not going to hold them up as much as, you know, you would necessarily someone else. But you see Brian LeBlanc, he's squeezing it there, and I mean squeezing. He found a gap, and he I don't know if it was wide enough for a car when he went in, but it certainly was when he went out. You know, he managed to just squeak it by there past the Rosado Motorsports car. But they're going back onto the bank section of the track here. So, you know, I don't necessarily think this battle's over. Certainly he's pulled away a little bit, but the Rosado Motorsports Apex car, they're going to get a nice draft after Huge Ass Blue. And as I have a quick look at that car there, or at least I try to, if I can find it. Hang on a second here. 339. Not quite as smooth yet as I'd like to be. It's a work in progress, ladies and gentlemen. Work in progress. I'm in the wrong class. Excellent job. You see, this is why we have a director. He's much smarter than I am. He's given me a subtle hint. We're going to have a look at Miguel Torres now for the Rosado's Motorsport. This is the GT3 version of the car, because you've got the GT4s and you've got the GT3s, and we've also got the LMP3s. I'm wondering if they got all 3 of them back. Thankfully, my co-host is back to relieve me from this bottomless pit of failure that I'm trying to commentate on. Myself personally, not the racing. But David, what can you add into that?
Well, I can add that I came back like 2 minutes ago. I was just quite enjoying listening to you speaking there, Daniel. It was quite nice. You know, you're a consummate professional at this. It's absolutely fine. But the thing with it, right, when we're looking at Miguel Torres right now in the Rosado Motorsports, that should tell you that I wasn't listening to you for the past 2 minutes, unfortunately. There's a lot of sort of cat and mouse right here. Because a lot of people think, oh, well, you know, he's only 0.4 of a second off of RPM Racing just now, Patrick Gannon. But the thing is, right, we don't know what their strategies are. We don't know what pit stop cycles they're doing just now. The best thing for me, what I would be doing, is I would be getting right up to the bumper of that Mercedes, and I would just be taking all of the tow that you possibly can. I would be taking all of that slipstream, because for me, we said this earlier on, I think we said it about an hour ago. We said, do you prefer to be in front of the pack, or do you prefer to kind of follow along? I prefer to follow along. You use the car in front of the braking markers, you get a little bit of confidence, and then towards the end, you're not going to win the race in the first 2 hours, but you should still lose it. So that way you're not really going to make any silly mistakes. So just keep it in, keep it tucked in, and just behave yourself.
Challenge accepted there, David. I reckon I can win it in the first corner, let alone over the 4 hours.
Let's do it, mate. Me and you. Let's get a team going, right? And let's do a 4-hour race, and we'll both end up on our roofs. I think after about 15 minutes.
So that opens up a whole other world of like team names. I've been looking at some of the team names. Like, there's definitely a few playing words going on here, like huge ass. I don't know if you guys can see it. I definitely did, but you can have Splash and Dash Racing. You can have Bodget and Scarpa. So many opportunities. Like,
so many possibilities as well, and of course I'm usually straying on the side of unbroadcastables, but still hilarious. It's I'll take my mind out of the gutter there. But we were seeing Miguel Torres there for Rosado Motorsports again with an opportunity right up close and personal with that RPM Racing of Patrick Gannon, and again choosing not to do anything with it. Now, what I am interested is watching the fact that Ivo van der Linden slowly but surely starting to creep that LMP3 in second place up to your race leader here, Daniel.
Oh, that sounds like good news. Maybe we'll start getting a little bit more action on the LMP3s. But another thing to factor in as we're looking at Miguel Torres here for Rosado Motorsports is, whereabouts are these guys in the stint? Certainly whenever I've driven a GT3 car, generally about like 3/4 of the way in, the fuel load's let off a little bit, the tyres are nicely warmed up, The car's in its prime, it's like you're in your mid-20s and you're full of confidence, you don't know what you don't know yet. You're in that sweet spot of happiness. And certainly, look as you see now, it looks like they've got a GT4 ahead of them. That's got to be a GT4 with closing speeds like that. But he's getting the draft right now. Hopefully he can tuck in as quick as he can, get right back behind that car as the Mercedes there of Patrick Gannon punches a nice hole through the air for him. But we're going to see if he's going to make a move going into turn 1. He's certainly got the run on him. I think he's choosing to stay behind. Yeah. I think he's lifting, he's coasting, he's saving fuel. I don't blame him. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's a battle not just with the guy in front of you, but it's a battle with yourself. Obviously, you're racing. You want to be number one. You want to go faster. But playing a tactical game can be, especially in an endurance race, where it's at. I mean, it's not just that as well. So, say it's a short race, for example. Spa is probably the best example I can think of. As we just head over to a quick replay now. What do we got? That is a Huracan GT3 going into turn 1. And I'm going to say that is exactly that thing with the brakes I was saying about earlier there, David. That's exactly it. The back end's got light and it's just gone scoot and round she goes. Thankfully no damage there for Steve Clays, the Belgian driver.
Yeah, iRacing Spin Model claims another victim on that one, I'm afraid. And again, just on that note, you were mentioning about the final stages of a stint, and the tyres are feeling good, and the fuel is nice and light, so the car is feeling really good. As we've got a car off on the infield there, we've got an Evo has just decided to head off. We're watching Ivo van der Linden into second place, and he is dropped about a second behind Dan McFarlane just now, so that car trying to recover. The point I was making about GT3s though, towards the end of the stint, I find I'm really in danger that final sort of 5-10 laps before you're due to come in, 5 laps probably, because the car gets so light and able to almost turn round in on itself and get very loose very quickly. But it's always at the same point. It's very strange indeed. Let's cut back to a replay. I've got a feeling that it's Ivo van der Linden we're going to be having a look at in the replay. It is. This is into the International Horseshoe, onto the brakes. It's got a GT3 car in there and a GT4 car, and well, that's not the best way. And that's changed actually, because I remember when that was a little bit wider, that corner there. But Ivo van der Linden off, and no harm, no foul really. But again, this is all starting to get a little bit painful here in the GT3 fight.
Certainly, he did definitely get away with that mistake there. I mean, it happens. Thankfully, the grass isn't as slippery, as it could be. But certainly, it's one of those things as well. If you start pushing harder and harder, all of a sudden you crush that threshold of grip, and it bites you. And I think that's what happened there. The Evo is Miguel Torres is keen to just try and get through some traffic there, including the Lamborghini, which would have been a GT3 car as well. But he's definitely keen. He is not giving up that fight. He wants a piece of RPM racing. He's tracing Patrick Gannon there, and even though he didn't go for the pass, I still think he's found that him and Patrick are potentially, they're a similar pace, and he's happy just to sit behind him. But then if I'm there and I'm Patrick Gannon, that leaves me with a dilemma. Like, I know this guy is going to be saving fuel, and I know it's going to help him, but I don't know if I want to let him pass. I don't know if I want to lift. There's not a lot you can do at that point. You are a sitting duck. I mean, you can try and entice him to make a pass. Like, he's got another good run now, but he's stayed out of it. He's taken a nice wide line as he heads into turn 1 there. And you can see he's just getting a nice exit speed there, heading into the infield part of the track. But, not only that as well, like, these guys, they could have potentially very different setups. If you've got a lower downforce setup here, you're going to have less drag on the straights, but come the infield, you're going to be a sitting duck, It all depends on your driver's style. Sorry, David, carry on.
No, not at all. I was just about to say, I always feel, I always wonder if there's maybe a little bit of like an unwritten agreement between these two, is that, Patrick Gannon in front of the RPM racing machine, he knows what's up. He knows that Miguel is using that car to kind of tow him, or be towed around the rest of the circuit here. So on that note, I think he also has a little bit of comfort knowing that Miguel isn't going to fire it in. He isn't going to send it, in an unpredictable manner, and it makes sense because the two of them then can work together and get ahead of Kevin Poen in third place. So what I love about doing comms here is that we've got our wonderful Daniel Costello behind the scenes on the cameras and doing broadcast production, and he's got so many wonderful tales. I swear, I hope this boy never takes up poker, because all you hear in the background, in our ears, you can't obviously hear it at home, is oh no, or some sort of like gasp of horror. We've got a replay coming up, and I'm presuming it's going to be quite bad then. So let's see what has happened here. This is Robert Lancaster. Now, I saw Robert Lancaster going down the order here. Please tell me no. GT4, Oh my good God. That is horrendous. We definitely need to see.
Can go down to slow-mo or something. I want to see what happened there.
That was absolutely brutal. I've got a feeling that might be Shane Van Gansen in the Digitrax Sim Racing Team GT4 car that got caught up in that. Maybe, I'm not sure, but that was horrible. I feel like we need to put a viewer. I feel like we need to put a viewer discretion advisory on that one, because that was horrific stuff there. To see 3 cars getting absolutely wiped out, and well, again, just the perils of multi-class racing here, but realistically, at the looks of it, it didn't actually look like there was all that much going on here. Right, so Robert Lancaster moves up to the inside here. He's got a GT4 car, so it's a GT4 car, isn't it, on the inside there. And again, very light as the touches. What's ironic though is the GT4 car is the one that gets away with it.
It looked like a little bit in netcode, because I watched the car down on the bottom. Yeah. It looked like it just kind of caught it a little bit, and like the car started to rotate, but on our screen, like, it hadn't quite, there was no contact, there was space. So I think that was a bit in netcode, which is definitely unfortunate. Hopefully, I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that, but hopefully they get to the same kind of conclusion as we do. It's certainly one of the unfortunate things. I mean, the sim is fantastic, but obviously technology has its limitations. But seeing that, it's one of the things where I'm glad it is the sim, because it's when you see like cars in movies, you'll see like a beautiful car, somebody like a blow up a Ferrari or something. I'm just like, how can you do that? Like, I instantly dislike this movie a little bit, because you just blew up something so beautiful. Yeah, at least in the sim, there's plenty more where they came from, right?
Godspeed you, beautiful person. That's all we can say to that one. Right, cars in the pit lane then for our third time, I believe it is, for LMP3s. And the question is, with an hour and a half into the book for your first FTR event, Sim 3D event here, Daniel, what do you make of the action that we've had here so far? What do you make of the drivers that we've got out there just now?
I find it's all been very professional. Certainly, I've been in some races where you're like, you think if this person's got a real life driving license, they went to the DMV, asked for a fishing license, and somebody made a slight mishap. These guys don't give me that vibe. They definitely seem proficient. They know what they're doing. There is definitely a certain amount of respect that is between not just the drivers, but the classes of cars as well. I've not seen anything which I thought, wow, that was a little bit harsh kind of deal. It was a bit uncalled for. People are going to push, they are going to race, but I've not seen it to the point where I'm like, okay, that's a bit above board. We've only seen one penalty so far for causing an avoidable collision on, I think that was a GT3 car, Ferrari GT3. But generally as well, it's been very, very clean. It's been good. It's been professional. And I'm looking at the iRating of these guys as well. I mean, iRating is not 100%, this is how clean the guy is, but the safety rating gives you a good hint as well. And it is a very, very clean field. Like, the majority of them are Class A's. Most of them are above 3s, comfortably into the 4s, and it's out of like 4.99. So it is a very tidy, respectable field. And I'm really enjoying the race, and I'm finding the multi-class there is definitely a lot going on. Certainly, I think I've got room for improvement as a commentator, but you got to try, and then you can start learning, okay, what do I not know yet? And it's the same with driving, when you start driving as well. Okay, I get some laps in, how can I be faster? How can I be better at this? What's the little thing that needs like a little bit of a tweak, right?
Well, you say right, but unfortunately I ask those questions and instead I just get the answer to go and sell all my stuff on Gumtree. So that's exactly what I did. Everything went up for sale and I just gave up and picked up the microphone instead. But yeah, no, it's an absolutely brilliant point there, Daniel, because the one thing I adore about this community, the sim racing community, is the amount of help that's available for people who want it. Advice, help, coaching, all that sort of stuff is on tap, on hand, and available for anyone that wants to pick it up. I mean, we look at all the services that are available for virtual coaching and being able to look at your lap time and analyse it, and I think it's got a whole generation as well into understanding what telemetry is, into understanding what metrics is, and being able to actually analyse your performance. So fascinating outcome through sim racing, and I think you've got a whole new generation of race engineers potentially as we're watching Mark de Boer here for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. A little bit of a wobble there, takes a huge bit of curb on the inside there, but again, not really got anything to worry about just now. We're through in the middle of pit stops just now, and 36 seconds to the good in GT3 AM just now. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix also in front of the LMP3s just now by about 28 seconds, but again, we have got in the middle of pit stops just now. Talking of pit stops. Oh, sorry, on you go, Daniel.
I was going to say, definitely, as soon as the pit stops start getting involved, your relative, it becomes a lot more difficult to try and work out, okay, where is everybody? So sometimes, I mean, the beautiful thing about Formula One, I find, is when they say in the pit, okay, they're expecting to lose like 28 seconds in the pit stop. Excellent, this is a good gauge. I mean, certainly we've got 3 different classes of car. I try and work out how much they're going to lose. I know when I was watching Le Mans just yesterday, the GTDs, I think I was watching the GTDs in there as well, and it was about a lap roughly. So they'd come out and you'd be like, oh damn, sweet, they're back with them, but no, you've literally gone like a solid lap down. So it definitely adds an extra variable in there, trying to work out where people are. But at the end of the day, if you're driving the car, you just want to get around as quickly as possible, as cleanly as possible as well. And so far, I've not seen too many cars with damage. I've just seen the one that's missing the front bumper, but other than that, they all look pretty tidy. They all look pretty clean.
Yeah, I think it's possibly a fear of race control, because those stewards are very, very brutal indeed. It's a drive-through penalty for the number 358 WBM racing machine for causing a collision. That's the GT4 car of Morgan Smith in just now. I get a feeling that might be our blue and white one that was caught in for incident. That's the incident number 6. So that was the one that took out RPM Racing Blue and Digitrack Sim Racing Team. So the stewards there decided that wasn't netcode, or that wasn't a factor in that incident. So a drive-through penalty, and that is pretty much their day done and dusted.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way to win a race. It's another tactic, for a yellow flag. If you've got like a team, not necessarily the best tactic, get one of your, say you've got two teams running, I'm not gonna use an example, but say you got two teams running. If you got one that's running near the back, if they have a little bit of whoops and you get a yellow flag, great. That might work great for them, but certainly not a tactic that I would ever, want to see for sportsmanship. But if you're getting penalised by the stewards, I mean, that can potentially throw your race off completely. But I'm looking down the standings and I've seen a couple of cars with meatball flags, and I see there's a car 111 that's in the pits with a meatball flag there. We've got GT3 Sim Racing Team 233 that's in the pits with a meatball flag. Overall though, the retirements, it is pretty clean. I mean, we've got quite a large field here. We have a total of 41 cars in the session. It's not a small field, especially over 3 classes. There is a lot going on, but generally been very clean racing. We've not seen the marshals have to be involved too much, and reality is as well, you don't want the marshals to be busy. You want to have that clean racing. If you've got the marshals that can't keep up with, like the stewards can't keep up with all the incidents, you got to ask yourself what is going on with the racing. What the people are a bit too hot behind the collar. It's another debate right there.
It certainly is, and thankfully, as someone that's been around the FTR community for a couple of years now, this isn't a new thing. Or sorry, the way that they're behaving tonight isn't like a new thing. This is kind of how this is how they race. Is essentially what I'm trying to say here. It's not without its issues. We've certainly seen some of the prior series. I believe it was the NASCAR series that was absolutely bonkers. But it's great to see the Sim 3D series from FTR doing so very, very well and very respectful. I think respect is such a crucial thing, and especially league championships here, Daniel, because when you're racing against the same drivers week in, week out, and it's not like it's a huge multi-million-dollar esports competition, but the respect is there to show that you're treating it as such, and you're treating the other drivers like they're treating it as such as well. I think that it's that shared experience, and everybody kind of supports everyone as well. Yes, you'll have some teams that don't get on with each other and all that sort of stuff, but for the most part, when you go and have a look at the Discord chat after the race is done, 9 times out of 10 it's all teams congratulating each other and, oh, well done, that was a brilliant little fight that we had there, and oh, I thought you were going to do this, and they enjoy it. They love taking part just as much as the result of the race that they do. It's the actual art of the actual experience of racing that they really, really enjoy. We're watching a brilliant battle actually here with Huge Ass Blue, Brian LeBlanc at the moment, and Justin Michaela behind him in the FTR Esports GT4 car. And again, proving the point that it doesn't matter where you are in the field. You could be battling for a podium, or you could be battling for 10th position, and you're still going to fight just as hard here.
Oh, absolutely. There's no freebies here. Certainly not at this level of racing, but it's one of those things as well where, even if this was like a multi-million-dollar league, for example, I mean, power to them, I think it'd be the biggest racing league ever made, but, having the pride to say that you won something, you can't buy that. And, it's not like you can throw more expensive parts at the car. You can't do that. I mean, you can throw parts at your rig by all means. I encourage it. Get the gear that works for you. Just don't tell your wife. It's a business expense. Write it off how you see necessary. Financial planning's a different department. I'm not the best guy for that either. But my point is you can practice, you can train. The racing is real, even though it's virtual. The racing is real. And some leagues, they do have prizes and stuff like that. And a lot of the guys, it's all about, okay, I want to win this piece of gear. Other people, it's like, no, they want to say that they won. I mean, you can make them, you can print them a certificate, frame it, and that's worth more to them than, like a $50, $100 shirt all day long.
I could not agree with you more on that one, Daniel. Just to further that point, as someone that's been a bastion for sim racing here, so we're watching a little bit of bump drafting up the start-finish straight here. This doesn't look like it's going to end well with these two, so that's very, very wide there for Brian LeBlanc into turn one on the brakes there. As somebody who's been, I consider myself an ambassador of sim racing to all my friends. I have absolutely no idea what on earth it is. They just think it's, you know, sitting in a bedroom playing steering wheel and playing Gran Turismo, which it can be. If that's what you want to do, that's exactly what it can be. But the simple fact is I'm very fortunate to have been able to be behind the wheel of a car on a real life racetrack, in terms of like actually taking part in a race. And I'll tell you right now, I 100%, and bear in mind it's like been one series. It was like a little city car cup, so it's like it's not a race car, but it was a race car, if that makes sense. But it wasn't anything like high powered or anything, and I enjoyed you know, so much more sim racing compared to real life racing. Real life racing isn't as glamorous as everybody makes it out to be, especially when you're doing it by yourself. So I was like a kind of one-man band team. Sim racing compared to this, to real life racing on that part of it, blows it out the water, right? You spend £1,000 on sim racing and you can get an amazing setup. You can get a really, really good setup that will last you years and years and years and years. Whereas with you'd pay that for about 3 races or 2 races in real life racing. It's just absolutely incredible. And the fear that goes through you in real life racing, yes, it is exhilarating, but the fear knowing that you're responsible for that car, absolutely crippling. You cannot get any sort of performance knowing that it's your wallet that's paying for it at the end of the day. I mean, sure, if you've got, you know, hundreds of thousands of pounds in the bank, then maybe you'd be able to drive a little bit more graciously or gratuitously, actually is the word I was looking for there. But certainly with sim racing, I'm always been convinced that you can have 85 to 90% of the thrill of real on-track racing in sim racing for an absolute fraction of the price. You made the point there about sim racing is real racing, and when we say that, we mean the actual art of racecraft. We mean the dogfighting between the cars. We mean the strategy that goes in, the thought of, am I going to pit now or am I going to pit 2 laps later? We mean, you know, am I going to just sit behind them or am I going to make the move? It is absolutely identical. That is why drivers now consistently, time and time again, use sim racing to practice their racecraft, to practice their ability, to practice their accident avoiding skills. And you know, that whole thing of like, well, what if this happened? How would I react? And that's exactly what we see from all these different league championships. I mean, I remember the first proper league that I took part in, like community league, and it was it was on iRacing, and it was one of the touring car series using the old Kia Optima, and I think it was BSRTC, and that had Ash Sutton in it. BTCC's multiple time champion, I think he's like 5-time champion. Ash Sutton was a regular competitor in that, and it's like it just shows you why these people enjoy it, is because it is the closest thing you can get to the real thing.
Oh, absolutely. Like, no, it was a good rant. It was all valid conversation. I mean, I got a little bit of a name drop in there. Fair play. I'll have mine in a minute. But I find as well, like, I'm a little bit of a princess when it comes to temperature. And even though I'm a qualified mechanic, you know, I could do with a bit more experience. But I appreciate the work that goes into making a race car. I mean, we just went and had our 3-hour endurance season closer, and then majority of them, you know, you got to make the car finish as well. You know, there's mechanical failures, they do happen, but when I think about it, like, I've had the opportunity to go racing, and I've just like the amount of time involved and for the drive time, it's a bit like autocross as well. It's a great sport to just get in and give it a go, but reality is I don't want to spend a day outside to drive 4 60-second runs. It's just not enough seat time for me. The sim, I fire up my computer, I get it going and go, and then, like you were saying, you know, sim racing is definitely catching up. Like Williams Formula 1 team, they have their own sim racing teams. You know, Max Verstappen, world champion, he sim races. Lando Norris, he sim races, you know. Don't get me wrong, I've never seen any of them, and I'm not in that split, but I have raced Dale Earnhardt Jr. wheel to wheel in Skippies at Spa. That was awesome.
Biggity.
Yeah, no, name drop, boom, drop the mic. It's a headset, but I don't care. It's the point that matters. But oh, it was great. And then not only that, I got to shoot the breeze with him after the race now, because it wasn't like he just went and sailed past. Like, I put up a fight. It's like, I'm not interested who you are. I want to have a crack at you. I'm bringing out the racecraft. And yeah, he got me in the end. But we had a good couple of laps where I'm like, no, I'm not letting you have it. I'm going to challenge you. And it was good. We shot the breeze afterwards. And this is a guy. I'm from England. You're from Scotland. We just need an Irishman who can get a full joke going. But like, we don't really have NASCAR where we're from. I mean, it's definitely gaining in popularity, but it was still cool. I knew who the guy was, and I'm like, oh yeah.
And I think that's actually a different point as well, because there's tons of what we would call famous drivers actually on different platforms, whether it's Assetto Corsa Competizione, R Factor 2 or iRacing. Lando Norris is no stranger to iRacing. So many other drivers are taking part in this, and as a driver, as a spectator as well, how cool is that, isn't it? You're in that split, and like, I'm an old man, right? I'm 40 years old, and yet even I'm still like, oh my god, that's like such and such. You get so excited, and I think that's just something that only sim racing can give you, because you're likely never going to be actually taking part in a Skip Barber race in real life with Dale Earnhardt Jr. Here's hoping that you actually do, but it just gives that freedom and that touch point to people that really you would never really have that experience as well. So it's more than just the racing. It's about meeting people that you'd never normally be able to share that time with.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm just thinking about some of the people who actually gone from sim racing to real life, and you think about it. Jimmy Broadbent, he made it. He actually races in real life now. And then watching Road Atlanta yesterday, Daniel Morad, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, hang on, I know that guy. I look at this guy sim races. He coaches. Sometimes you get Morad teams in there as well, and he does merch as well. Not associated with any wings, not trying to plug the guy. It's just more of an observation of, okay, this guy gets to do both. That's so cool,
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you, and it's just one of the many reasons that I absolutely love this community and this sport. But we're rapidly approaching the halfway point in the race. Let's take you through a rundown then of the orders of the race, then starting with LMP3. Dan McFarlane currently leading this race. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix out front there by 33 seconds ahead of Hans Blanker in the Stage 1 racing machine in second place. Akram Zanu behind the wheel of the Gorio Autosport, making the recovery drive in that number 39 car. And then it's Giovanni Romano behind the wheel of the huge ass white car, that 37 car, in fourth position. Jimmy Southwell is in the long shot racing LMP Ligier in fifth position, and he's in the number 13 car. In the number 84 Eagle Speed Academy esports car, just behind him is Jens Guzens. And then it is Aubrey Kundle in the 57 long shot racing car in 7th position, with Roy Mass at the back of the LMP3s in the Stage 1 Racing 72. Moving on to the GT3 Pros, it's all been about FTR Esports Black at the moment, but the battle goes on and on. And also noticing that Taylor Bernhardt in that Brabham Esports GT3 car at the just a bit of a lap down there after running out of fuel earlier on. But it's Trevor Anderson in the lead ahead of Charlie Nielsen. FTR Esports Black ahead of RPM Racing. They are in a fight with Rosado Motorsports just now, and they are going to be catching up to them. In fact, Rosado Motorsports are in a fight with Kaz Brinkhausen, who are there as well. You can safely ignore the timing on the right-hand side there. The laps aren't quite correct there just now. Art Sim Racing in fourth position with Casper Inkhausen, with Stefan Le Guin in Fastlane Motorsports number 145 Porsche in fifth position. It's the 183 Merc of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, Cass Winkelbauer behind the wheel of that. Again, I'll have to go and double check if there was any outcome on that instant there, but Taylor Bernard just behind there in that Brabham Esports GT3, recovering in the 162 Merc. Matthias Runzani in the Eagle Sport Academy in the 184 car, that's down in 9th position, and Raf Reinders is 8 laps behind just now. There you see Eduardo Aguiar side by side with, that is going to be, I believe, is that second place just now? In fact, no, it's not. That's down in GT3 AMP, so that's not actually for position, because that's the 265 car in the GT3 AMP car. And oh, that sounded heavy. That sounded like a big bit of damage into pit lane there. Let's shift over our attention to the GT3 AMP class. There we go. Sim Racing Grid Phantom is Mark de Boer behind the wheel of that one, in the lead in that 232 machine. Brian Frasian in the Equipment Geek Racing car is in second place, 44 seconds behind. And then it's Squadron Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport in Thomas van den Bosch's capable hands just now. 11-10 Racing Teams, Gianluca Elia in fourth position, with Nick Debut behind the wheel of the Arctic Racing 220 Porsche. And then it's Christopher in the Ferrari 223 for FTR Esports White. And then you've got Brie Widner, 9 laps down, look to be retired from the race in the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car. That's GT3. Let's move on to GT4. And Sven Temmel in the lead of the GT4s right now, with 55 laps in the book there. That was Justin Michaela getting all sorts of squiggly into the wall going into turn 1 there, and you can see that's done no good for that paint job on the front right. We'll come back to that in a second though. Second place in GT4s is the Merc, the 381 of Georg Gruber behind the wheel of the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab car, and then it's the 399 Merc even of Teague Ashburn for Sunsoid GT4. Then it's Huge Ass Blue with Brian LeBlanc in behind the wheel of the 339 Merc, and then 321 Merc of Justin Michaela, that you saw doing everything he can to get rid of that paint job on the front right there of the FTR Esports GT4. Sixth place for Richard Rosado for Rosado Motorsports Apex. Nicholas Antonenko for Sapphire Sim4 Alpha is in P7. P8 is currently Antonio Salada for DX Droid Sim Racing by Letroom, and then it's Geoffrey Rowlands for Eagle Speed Academy Esports in 9th in that 384 Merc. Tyler Agostino rounds the field out with Huge Ass Black in the 338 car. So that's the runners and riders here then, Daniel, and we saw Justin Michaela getting very, very close and personal with that wall.
Yeah, he's definitely exploring all of the track limits at this point, but you know, the good thing about the wall is you're not going to get an off track, but if you hit it, you're certainly going to get a car contact warning. I don't know what the incident limit is for these guys. I imagine it's probably not too high. Generally, some leagues are a bit more understanding when it's an endurance race, so certainly something I can have a look into in a few minutes, or perhaps you find it. One of us will find it anyway, but certainly something to factor in as well. But being an endurance race, you definitely don't want to pick up damage. As I'm watching currently, I'm watching Brian LeBlanc here with Justin Michaela. I don't know how well the bump draft works on these cars. Obviously, these guys know that it works pretty good, and they're motivated, you know? I mean, as we look, they're in second and third place, so perhaps they're trying to fourth and fifth place, perhaps they're trying to catch up to the Samsung GT4 there, the 399 car. Big gaps to try and make up though, huge gaps. So, you know, just another technique. I don't know. I'm not the guy in the car, but certainly they're definitely trying to work together there.
Yeah, they certainly are. As we're coming up to that 2-hour mark again now, the roll of the dice comes into play again. We've got Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, their race leader, into pit lane in that number 23 just now. So it's a roll of the dice, as we said, for strategy, for whatever they have got planned in that second half of the race. And again, this has now been, I think, since our first half hour, we've been able to settle into a rhythm here as we're watching Rosado Motorsports and Art Sim Racing together out there on track just now. And again, it's that whole thing, isn't it? It's that whole question here, Daniel, of do you just kind of fight, you know, tooth and nail to keep onto that position, or do you just kind of wave them by knowing that you can get their slipstream?
Well, it all depends about your pace. You know, if you've got a guy behind you who you know can blitz you by like 2 seconds a lap, okay, you know, tactically, if you let him by, are you going to stay with him? I don't know if the draft's going to give you quite enough, but if you defend him, you're only going to be able to get away with that for so long. And again, the setup is going to be a big part of that. Potentially, you could have a load of speed on the back straight, which is good, because then, he might not be able, if he's got a higher downforce setup, he may not be able to pass you on the back straight. The draft might just keep him with you, but then you only got to defend in the corners. You can't defend it. As we look at this part round here, there is no way of defending a large straight in a bank corner like that. You can't defend that. So, you've really got to make that decision, see where you're at. Like, the setup will be a crucial part of it as well, especially in an endurance race. If you take more downforce, you're generally going to use a bit more fuel as well.
Yeah, we're seeing Eduardo Aguiar really pushing that car as much as he can as Jens Gunzen's coming up to 2 GT3s in a gap that is kind of closing quite quickly. Onto the brakes, can't get that car slowed down enough, and has to do a full 360 to get that car back onto the straight and narrow there. But all being said, that's you've got to say, Daniel, that's actually quite a lucky escape for that car, because even worse can happen. That car could have went straight off into the barriers, causing damage here. We'll come back to that in a sec, because here we go. This is a battle between Hugh Jass right there, you're seeing, and the car just in front there. I believe that's Sim Racing Red Phoenix. But again, they've pitted already, so this is not. I believe, I think that Sim Racing Red Phoenix car is pitted already. They have, and Hugh Jass White. So they're on pit stop number 8. So they both pitted around about the same time, actually, at lap 32. So this is actually a fight for the lead. I'm a little bit confused where this has all come from, because it's saying there that they did come out on lap 32 for the. Oh, sorry, no, I'm not. I'm reading it wrong. It was lap 40. So this car does have to. This car we're watching does have to pit again there. But again, if you are Hugh Jass White here, you're still kind of going to go for this.
Yeah, the guys in the car ahead don't necessarily know what's happening with your pit strategy. It depends on what his teammates are doing. Some guys, when they run, they're just kind of like, I'll drive my stint, lead me to it. Other people, they like to have that communication in the car. Myself, like as a spotter, I'm quite assertive. I'll tell you, I won't tell you there's a car coming. I will tell you to stay left. I will tell you when to let him by, like I've got a wider view. And certainly I know if I'm Giovanni Romano right now, whether my pitch strategy is different or not, I'm going to make this guy work. I'm going to make him put on the effort, see, because again, the psychology of it as well, you can try and force this guy into a mistake, especially around back markers as well. You don't want him to crash, but you do want him to, try and slow him down a bit. You got to do it strategically is what I'm saying, I'm not saying, go and put the guy in the wall, but I'm saying, put him under more and more pressure so he leads himself to his own demise kind of deal. That's part of the strategy you can go for. If not, sit behind him, save fuel, see if you can get an extra lap or two. I mean, myself, whenever I've tried to fuel save, not so good at that. I seem to have a little bit of a heavier foot. My mentor, on the other hand, he always does 2 or 3 laps more than everybody else. I don't know how he does it, but, I'm quicker than he is, so I don't really mind too much. I just razz him for that instead.
It's those fuel tank hacks, that's what it is, just taking in effect here. But we're watching a cracking little fight going on, picture in picture here. In the left-hand side, you can see the fight for 3rd position in GT3 Pro. In fact, excuse me, that's a fight for 2nd position, because that's Richard Cawthron at the front of that one in the FTR Esports Black Machine. The 121 ahead of the 198 that you're watching just now, Casper Inkhausen for Art Sim Racing 2. They're coming round turn 8 just now. They've got another GT4 car just now. They've got to dip in again. And Daniel, this is always a scary, scary moment here when you've got cars that are kind of trying to work together, but they're not really communicating well with each other. And it's so easy for a mistake, or as as simple and straightforward as that is, for things to go wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Like that turn 1 just then, that could have gone very, very differently. I mean, this is just pure, like, I don't know what the word is, like testament perhaps, pure demonstration of how quality these drivers are. I mean, it's generally been staying very, very clean, but the I rating as well, if you did do an official race, your I rating can vary that as well. You start getting a higher I rating, you start seeing more experienced drivers, but I mean, the biggest thing is keeping the car clean. Obviously, you want to race as well, but like even going into that corner as well, like I've gone through there 2 wide, sometimes 3 wide, and it doesn't usually end well. I would sooner tuck in behind the guy and then try and get him on the exit speed.
Yeah, and the reason for that is obviously it's that awareness, isn't it? It's knowing that you're stronger in some places, different to the car in front of you. So this is a little segue onto another point I was going to bring up. Is one of the common things that we talk about as commentators is how, you know, overtakes are very rarely, you know, on. They're very rarely happening right in front of you. They're very rarely, you know, oh, I'm just going to overtake that car. It's normally 5-6 corners back, maybe sometimes 2-3 laps in advance that you have to do all that work. You have to do all that understanding, knowing that car in front, where they're weak, where you're stronger than them, where they're stronger compared to you, and whether or not they're going to fight you tooth and nail, and where you can just get that job done without any answer back. But we're watching another little fight here. This is a Crimson Noon for Gorio Autosport just now as we hit that 2-hour mark then, halfway through this first race of the new season for FTR Events Sim 3D Sports Car Series. This is the fight for 4th position here. And you can see, for 3rd position here. Stage 1 Racing 83 ahead of Gorio Autosport. You can see the GT3 Pro Battle in the inset here as well, as that's very, very wide there for the Stage 1 Racing machine there. And I wasn't sure if that was letting them have the position there. I think that was absolutely just a mistake there, Daniel.
Definitely, like one of them's flashing. I'm not too sure why. Probably try and get that slower class car out of the way. I mean, they look like they was very keen not to get in the middle of the fight as well, right? But going into the bus stop again, the worst place to meet a slower class car. But potentially, if you're the guy here in the Gorio Autosport car, if you have that black marker in the middle of that bus stop and you're ahead of them, music to your ears. But as we head back here to the GT3 Pro fight, they seem to be the most close class of racing we've been watching so far. Certainly compared to the GT3 amateurs, a lot more spread out. The GT3 pros, we've got 3rd and 4th, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, if I'm seeing this correctly. They're all within about a second of each other, so a nice freeway battle going on there. And as you can see, as they're going around this back section, like that back marker as well, passing a back marker he's just done the sensible thing, you know, just GT4, get them out of the way, get them clean. But you know, going into turn 1, definitely, you know, do I want to be in the middle of that? You know, am I going to take a defensive line? Well, by doing so, I'm going to compromise my corner exit. You know, am I attacking or am I defending? And this is where your spotters can often be the best guy to try and, you know, assess the other drivers for you, especially the guy behind you, because they often, I've been in a race and they'll say, okay, look, he's going to make a move on you, you know, and they'll tell me, and then I've got the choice, okay, do I want to defend it and, you know, put that booty out there, or do I want to go, okay, you know what, let him go up and go a bit quicker, and I'm going to pick up the toe and try and pass the pair of them later on down the road.
Put that booty out there. That is another line that I am going to absolutely steal for future broadcasts from myself there. But I said cracking battle here in 2nd position for GT3 Pro. It's Art Sim Racing 2 against FTR Esports Black. You've got Rosado Motorsports but in there as well. So that's Kaz Brinkhausen. We've got Richard Cawthron and Eduardo Aguirre in there as well. So Art Sim Racing 2 just getting to the front of that little battle there. And Richard Cawthron getting dropped down into 3rd position. But again, fuel saving I think is a key part that you brought up there, Daniel, is the fact that, you know, we saw what can happen. Brabham Esports missing their pit stop and the driver running out of fuel. And you can see how much Richard easing off the throttle there, you know, not dabbing on the brakes, but just easing that car in so you can save as much fuel as possible. And again, making the best of being in this situation. So while it's not favourable to be, you know, behind any other cars, sometimes in this stage it actually works out a little bit better because you're able to sit behind the car in front. Are we going to see a bump draft here? We are going to see a little bit of bump draft in there. So that's obviously Richard taking a little bit of the speed that he's taken from Eduardo Aguirre behind him and passing it on to that car in front. Now that works well as long as the car in front can deal with getting that little extra boost of power there.
I was never that good at bump drafting myself. I enjoy doing it every now and again, but I'm always scared I'm going to wreck the guy in front of me. If you do it a bit, if you don't have like that smooth, like little contact, it just gives you a 4x, you get a bit of damage, and then you're not just like, hurt your car, you've hurt the guy ahead as well. But these guys are pros. I mean, they know what they're doing, and I've not had the chance to drive this new Ferrari yet as a GT3, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. And certainly, I find often when a new car comes out in the sim, it's very popular, everybody tends to gravitate towards it. But I always find as well, you get the other flip side of the argument. A lot of people will only drive, like they'll buy one GT3 car and they'll just keep driving it. Like some people, they choose like the Beamer. The Beamer is their go-to. So I think that's the GT3s between that and the AMG. I've got the most time in that. So generally I gravitate towards them. But I mean, as you could see when he had the entrance there, he had so much more speed and it was great. He just lift, save fuel.
The thing with that, on that note, is when I was in iRacing as well, the BMW probably lately would have been the car that I had the most experience in. But back in the day, I was a proper little Merc boy. I loved the AMG so much. It was just such an awesome car to drive. Also, because I wasn't very good in endurance races, so I would find contact quite often. And the Merc back in the day was an absolute tank. You could punish that thing so bad, and it would still just keep going. Whereas the BMW now, it's a good all-round car for anybody that's kind of getting into GT3 racing. A very, very straightforward car for people to drive and get behind the wheel of. It's easy to predict. It's fairly good in a straight line. It does have its weaknesses. I don't think it's as strong as some of the other cars at top speeds. I think that it does leave a lot to be desired in terms of tyre wear and things like that. But other than that, it's a really good car to have.
Yeah, I've always loved the soundtrack personally of the AMG. I mean, the thing sounded like a bulldozer that's gonna snort some 95 octane or something. The thing just sounds absolutely phenomenal. It's just completely savage, especially with the right audio setup. Music to your ears. The first car I actually ever drove on iRacing was actually at this track. Wow, this just took me back 4 or 5 years now. So a colleague I worked with. Oh, I'm 32 going down memory lane.
It's very, very. Whoa, that was a little bit sketchy there. Goodness me, that was. Wow, change of underwear required there. But yeah. No, 2018. That's about the year that I did the Daytona 24 as well, and I absolutely loved it as well. The sound of that Mercedes is just incredible, and you've no idea how disappointed when I saw it for the first time in real life last year. That in the flesh, the GT3 Merc, it sounds nothing like that to the outside. It might sound like that in the cockpit, but outside, yeah, it doesn't sound like it. It's the Lamborghini that's absolutely obnoxiously loud. It's very, very impressive. Meanwhile, sorry, you were about to say that.
You're just taking me down so many different memory lanes. So like Daytona, I got to drive the AMG GT3. It was in a Daytona 24-hour practice, and I didn't know the track at all. Anyway, I got my hands around it, and I definitely was the player that, the driver that people were like, who let this guy in here, And I got to the point where I could get around and stuff like that. And this guy, he got me into it, and he still races today. Shane Hunter, thank you very much for doing that like 4 or 5 years ago. But, speaking about like the sounds of cars, like that's something as well that not necessarily people fully understand, because I can remember back when I worked in the UK, I saw a Ferrari F355 at the lights, and I'm in my 92 Polo. The thing's like a 1 litre, 43 horsepower when new. It had a motorbike exhaust I'd put on it. No, that was it. That's it. It had a motorbike exhaust on it, which was obviously completely inappropriate and just makes me feel good thinking about it. And I gave the guy a hint, like, give it a rev, come on, make my day on the cargo. And I had the windows down, it was a hot day, and he revved it, and you could feel the sound just resonate inside your chest. And like the inner boy within inside you, it's just like high-fiving, it's doing its own little dance, just, phenomenal. So we're just going to head back to a quick replay here. Our director's given us a subtle hint. It's not down memory lane, it is Morgan Smith in a 358 car going into the bus stop.
I get the feeling it's going to be into pit lane. God. No, the Brabham! No, not again! Oh, it's a murder, death, kill. And WBM Racing, no!
It looked like they just took a little bit too much curve. The car unsettled, bounced, and Brabham just got collected with it. But at least on the upside, you know, you ain't got to worry about being lapped down if you bend the car at this point, you know.
Oh man, that was the recovery drive as well by Taylor Barnard there. I mean, came flying in and got absolutely mullered into the wall there. So hard to watch. But I think the other thing for it as well now, talking about the race and getting back to the race here just briefly before we head back down memory lane, it's the final half of the race here, and with that now, as I was saying earlier, it's now the sort of final half of the strategy book for a lot of these drivers here. And what I mean by that is the fact that, you know, obviously they've done the hard part. They've fought tooth and nail to get them through this bit. A lot of teams now are going to be just coasting. They're going to be getting themselves to the end. They're going to be just on autopilot here. But this, if you got the chance, this is when you could pull some really fun moves in with strategy, do pit lane a little bit differently, and then hope that somehow you get a full course yellow. Although I don't know if we're actually going to get another yellow. We'll wait and see. But again, there's still, if you're on the lead lap, you have a lot of opportunity, Daniel, at your disposal, no matter how far back you are.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it depends completely on how well the cars are fueled for the series and stuff like that. So I've done some I think it was 3-hour endurance events, and it was so tight on one particular track. I think it was the Nuremberg GP, I think it was that track, and a couple of the cars couldn't make it without heavily fuel saving, and one of them could, and it got to the point where literally you had to fuel save to avoid making that extra stop. I'm looking forward to asking in the when we do interviews later just how crucial strategy was. And then not only that, if you'd planned, okay, look, we had to fuel save just to make sure we don't get that extra stop, well, then we had a safety car for 10 minutes, so then all of a sudden if that means you can just put the pedal down and send it, well, this is great. You know, some people at the start they'll be very hot-headed, some people it's more, you know, they're hot all the time. Myself, when you start getting towards the race end, if you've got guys that are really nearby, like as we're looking here, we're looking at the GT3 Pros, I believe. You've got Fastlane Motorsport there, you've got FTR. Like, if you got just a couple of seconds, if you got just a couple of seconds there, and you know you've got somebody to battle with, it's on. Like, you know, the gloves are off. And you were saying about, you know, real racing so expensive and stuff like that. Sim racing definitely a lot more cost effective, but not only that, get a rental car and get the insurance. Nothing drives even as closely as good as a rental car.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. I've never actually done that. I've heard so many people saying that, just, you know, rag them about. I've never ever been brave enough to. Have I? No, I've not. I remember getting, I think the most powerful car I've ever owned myself is a little Renault Wind, which was like 140 something brake horsepower or something like that, and it was it was
that's
awesome,
cute.
Awesome fun. Really did enjoy it, and it had a sunroof. I don't care. No, it didn't have a sunroof. It was a convertible. Sorry, I'm telling lies there. It was. Yeah, you know, we got to pimp up in style up here in Scotland, you know, because all of those sunny days that we have up here.
I was gonna say,
it's known for its Mediterranean weather.
Yeah, how often do you have the roof down? Just when I put it in the garage. Sorry, garage. I got to convert my accent over.
Yeah, just put it in the storage. Just take the roof down. It was do you know what? It was an awesome little car. One of the nicest cars that I've ever owned until I went and drowned it. So we'll leave that story there as to avoid
I'm actually googling
PTSD.
it. I've not heard of a Renault Wind.
Honestly,
it's a cute little thing, isn't it?
I have got a thing for adorable little small cars. In Japan, it's not quite what I'm going to describe.
K-car.
K-cars, yeah. So Japanese, they've got these really tiny cars. So I would love to have like a Suzuki Cappuccino, tiny little thing. Looks quite similar to that little convertible. They're amazing little things. So when I say I had a race car before, it was literally, and you might want to Google this, it was literally a Peugeot 107, which is kind of along the lines of your Polo back in the late 90s or whatever it was.
Oh my!
Yeah, it's not what you think of a race car. It's like a little city car. It's a little 1 litre thing. My first ever real life racing experience was actually at the 24 hours, the Citroen C1 24 hours at Silverstone. And going back to what you said earlier, the whole thing about getting seat time is a massive, massive thing. I've then realised because the endurance, the 24-hour race, you're obviously doing hour stints in the car, and with the City Car Cup, it was sprint racing. And I realised, I bought this car and I don't enjoy sprint racing, which is it's kind of an expensive lesson to learn there, Daniel. But again, with the sim racing, you can kind of dip your toe in anything. You fancy a little go at NASCAR or oval racing, on you go. You want to try out dirt racing, on you go. You're not having to fork out thousands and thousands of pounds at a time to try out all this new stuff.
I mean, it all comes down to as well what's available for like grassroots racing. But I just looked at that Peugeot 107, and honestly, I feel so much better now about my overbite seeing the front bumper on that car. Like that thing's got a mouth on it. I mean, if they model it off a Koi carp or something, like wow.
It's quite impressive. I'm gonna have to find. I'll find a picture for you that kind of sums up my racing career, because it's one of those things. But
it was short.
It was one season. Yeah, didn't really go well.
But you know what though? At least you went out and you tried it. Like as I've got older, I mean, I can't believe that you're 40. Like wow, I'm going to be 33 in a couple of weeks.
I love the way you say
no.
wow, as in like wow, Jesus.
Yeah, you can interpret whether I thought you'd be older or younger. I'm just gonna, tease you and play with you on that. But I'm gonna be like 33 in a couple of days, and I'm just looking back and going, I didn't try enough things, and I was always like, no, it's not the right time, or like. And I finally got my racetrack license last year, and then I've not done a lap around the track this year at all. And I'm like, look, pull your finger out and get on with it. Like you got to try these things, and you know what? With winter coming, like. Majority of people, they do have what's called winter. It happens. Get into a sim racing, get into a sim rig. A lot of the leagues as well are so supportive as well, and even some of the official series for like iRacing, I can say that the Spec Racer Ford, for example, is probably the most supported official racing. Who's just gone off there? That looked like an AMG GT4 taking a scenic route, mowing the grass. It says Mercedes on the front, not like a Honda lawnmower or Husqvarna. Not even John Deere, but it's only taking a little bit of a detour there. But the biggest thing is to get out and try these things. Experiment, have a go. But you don't know what ventures, what something's going to be like until you actually try it. I'm not saying jump out of a plane, each their own, but sometimes you just got to give it a go.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. I couldn't agree any more on that. I just think that might have been Jeffrey Rowland to the Eagle Speed Academy Esports that was doing a little bit of grass cutting there, as we see a little move here. Jens Guzens here, side by side with the Eagle Speed Academy Sports car alongside. That is the long shot racing car. This is for 6th position in the LMP3 class. There's the two of them coming up towards the line. This is, as I said, for position. Just checking pit stop strategy for these two just now, because as we said, we're in the middle of pit stops just now. They last pitted fairly similarly, 61 and 60, so the car in front pitted a little bit later, so it should have a little bit of a longer run here. But again, it just shows you how quickly that car behind of Jens Guzens can catch up on Aubrey Kundal. And the other thing I've just noticed here is that Hans Blanker up there in P3 just now. That's a hell of a recovery drive there, Daniel, from that Stage 1 Racing ET3 car.
Oh yeah, because he had that little bit of a whoops, but just watching Jens just now, I was trying to work out what was his tactical play there, because, like, he's going down the back straight, he doesn't quite have the run, and yet he didn't go back into the draft. You could have been saving... Was that contact?
That looked mighty
pretty freaking close.
Wow, change of underwear I think required for that one. It's supposed to be a non-contact sport, and yet I don't think that memo has somehow got through to these drivers. That has caught Jens Guzens out a little bit there, and that car having to drift back a little bit there just now. So again, with just an hour and 40 minutes left to go as we go to watch Giovanni Romano in the huge-ass white racing machine. If this was you, Daniel, what would your strategy be right now, given, say, the time differences here? Would you be pushing like crazy, or would you be just settling in for the race?
So I think the biggest thing I want to know is what my crew chief is telling me, because if I have to try and make sure I'm kind of gentle on the gas to stop us having an extra fuel stop, then yeah, all right, that's what I'm going to have to try and do. I'm notoriously bad at saving fuel. It doesn't really work well for me. It just slows me down. But there is a technique to it. I just didn't master it yet. I'm much better off riding the guy's bumper in front and trying to force him into a mistake. Don't get me wrong, if you get too close like you did just on the last lap, you know, that could end up very badly. You know, you could get a penalty from the stewards if something worse was to happen. But certainly you want to keep the guy under pressure, especially where you're going through like the slower class traffic. You know, that draft is great, and if if you think you're faster than the guy in front, then that's good if you can stay in his draft and coast it a little bit. But then if you lose him, you've lost your advantage. It's not returned on the investment. So, you know, just want to try and stay with the guy. I'm certainly going to try and push him. I'm going to try and make him sweat. But where this is a league where these guys are going to be racing frequently, you're going to learn who it is that I can trust, which kind of people tend to favor, which kind of behaviors. I mean, I do it in endurance races as well. You know, I'll go, okay, this guy's clean, he's respectful. I'll be like, okay, this guy, you know, he's not on my favorite list. You know, he's more of a, you know what, let him pass just because I'm going to know he's going to bin it up the road. I've not seen too many of the guys drive like that at this point, but I think we're on for a good fight. I don't understand why he was going down the back straight and he wasn't in the tail. I'm trying to understand. I mean, I've watched Alex Ellis before where he's deliberately placed the car to try and, you know, affect the guy's line, but he just wasn't quite far enough ahead to really do that. The guy still had control of where he wanted to go, but we'll see now as they go past a couple of, that's a Cayman GT4 and so I know it's Lamborghini GT3. And we'll see, you see, look, he's doing it again. Look, he's not quite side by side, like tucking. Unless the wind resistance is so different that it gets loose under braking. Like, I'd have to do a couple of laps, try and find out and compare. But I've not driven the LMP3 car yet. I've heard really good things about it, though.
Yeah, they're very, very, very popular, of course. It's great to see the wide range now. Obviously, it used to be restricted pretty much to the Dallara LMP2. Oh, sorry, not the Dallara, the Orica, the Orica 07.
No, you're right.
What's
it's
it?
Dallara.
Yes,
it's Dallara.
17. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm thinking of something completely different to the Orica, because it was the Dallara P217. Do you know, I really should learn to trust myself sometimes on these things, because you say it and you're like, no, wait, it wasn't. And then it's but then of course the other big news that they've just brought in is the GTP class, the Le Mans Hybrids hypercar. That brand new series, of course, in IMSA it's called GTP, and that seems to be incredibly popular. I remember when I was doing commentary for there was a channel doing the Petit Le Mans last weekend, and GTPs, there was about 15 of them. It's so busy.
Oh, definitely. And not only that, it's where the Formula One drivers, like, you know, Kevin Magnussen, he spent the time in like a GT prototype car. You know, there's talks of Mick Schumacher going over there, Sebastian Vettel. Like, it's not Formula One, but certainly, you know what, it's another world-class level of racing, you know, and it's not exactly a slow car. Those things shift. The technology's there as well with like the hybrid power units and stuff like that. So, you know, it's definitely, you know, it's interesting racing. The quality, I think, has got more popular. You know, the following's got more popular over the last couple of years now. But it looks like Jens Goossens is actually finally going for the move, but a little bit of a wobble on the way out there.
Yeah, he's not looking too happy with that car there. Oh, late on the brakes. That's why he's maybe later. I wonder if his brakes are starting to cook a little bit here, Daniel, because that would explain why he's having to dip out and get extra air there, because his brakes maybe just not able to do everything that he's needing them to do right now. As we're watching Cass Winkelbauer in that Prismatic Motorsports Athena car, kind of in no man's land right now, in 5th position, 9.5 seconds, 38 seconds behind Rosado Motorsports, and then 18 seconds ahead of Fastlane Motorsport. Now again, strategy is going to be absolutely key here as we come across one of the GT3 AM cars. I believe that is just up in front there. That's the the 240 car that's just in front of them just now. So that is going to be, I think it's that Valgrian just in front of the Squadra Veloci car, I think it is. But either way, I mean, with everyone on different pit stop strategies now, you were saying earlier, Daniel, that it's very difficult to know exactly where you are. And again, the spotter that you were talking about, just to explain for those of you at home who maybe don't take part in these events, just to explain what a spotter is. A spotter is a driver or a member of your team who takes it upon themselves to act as a race engineer, gives you all the info about the races, gives you all the info about your car, how much fuel's left, how many laps you've got left in the tank, who you're actually fighting out on track, where they are in position, you know, how far ahead of you. And again, one of those strange situations where a lot of people think, oh, you've done your stint, right? You're just going to go off and watch some football or go and watch something else and do something else. Whereas for the majority of the time, the teammate just jumps out the car and is basically just with the sim still open, and then starts helping the teammate on voice chat.
Oh, absolutely. Like, so the guy who's doing the spotting, and certainly at a race start, I'll try and have two spotters, especially in a multi-class race. It's even more important because, say you have, like in a race like this, for example, I'd probably drive the GT3 or the GT4. Regardless, I'm going to try and have a spotter, especially where you've got two teammates as well. I'm going to have my own spotter, you know, like through the sim. You know, Crew Chief is a popular app. If not, iRacing has a great spotter as well. But I'm going to have people watching other cars and telling me, okay, so if the LMP3s have a major incident and block the track, say going into this corner, they're going to tell me, okay, slow down, you know, going into it. They can see further ahead than I can, you know, and it's not just that as well. They'll be saying to me, they'll be watching behaviors of cars that are near me, or, you know, cars that we're competing with, and saying, okay, look, this guy's pretty quick through here, or he's pretty aggressive through there. You know, some guys will have the relative up, you know, the black box up. I always race with that on, but they'll also have like the delta up as well. So the delta, if you're wondering, those guys at home, the delta is basically, you can have it reference like your best lap, for example, which is all well and good, but then if you get a draft, your best lap's going to obviously be much quicker. So it's hard, you know, to try and use it as a reference there to gauging where someone's quicker. So this is where your spotter can really come in. But I think the biggest thing for a spotter as well is knowing, like, it's partly, I sound like a shrink at this point, but it's kind of psychological, you know, telling you when to go, when to cool it, you know, get your head back in the groove. As he's finally made the move. Jens has got past. I thought that car was maybe struggling for a little bit there, but he's made it past the long shot racing 57 car. I don't think the fight's over yet, though. They're going to head back into the back straight. He's going to get a nice little draft there. Not quite there yet. So we're having a look here. Jens Goosen, he is ahead, the Belgian driver there. Still on the infield part of the track. There we go. As we head now to Cass Winkelbauer, I'm actually going to give a little bit of a shout out to the Prismatic Motorsports Athena team. I do believe that they're an all-female team, which, you know what, that's pretty rare to see in iRacing. You know, to see a lady behind the wheel is fantastic, but not actually a female team. Even better, you know, like women in motorsport is becoming more of a thing, you know. I can't remember who it was, but there is somebody got to drive a Formula 1 car the other day. I can't remember who it was. I do apologise.
That was Jess Hawkins behind the wheel of the F1 car, I believe, and I only remember that because of looking at the comments on social media and like, oh, okay, so that's what casual sexism looks like. Good God Almighty! It was pretty brutal. I mean, it was like an incredible moment, and you just see some of the comments coming in. You're like, I honestly, it's one of the bits of F1 that I just cannot stand is the tribalism. It's like it's horrible. It really is. But you're absolutely spot on. Prismatic Motorsports. No stranger here to the FTR Sim 3D Sportscar Series, flying the flag for the LGBTQ community, and you know, doing such an amazing job. Seeing the progress that they've been doing for the past number of years, and I'll tell you what, they leave no stone unturned whatsoever. And a huge thank you and shout out as always to all of the team. And they're usually one of the first ones to shout at us when we we get something wrong. But Rosado Motorsports actually laying a claim on YouTube chat as well. They're proud to be the only Latino Hispanic team on the grid. So this is what I love, is the fact that it's all about having that pride. It's all about having. I don't think that was a mistake. I think that was maybe just the BMW deciding to get the hell out of Dodge right there. That was certainly the ID that I got, and that was the 220. Sorry, that was the 248. Matt Schultz. Was it? Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, 310. I scrolled back a second. It was the 310. Jonah, I do apologise. This is part of commentating.
He heard us giving Rosado Motorsports a shout out. But yeah, Jonathan Knowles now.
Yeah, definitely a very wide line. It was very gracious, maybe a little bit too gracious, but you know what? It got the job done. And sometimes when you see people coming, that is your first instinct, is get out of the way. Like you can see here, Cassandra, she's just made sure that the LMP3 there of David Johansson, he got through, and he was through before they went into the bus stop, which is exactly what you want to do. It didn't compromise her exit too much, as you know, she's got Richard Corfer right behind her as well. Richard's in a different position than herself, but you know, is he going to go for the pass? I mean, he's in a different position completely. You know, like does he want to like try and bump draft, save fuel? You know, and the car we're watching right now, Yannick Williams, he actually spent 27 minutes in the pits. I did remember seeing them with the paintball flag, meatball flag. My apologies. If you can paintball and add that to iRacing, that could be a whole other avenue, especially if you add like 4 Drink Fridays to it. Just insane. There you go. Please count me in. But so they're doing a little bit beyond the recovery drive, but where Richard Corforce got in the middle of Jonathan Belgarin and Cassandra Winkelbauer, that might have split these guys up for a little bit. We'll see. You know, hoping we can get a bit of the battle back on.
Yeah, fantastic little fight there. Oh, and so close to the back end of that Fastlane Motorsport car there. Battle for 6th and 7th position. Great to see that little fight there. And actually, I'm going to actually take Jamie Jessica Martin up on that. Jamie Jessica Martin, of course, the owner and co-owner and team principal of Prismatic Motorsports, to have a little chat with us. So I'll try and organise that in the next couple of minutes there. But a little mistake there from Fastlane Motorsport, coming out of 7 onto 8 here, and they're going to be side by side. This answers the question, Daniel, what I asked you about 10 minutes ago there. If you're in this position 2 hours in, do you just let the race settle? And these two absolutely not letting it settle in any stretch of the imagination.
No, definitely not. I mean, at this point, you know, there's not too much time, and especially in a strength of field like this, you're not going to be able to rely on attrition. You know, you're not going to be able to go, oh yeah, no, they're going to pooch it up. The driving standard is so high in this race that you can't depend on that. I mean, myself and the skill level I'm at, you know, that makes up the majority of my positions. You know, I'm like, sweet, I got one. You know, let's do a race start. I gained 10 positions in like 5 laps. This is awesome, and it's not because I'm a driving god or anything like that. You know, I mean, it's a possibility. I've not ruled it out, but you know, generally the statistics will prove that that is not the case. But certainly, you know, if you get somebody who can race you wheel to wheel at this point of the race, you know what? You got to take the gloves off or put the gloves on, depends on how you drive, and you know, just really, you know, give it your best shot.
Yeah, for sure. As we're seeing second place into the pit lane, that's going to Autosports Akram Zanoon. But we have to say a very good evening to, as I said there, Jamie Jessica Martin, co-owner, team principal of the rather awesome Prismatic Motorsports. Good evening, Jamie. First off, who is paying the damage bill, or the virtual damage bill, for the Minerva car?
Probably not me. I'm going to try and find a way to avoid it. No, it was unlucky. It's a shame. They're seeing it at this point as a drop round, which, you know, I totally appreciate. Yeah, but in fairness, I think the car was already struggling to begin with as the session, you know, after that initial incident. There was nothing really much we could have done. It was, you know, right at that hairpin going into the tri-oval, and you know, that's a blind corner where the car that we ended up colliding with span, and yeah, obviously that caused the front bumper to drop off, and also caused a bit of engine damage, which dropped the car on power. Obviously they kept running it as much as possible, but then obviously things didn't go their way, so that kind of ended their day. It's a shame, but they put in as much of effort as they could do, considering the circumstances.
And obviously, the team, no stranger to GT3 racing, but how is it with that brand new mix of having the LMP3s in with it this season?
Trying to find the most polite way of putting this. It's carnage. It is quite a challenge to be kind about it. I think it's difficult because the LMP3s are in a weird spot. Because unlike, say, for example, the LMP2s or the GTP/LMDH category, which is significantly faster than the GT3, it takes quite a lot more time for the LMP3s to actually catch up. And I find, obviously, even when they're on the tri-oval, they do struggle to catch up. So, and at times, so it does take a little bit longer for them to pass. So having one in front of you can be a little bit detrimental if you're in the middle of a battle. But no, it's also an interesting challenge, to say the least, on top of that.
I got a quick question for you as well. Like, so going into this, obviously you've got a few different teams running and stuff like that. I've got to ask, so you would obviously, well, I say obviously, you guys would have done some practice going into this. So assuming it was a full 2 hours without a safety car, were you guys going to be able to, like, fuel save to kind of delete a stint, perhaps? You know, is that something that was possible? Talk to me a little bit about strategy here.
So the best I can tell you on the strategy side is, because it kind of went slightly out the window when the safety car came out so early, because of that incident. Because of that incident that involved one of our Minerva car. But I think, to be honest with you, with the minus 75. The 75% fuel capacity rule for this round for the balance of performance, I think it made things a lot more complex, at least from kind of overhearing what both teams were saying. I think it would be very difficult to delete an entire stop from it. I think it's possible, the right person, right driver, right situation, maybe. But yeah, at least for today, it was going to be very difficult to achieve anything like that.
Certainly whenever... Oh, sorry, David,
on you go, Daniel, yeah.
I was going to say, certainly whenever I've tried to fuel save, I'm basically just giving time to the other drivers. But, I mean, it must be absolutely fantastic being in here. I mean, in all fairness, it's the first round of the series. There's still a lot to go yet. How do you feel, like, because obviously Daytona's pretty open and stuff like that. Had a little bit of an incident with one of your team cars there. How are you feeling about Bathurst at this point, knowing that you've got LMP3s and stuff like that? How does that make you feel?
I'm not sure how the LMP3s are going to factor. I'm going to say I'm very confident about Bathurst, at least from a GT3 perspective, and at least especially the Athena team. We're going to get Emily back for Bathurst, and she is honestly absolutely rapid at Bathurst. So I think, given if she stays out of trouble, the LMP3s behave themselves and the GT cars behave themselves, I mean, I'm pretty confident to say that could be a very good round for us, especially in the Athena car. I think the Minerva car is definitely going to give it a good crack, and but I'm feeling very good about Bathurst.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. The Prismatic Motorsports team, Bathurst is going to be their track. We will be watching them to see how it's done. And hopefully you guys have a good race, certainly for the rest of this one and at the next one. Thanks for popping in, and appreciate you taking the time and having an interview with us, unless David's got any other questions for you.
No, I just wanted to say, 2.5 hours in, Jamie, and you haven't shouted at us just once. So what is going on here?
I think I've kept it relatively calm.
Who are you? What have you been taking anger management lessons? You gave us a restrained answer as well. Who are you?
No, I think it's the exhaustion, like with everything that's going on with this and British F4, in a given week. I think at this point it's like, oh God, I'm feeling it. But no, I think once Emily comes back, though, I will probably, knowing her calls on fuel strategy, I can imagine I'll be making some comments if you start doubting again.
Looking forward to it. Well, Jamie, thank you so much for popping in. It's always a pleasure. Best of luck to the rest of the Prismatic Motorsports team, and we'll see you through the rest of the season.
Thank you both for having me.
Take care. So there you go then. Jamie Jessica Martin giving us a update from Prismatic Motorsports then. And obviously just fascinating to get that inside look there. Also, it would be great to hear from Rosado Motorsports. I believe that we'll be speaking to Richard Rosado in about 10 minutes time. So great to get all of that insight. As always, if you are involved with the teams, if you are a driver, get involved, get on the Discord channel, jump into the contact commentators box, let us know, and we'd love to hear your point of view on exactly how things are going for your team. But as we speak, we have got not so much time left to go here. We're 2 hours 40 minutes into the race here, an hour and 20 left to go. We're watching one of the GT3 cars head down onto the inside of the oval there, almost banking down into the inside. But this is your GT4 leader, Georg Gruber, in the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab just now. 30 seconds ahead of Hugh Jas Blue at the moment. So that in the second place car is currently Alexander Klink in that beautiful yellow and blue machine. And then in third place is the Samsoid GT4 of Tig Ashburn just now. So again, GT4's kind of circulating, but as we said that, into pit lane comes your GT4 leader, Georg Gruber. And behind the wheel now becomes David Barraclough. So it's a driver change just now as they swap out. And again, Daniel, now we're starting to see potentially 2 more pit stops here, and then we'll be into the end game.
Oh, Europe said it best when they did the final countdown. Oh, that's not how to enter that corner.
That's the LMPs.
It is.
Who was that now? Let's have a look here. Who's together? Yeah, so that was Jens Guzens and Aubrey Kundal. So that's 7th and 8th position. Now, I believe they've just been into the pit lane there. They last pitted on lap 83 and 84, and it is lap 88. So they've not. So that's a very strange incident. But we saw those two fighting it out there and coming into more grief.
I'm wondering if it was cold tyres, but after 3 or 4, I'd certainly expect them to be they should be up to temperature at that point. I mean, I imagine the LMP3s don't have too much issues getting a bit of heat in the tyres. The GT4s, I could imagine taking a little bit longer as well, but thankfully no damage there. It looks like everything's back on point, but consistency, again, it's such a huge thing. But that turn 1, I'm not so sure about the LMP3s, but certainly some of the GT3s, it can definitely be a little bit harder to get the car stopped. Certainly, and we're going to have a quick replay here from my lovely director there. So we're going in for a battle, a little bit of side by side, a little bit of pressure. Gets back on the line. No contact. I think there just maybe a little bit of a lock-up and the back end went round, but lovely paint job on the car as well. I love the texture of it, but this is what happens in racing as well. Don't get me wrong, in an endurance race, it's a different mindset. You gotta, if you want to win potentially, especially in a field like this, I don't know if you can do the 7th, 8th attempts like I like to do. Perhaps you do have to give it a 10, 11 out of 10. Like, these guys are, they're quick guys, quick girls. They know their way around the track for sure. But certainly as we go into the last hour and 20 minutes or so, we're going to see potentially another pit stop, potentially 2. Certainly, there's still a little bit of a ways to go. Looking for some good on-track battles. It seems to be the field's pretty spread out, but if we go over to the GT4s right now, if I have a look at the 399 car, the Samsoy GT4 with the 337 of Hugh Jas Gold right behind it, and it looks like we got another GT4 behind it, but not in that battle. But this could be a good one here. The Hugh Jas team has been very prevalent, I guess. They've been certainly getting their name mentioned a lot today. Maybe we should get them to put on retainer potentially, just for the sheer mentions of them. But this could be the battle to watch right now. 3 or 4 attempts in a GT4, they're going to be feeling the benefits of the draft. Certainly, it's going to be there's going to be a battle if they want to get into it at this point. Still over an hour to go. Do you want to get in the fight right now?
Yes.
What do you
Yes,
reckon
do.
there, David?
You want to get your arms involved. You want to flail in with fisticuffs and batter everyone that you possibly can on that one. So yeah, it's awesome to see. 2 hours 44 gone in the race. The cold, steely stare in the mirror there from Sven Zemmel of Huge Ass Gold onto the back there of the 399 car. That's one of the GT4 cars. That's your GT4 leader. That's Teague Ashburn just in front, and again you're seeing a little bit of potentially fuel saving here, so right up to the back there, a little bit of a mistake there from Teague. Is this going to be a move then for the lead of the GT4s here? Up to the inside, you've got to feel that it's not. Sven Zemmel just scrubbing off a little bit of that extra speed there, and Daniel, that says, I think, everything that you need to know as to the inside there. Is that into the pit lane? No, it is in the pit lane there for your race leader then, Teague Ashburn, into the pits.
Well, that's one way to avoid a battle pit. End of you know, different tactic as well. Sometimes people will go, you know what, I don't want to get in the battle. You know, it depends on how comfortable your driver is in the car. You know, you got to weigh up the pros and cons every lap, every corner. You know, you weigh up, okay, where are we at? You know, sometimes you just want to get in that groove, get comfortable, do a nice clean stint. You got some drivers who, you know, they can set blisteringly fast laps as long as they've got the track space to do it. Or you want the guy that's, okay, you want, well, my kind of profession is, you know, okay, I can't give you the fastest lap, but I'll make sure the guy in front of me does nothing but sweat. You know, he's going to lose, or he or she's going to lose 5 pounds before the end of this stint.
It's a scary one for sure. I mean, the thing is that the attention and the physical prowess needed for these events, and you'll know this as well, Daniel, when you try and explain this sort of stuff to anyone that doesn't do sim racing, they kind of look at you funny when you try and say like you're exhausted or something. But you know, you do a 2-3 hour stint in a car, in a sim racing car, and you're so exhausted. For me, what got it was when doing it in VR as well. You know, I would be head to toe just absolutely drenched in sweat because the heat of the VR headset, and then all the stress of having to drive along and stuff like that. It's just wild.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I did over 300 laps at Road Atlanta in an LMP BMW hybrid car, and I had never really raced that car before that event. It was just more of, okay, who wants to run, you know, finding somebody to run with. You know, my regular team were a little bit out of action for that one, and it was definitely an experience. But like, even for 3-4 days after, I mean, I'm not the fittest guy by any means, but I'm like, damn it, I'm sore. Like, I did another hybrid race around Watkins Glen a couple of days later, and as I'm turning, I'm like feeling, oh, it's a bit tight in there. Like, it's warm, it's tender, you know, you do feel it, you know, 100%. I mean, like, not only that, if you drive a car like across the country, like I've done like Ottawa to Halifax a couple of times, you know, that's an endurance and a different kind. Don't get me wrong, you're not doing like 200 miles an hour, but you know, it's an endurance. You know, it is a test, and not only that, what people don't always get, it's the level of concentration as well. I mean, you know, as you get more experience, you can concentrate a little bit less. You become like, you get the different stages of competency. You get like as you get to the top of the chain, you become like unconsciously competent. You can just do it and not think about it, and you're comfortable. I'm not at that point, so for me to race these guys, and especially to race people of such caliber, you know, I'm going to be sweating bullets.
I'm at the stage where I'm consciously incompetent. That's I'm proud to put myself at that position. Chris Sewell into the pits then for FTR Esports in the GT4 just now. So he is down there, possibly going to be getting himself driver swap just now, but we're on board with your race leader then, ladies and gentlemen, with just an hour and 12 minutes left to go. This is Dan McFarlane back behind the wheel of the sim racing grid Phoenix car in the number 23, and oh my good lord, Chris Soffer, I think he's tried to turn that thing into a hypercar manually with a sledgehammer from the looks of it. That's not going to do the aero package on that car very well at all. But that is sorry, that wasn't Chris Sofer, because Chris is actually in the FTR Esports white machine. No, it is. So he's down in D12. So yeah, that's a heck of a hit he's taken on that car. I wonder
It's
if that's
open-
maybe just damage sync.
Open concept aerodynamics. Let's go with that.
It's an interesting concept nonetheless. It's
Yep.
I'm just not sure. Well, it's going to be a nice, cool car for sure. That's let's have a look what happened here. I've got a feeling this is going to be at the exit of the bus stop. It's going to be head on. We've seen this so often actually. Coming through, clips the curb. Yep, straight in. Bang! There we go. Bang! And the money's gone. There we
Still
go.
drives
Goodbye.
though.
Well, yeah.
Ooh, I thought the guy behind was going to eat him for breakfast. Oh,
Good
it's like being on the
Lord.
conveyor belt at Heathrow.
They're
You're
still
waiting for the
going.
baggage to go round, and you're hoping that this guy's got a bumper on it at this point, you know. But at this point as well, like I've done endurance races as well. It was not Daytona this year, but I think it was the year before, and we got into a bit of an incident. And reality was, it was like just short of 15 minutes for repairs. So we're sizing up the pros and cons. We're down like a second or two a lap, and in the end, it was actually quicker just to run with the damage. And like at some point, the guys are just like, you know what, I'm done. I'm like, forget it. We'll keep driving the car, especially as every Daytona for the last 3 years in a row, I've done a charity fundraiser for Cancer Research Institute. So I'm all about finishing that race. And anyway, we ended up coming fifth. You know, like you just got to persevere sometimes.
And that's it. It's the whole spirit of endurance is the fact that you never know what is around the corner in these races for you. So it makes it all the much more, so much worthwhile just to kind of stick in and keep at it, because the way that you can kind of go up the order is absolutely absurd. You have no idea what can befall the other drivers that are in front of you. We're still watching your GT3 Pro leader just now. This is RPM Racing, who are in the lead of the GT3 Pro class just now. Charlie Nilsson behind the wheel of this one just now. Now Charlie is 31 seconds ahead of Trevor Anderson, who is second place car there, FTR Esports Black. Ivo van der Linden, just noticed, has pitted there in the Stage 1 Racing 72 LMP3 car. So he is down a little bit further just now. And Kevin Poen, back to the GT3 Pros, is in third position for ART Sim Racing number 2. So the GT3 Pro battle has it's kind of fizzled out just now, but you get the feeling that it may come back at any time. We're watching Charlie Nilsson hugging that inside yellow line as we've got our final pit stops going to be coming in very, very shortly. I think we've got another 2 pit stops left to go for the LMP2s, but 2 hours 50 into this race. We've got an hour and 10 minutes left to go here, Daniel. And what, again, this being your first Sim 3D event here, what's your thoughts then so far?
Well, it's the usual battle there, David. Like, I'm looking at this thinking, do you know what? I'd really like to drive in this. Like, it just looks, the racing is clean. There's definitely people with like a higher skill level as well. I mean, I think there's some as well that would maybe be more on my par as well, you know. As cool as it would be to, you know, podium in something like this, you know, just finding people that you can race with and consistently have a battle with isn't that what racing's about, you know? Like, Formula One's taking heat itself just because, you know, people just see it as, oh, well, it's, you know, Max goes and does it in the Red Bull. Kind of bored of that at this point, you know, it's just such dominance, right? But especially, and we're going to have a quick interview here with Richard Rosado. That must be Rosado Racing. Rosado Motorsports. Richard, what can you tell us about how the racing is going for you guys so far?
So the racing is going pretty great. Well, first of all, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you guys for putting on this show. This has been really great to participate in and also watch. Now that I'm out of the car, I can actually take a breather and watch my boys do some laps around one of my favorite tracks in America. So, and a track that I hold very dearly to my heart. So the racing for us is going really well. Our target as the new team on the block was in the top 5s. Our GT4 class, Rosado Motorsports Apex team can definitely still get to that P5. We're actually following Chris right now, and our GT3 team is actually inside that top 5. Been running in P4 for a little while now. So as you know, the new team on the block, we really wanted, the target was definitely top 5. everything else that happens from now on will definitely be a bonus.
You know what? That's definitely in a field. I've been saying like this throughout the broadcast and stuff like that. It's a pleasure to meet you, Richard. That wasn't what I was saying. I'm going to say that now. Sorry, but I've been saying throughout the broadcast that there's such a high strength of field in here. You know what? You guys running top 5. That's a brave target, and you're really pulling that off. I mean, you're kind of like a new kids on the block reference, but you guys are hanging tough. You're doing well. And like in terms of, I'm interested in the strategy for you guys because you've got a GT3 and a GT4 car. Have you been able to, kind of have them work together a little bit? Have you been able to give you, probably more the GT3, let them buy at a more opportune moment? Has there been any benefit to it for you?
Yeah, definitely. As the GT4, I'm inside that GT4, so every single time we see the GT3 coming at us, we try to make way. We try to help them out in any way we can. But at the end of the day, we're also running our own battles. So we try our best to not get in each other's way. Of course, it would have been easier to have 2 cars in one class, of course, but I feel like having one GT4, one GT3, and spreading out our team and having a much broader reach is what we were trying to do entering this championship. And doing the team refresh. That livery that you see on the car right now is a completely new livery, and we've been refreshing the team, trying to get as many eyes on us as we possibly can after a year.
Okay, I mean, what's your big incentive to get more, attention on the team? I mean, the paint jobs look fantastic as well. I mean, being the pink and the grey, or the pink and the silver, I mean, depends on what you call it, each their own, but it really stands out. I've been able to spot you guys and recognize you guys, and I've certainly, as a commentator, I've seen you guys have been doing well. So, you have a lot to be proud of today, regardless of the result. You put in a very respectable performance, but what is it for you, as a team leader? Are you looking to try and get more drivers on board the team? I mean, what motivates you as a team leader at this point? What are you looking for?
Well, that exactly both. We're looking to get more drivers inside of our team, get more cars out there, and hopefully more eyes also means more opportunities for sponsorships in the future. Right now, everything that we do, our entry fees, our livery cost, everything, we're self-funding everything, right? So, and we're an all Latino team. We have a lot of drivers from Chile, Argentina, Cuba, Puerto Rico. I myself am from Puerto Rico, and of course, the main priority of our team is to give these drivers an opportunity to drive in these high standards championships like this one, and give them the opportunity to do so. But that comes with a lot of cost that we need to cover. That comes with a lot of different issues that we need to solve. And of course, having more eyes on us and having more following, maybe sponsorships in the future, can definitely help us keep forming a team that we're dreaming on, keep building the drivers that don't have a lot of opportunities, keep building these drivers up and provide them with an opportunity to do this in this manner,
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, it's good as well to see that you're so almost patriotic about it. I mean, some people, I do stand-up comedy as well, and they're like, oh, where are you from? And you're saying oh yeah, Puerto Rico, we've got guys from Chile, Argentina and stuff like that. You ask me from where I'm from, I'm like, oh, well, I'm from here. It's a dump, right? And it's beautiful to see someone that takes so much pride in where they're from. But we're going to leave you to it for now, unless my learned colleague, Mr. David Chrissy, has any more questions for you. David?
Yeah, I do. Thanks very much. Richard, great to have you in. Thanks for joining us. You mentioned that you've just jumped out the car. Obviously, Jonathan's behind the wheel now. Obviously, it's a stressful enough job being a team owner and a team principal, but how much more of it is it than when you're behind the wheel as well yourself?
Yeah, it's that's a great question, because I feel like the work that a lot of team owners, managers, and drivers that have all 3 categories, it's like that one Gravity Falls meme where he has all 3 books, right? I feel like a lot of that work really doesn't get recognized a lot. I have a job in real life, and I got to come home to my family and deal with family issues as well. And whenever I'm not at my job and not with my family, I'm spending a lot of time on the sim, because I'm helping on my boys. We're working with different, graphic artists to get our liveries out. and I'm putting time on the sim to practice with my boys and be able to and listening to my team captain, because I'm the team owner, but I'm not the fastest guy on the team, right? So I'm listening to my team captain. I'm listening to constructive criticism and just trying my best to do 3 jobs at once. But, I have a fantastic team. They all appreciate it, and they all really pull through. So I'm very happy. It's not a job for me. This is therapy for me, believe it or not. It's a lot of work, but when the work is done, you feel amazing afterwards. Like, it's just something amazing.
Well, awesome stuff, Richard. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Best of luck for the rest of the race ahead with the hour to go, and best of luck with the season ahead.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you, Daniel, as well. I'm going to be leaving, but before I go, un saludito a mi familia, Diana, Mika, and Chali. Gracias por su apoyo. And thank you for everybody that's been watching right now from Puerto Rico, from different parts of Latin America. Appreciate you guys and love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Richard Rosado, then, there, ladies and gentlemen, and Daniel. What a lovely guy. He's just so full of joy and passion. And when we're speaking to Jamie earlier on as well, that was the one thing that came across as well, is just how much pride they have in their teams, how much pride they have in their groups, and these little families that they've built. It's just awesome. We'll talk more about that in just a second, because we've got so much to bring you up to speed on. Let's have a little look. This is Aubrey Cundall in the long shot racing machine, getting all sorts of wrong at the chicane. Thankfully, just keeping the foot in and getting that car back on the straight and narrow sort of eventually, with no real issues to tell. We did catch one in the background there, the 144 spinning out earlier on. I believe we'll get a replay of that coming up very shortly. But we're watching Thomas van den Bosch here for Squadra Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport. That is the huge ass white car, the 37 LMP3, just making its way around the outside there. But yeah, going back to the interviews there, Daniel, again, it's a real labour of love. Almost everyone at this neck of the league racing scene is doing this at a cost to themselves. They may have, 1 or 2 small sponsors on board, but usually it's at it's at a good cost to them.
Oh, absolutely. But, it's the kind of thing as well, when you start getting into some of the paid leagues and stuff like that, you see very quickly why it is a paid league. I mean, I competed in a couple as well, and I've commentated on a couple. And, you see the difference, I mean, it's the old saying, I mean, you get what you pay for. I mean, iRacing is pretty good within the officials and stuff like that, but you go to a league race, all of a sudden, your iRating doesn't matter as much. You can challenge against people who are a lot quicker, and often you can learn from these guys. But, I'm going to echo what you said there. It was really good to have, have this gentleman come in and talk to us. I'm sorry, the name's just escaped me. Ramon Rosado. Richard Rosado, I'm sorry, I do apologise, but very warm guy, and so supportive of where he's from and stuff like that. I mean, it was refreshing, it was beautiful. But as a team leader as well, I 100% get the enthusiasm. I mean, it's not. We're going to head over to a quick replay here.
Let's see what we've got here. There we go. This is what I caught out the corner of my eye, coming out the International Horseshoe. A little bit too early, too greedy on the throttle there for the 144 of Raf Reinders. And it looked far more dramatic than it actually was. Got back on the circuit and didn't really have anything to worry about.
Yeah, it's definitely just a minor whoops. It could have been worse. Thankfully, we've not seen too many cars, eat the wall. A couple have decided, to have a good nibble and, finished off the whole buffet table. But, generally it's been pretty good. I imagine it's going to get a little bit more heated as the race starts to close towards an end. It depends on how far away people are from each other. It's all about, if you've got a guy and you're a couple of attempts off or you're a couple of seconds off, you are going to push harder and you're going to push, you want to definitely try and make those positions up.
Yeah, you certainly do. We're watching Thomas van den Bosch here in the 246, getting past one of the Porsches here, again on this hunt for GT3 AM. He's got one of the GT3 Pro cars up in front of him, and I have got a funny feeling that is going to be Stephen Jones in the back marker racing razzle dazzle 1, 2, 4 Ferrari that is just up in front of her. Look at the closing speed on that one just now. But again, we're into the final hour here now, so this is it. I would say here, Daniel, unless you're within, say, 5 seconds of a car either in front or behind you, I think that, you know, realistically you have to kind of just settle down and you know, that's pretty much it. You're kind of not really going to be you're not really going to be doing anything too crazy here.
Well, it all depends. You know, we've got the pit with the safety car that came out. You know, we've got a few people running different pit strategies. So there's that. I mean, there's a setup as well. I find as you get nearer the end of the race, say a car's been pitting a lap or two earlier than you, well, all of a sudden over 4 hours that can accumulate. And you know, like we was talking to the Prismatic Motorsports earlier. Was took me a second, all right, or two. Don't run a timer on me catching up with my own 40. You know, we were in the broadcast on that one, but no, let's try and like speak to Prismatic. You know, it wasn't enough that you could go and fuel save and skip a whole stint by the sounds of it. But then the safety car came out, and all of a sudden, maybe some people did look into that. You know, is it going to pay off for them? It's still, there's so many variables involved. I mean, as I'm looking at this now, looking at the immediate standings, so you got Stage 3 racing there about 8 seconds back from Goyo Autosport. You know, to catch that gap up is going to be quite the task, but I mean, it's doable. You know, it depends who you've got in the car, right? You know, you just need the right layout of traffic as well. You know, if you hit every GT3, GT4 car and you're hitting them on the straights and they're hitting them on the infield, well, you're going to catch that gap up so quickly. And it's amazing the impact that traffic can have just on your lap times.
Yeah, for sure. It really is, because on that note, you know, you come into the lap traffic, and especially what we saw from the restart as well, that can take at least sort of like 4 or 5 seconds out of your lap time, just getting out of that zone, out of that really difficult position of trying to chase down the car in front. So I can't see that actually happening, because that gap's now up to well over 10 seconds now for Stage 1 racing just now. So again, making it look very difficult indeed. But one man that's making it look very simple indeed is this man here, Dan McFarlane for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in that number 23 LMP Ligier car. And again, 36 seconds to the good for Goyo Autosport. Now, again, we have got our final pit stops to play for these LMP3 cars. But again, what I'm looking at here now, Daniel, with 55 minutes left to go, 54 minutes left to go now, I think we're going to see pit stops, or I would be tempted, if I'm one of the GT3 Pro or GT3 AM cars, to head into the pits, you know, earlier than maybe than I would be, just to get that final pit stop done and to get out as light a load possible into the final 10 minutes of the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's another way of doing it as well, as we've just seen Dan McFarlane just did the fastest lap of the race of 1.40, 0.475, absolutely cracking. So he's obviously not holding back at this point. Just because he's got a nice steady lead doesn't mean he needs to dial it back. But myself, whenever I've talked about pit stops and pit stop strategy, I've always erred on the side of, you know what, I'm going to run the car basically as dry as I can, but we can't necessarily do that with these guys, because if, however, you do get that safety car and the pits are closed, that can backfire. And literally, like watching, you know, Petit Le Mans yesterday, watching a bit of that, I watched the driver get disqualified for going over drive time because, you know, they didn't come in with the safety car, and, you know, they got disqualified from the race. So it's a whole, again, you got to know your strategy. You've got to know the rule book as well. You know, how much do you want to gamble? Is it worth hitting that a little bit later and trying to save that little couple of grams in fuel, a couple of kilos in fuel, or do you want to get it done out of the way? I mean, it's risk versus reward, David.
And exactly that. It's not just your decision to take, it's kind of the team's decision to take on that one. Just have a look at the race control updates. So many incidents that have come through. In fact, there's only been one though since we last updated you. So incident between the FTR Esports GT4 car and the Sim Racing Grid Phantom GT3 AM car of Mark the Boer. That's the 232 BMW. That was a drive-through for that BMW, and they've actually retired from the race, I believe. So they were in pit lane, but they are now no longer in the server. So again, with 50 minutes left to go, it looks like now we're only going to have 4 cars finishing in that GT3 AM classification. So that is another, another pointer to that thing you were saying about, it's all about how much you dig in, because they started with 10 drivers in that. If you imagine you were a couple of laps back, you could easily have got yourself a top 5 finish out of that.
Oh, absolutely. Like, don't give up just yet, I'm seeing that, and I'm like, why would you retire at that point? Keep going. Especially, this isn't one race. This is a season. This is going to go on for a while. While all right, you think, okay, you know what, we'll catch up next time. You don't want to be doing that. Like, you can have such a great collection of points. You just need to, finish. Especially like you said, the 10 cars started, and now there's only 4 left. Well, think of the point side of it. Especially in the amateur season of the GT3, the potential was there.
Yeah, for sure. Potential being able to convert that into a good performance, that is a completely different matter altogether. But the team's now starting to lock in their position, starting to wind things down. I tell you who is not winding things down right now is the battle for GT3 Pro in 4th position, because if I'm right in saying that is Miguel Torres, who is now just 3.3 seconds behind Kasper Husen for that 3rd place battle right now. And again, just having a quick look at their pit stop strategy, 93 and 95, so they're on identical, well, very close to identical pit stop strategies here. So it's going to be a proper little fight here between Kasper Husen and Miguel Torres right now. So you're seeing there that gap's gone up from 3.4 it's gone down from 4.8 to 3.4. I was misreading that graphic there. But again, like you were saying, traffic plays an issue there, and that's taken about 1.5 seconds there, meaning that for us, we're loving it because we get a little bit of a fight towards the end of this race here.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it's definitely, he's got a reason to push. He can see the carrot and he's chasing it. I'm just having a look where this is from. I'm at 2. I tease myself, but where this Rosado Motorsports, where they came in to see us, I'm just trying to see exactly which country. I'm not the best at reading flags here, so just bear with me a second here. We are looking.
I will cover for you while you
yes,
while
sir.
You do that, because Jens Goosen's into the pit lane for Eagle Speed Academy in the LMP3 class. Did you find what you were looking for, Daniel?
I'm still looking. This is. I know who I'm looking for. I'm looking for Miguel, and I'm trying to find him on the list. I'm not doing it well.
Miguel Torres.
Yeah, I'm trying to find him on the list. Here we go.
Oh yeah. 156.
And this list doesn't have a flag on it. Good job.
So what you're saying is, after all that stalling, that you didn't actually find what you were looking for?
No, I've not given up yet, though. I've not given up yet.
I wish.
Bear with me.
wish
I want to say that he's
titles-
doing proud, but I don't know who he's doing proud.
Okay, well, while you figure that one out, Dan McFarlane, we're back watching just now, and that car's looking very shiny and clean at the moment. Out there just now, Gaudio Autosport in the pit lane, Stage 1 Racing in the pit lane, as we come down to the final 45 minutes of this race. So it also just had it confirmed, I'm sorry to say this, Daniel, I'm sorry to beat you to it, that Miguel is Puerto Rican.
No, if I look at that, I'm seeing Chile, but I might have got the wrong one. Mr. Costello, I'm sure, is much smarter at reading flags than me.
Steady,
Puerto
come on
Rico
now.
flag.
Come on now. The only reason we say that.
He's right.
The only reason we say that is because he's got access to our mute button. That's
well,
the yeah.
that too.
And
So
if he ever
I'm-
fires that on, we're in trouble.
I'm finally going to get it out. Miguel Torres is doing not just Rosado Motorsports proud, he's doing Puerto Rico proud. Got it.
There we
Took
go.
me long
Right.
enough. I got there. Well done, Miguel. Keep it up. Keep pushing, sir. Keep pushing. Got the gap down to now 2.8 seconds. Yeah. He is not hanging around. He is incentivized. I'm sure they coached him saying, okay, look, this is a good lap. You know, he might be one of the guys, okay, just, you know, Kimi Räikkönen approach, just shut up and let me drive. I don't know. We've not spoke to this guy yet, but certainly he is chasing. He is keen. He is in pursuit. And with just about 45 minutes left to go, there's still time for us to get a battle yet.
Well, that's exactly what I think we're going to be having here. As we've got, 3 hours, 15 minutes into the books on this first round of the FTR events Sim 3D Sports Car Series. What a race we have had. It's David Christie in the commentary box alongside Daniel Salmon. And we hope you've enjoyed it just as much as we have, because it's been so enjoyable. Jamie Southwell coming out of the pits, as is Aubrey Cundle behind the wheel of the Long Shot Racing LMP3. And these things look like an absolute joy to drive. If they're anything like the LMP2 counterpart, they're fast, they're very grippy, and they're also very scary when you come up to lap traffic there.
Oh, I'm sure, without no doubt, especially where Jamie was telling us, you know, about how the speed difference isn't quite as much, so it's actually harder to get past. You know, the LMP2s and the GT3, the LMP's just gone. Like, it's waves goodbye as it goes by. You know, you're out of the guy's mind within a corner or two. But certainly the LMP3 seems to be a little bit more closer match. Still has an advantage, obviously a clear advantage, but not enough that they can just breeze by and sail. Certainly driving the LMP hybrid over at Petit Le Mans recently, the speed differential was huge, and it like, I was passing in places I didn't think I was supposed to pass in, but he just had the power to do it and the dynamics. So, you know, it's generally been very clean. I've not seen too much heat towards the faster class cars and the slower ones here, so it's generally very good. I am a little bit disappointed that the amateurs have put in the towel. You know, I definitely, come on guys, keep pushing. You know, it's not over yet. It's 4 hours. You know, like I get it when you've got to run like a wounded car or you get a penalty, but you know, this is a long season. You know, let's keep going. Start as you mean to go on.
So I'm still thinking, Daniel, we need to get a commentary car in one of these leagues on this, and you know, one of the commentators can, well, both of the commentators can commentate while they're driving, but taking shots about in the car. But more about that terrible, poorly thought idea out in a second. Let's jump to a replay then of some action that happened just a couple of moments ago. Giovanni Romano for huge ass whites on the entry to the west hairpin, and well, entry is no, it's the international horseshoe, excuse me. It was around and around the corner for Giovanni Romano. 6.5 I think for style points there.
You know what it was, David? He saw his, they saw the GT3, GT4 huge S car coming with the yellow and blue, and I think they just wanted to pose for a team photo, and somebody hadn't sent them the correct schedule to do it after the race. That's got to be it. I mean, Giovanni's a very proficient driver. I'm sure it was, you know, it's just a mishap on schedule.
Fine, it's absolutely fine. It was just it was an unplanned pirouette. That's I think what we'll call that just now. As Dan McFarlane was into the pits from the lead of the race, but now, as we said, with the final 3/4 of an hour left to go in here, and again, it's been a very good race in terms of driving standards. I think here we've had a couple of hairy moments in terms of driver rejoins and that, but apart from that one bit of crazy 3 wide contact that all went wrong, I think that, you know, the drivers and the teams have all done themselves very proud with their etiquette, with their behaviour, especially from, say, the LMP3s onto the slower GT3s and GT4s, but also vice versa from the GT4s, letting these cars go by.
Yeah, it's definitely been very clean. You know, I'm not seeing too much. Like, I've just found the Race Control Discord channel, and I'm like, oh damn, look, there's all this information here, fantastic. But I think then there's like they can contact the stewards as well. So, you know, it's definitely, I wouldn't say it's been completely peaceful, but it's been well handled. You know, and not only that, if you're driving the car, you can't be thinking about a protest at the same time. this is where your spotter comes in, and or your team leader comes in, where you just got to get your driver back in the zone. And certainly, as I'm looking right now, so Miguel Torres, our Puerto Rican driver here, he is definitely, somebody's lit a fire under this guy, and he is going. He's only a second and a half now behind the Art Sim Racing 2 car. So I think that battle's going to be getting closer and closer now, as we're looking currently at 2:46 at Thomas van der Busch for the Squadra Veloce. It sounds so exotic when you say it's Veloce. I feel like I'm worth more just saying it by Fastlane Motorsport as he comes to the pits there.
I have again nothing to add to that one. See, I've been doing sim racing commentary for a number of years now, so I've kind of got all of that intrigue out of my system. So it's kind of adorable when you get someone who's fresh to the whole sim racing commentary scene coming in. They're like, oh, it's like yes, it is. And I enjoy letting you have your little moments of wonder here, but. In all seriousness, though, here, Daniel, I think we need to kind of bring our view. In fact, we'll hold that thought. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's jump to a quick replay here, just now, and see what we've got. More huge ass action here, as we've got Mark de Boer for Sim Racing Grid Phantom trying to go up the round to the outside. It's going to cut the curb, and the car just washes out and spins out. So no harm, no foul done on that one. Hopefully he's going to get a safe rejoin. But yeah, so Daniel, back to yourself then, because again, on the build up to this, I was given a little bit of information, and from what I'm hearing from our producer, I mean, you're fairly new to sim racing commentary.
Oh, very much new. I've done pit lane reporting. I did that for a couple of races. I did one race with Mr. Michael Johnson himself. I commentated a Formula 1600 race. That was fantastic racing action there. And other than that, I think I've just done maybe one other. Oh no, I did 4 Drink Fridays as well. For some reason, I seem to fit very well into the more loose category.
What is 4 Drink Friday? What the hell is that?
So this was a shocker for me. So this particular event, I'm trying to remember which track it was. It's not Osterbecken or something. I can't even spell it.
Osterschleifen.
Sounds good. Let's go with that. And they're in Miatas. And they've got to drink it's a 40-minute race, and they've got to drink 4 12-ounces of liquor. And you got to have a minimum, I think it's like 5% as well. So this isn't exactly like drinking alcohol pops. It's got some beef to it, right? And if you're having a drink, you can't be moving. So you're thinking at the race start, everybody's going to go, for example. Nope, half of them are just parked up, just blah, 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 drinking up there, having a drink. And then if they bin it, they just stop. Doesn't matter where, middle of the track, whatever. Stop, have a drink, and you get the status updates as they go in the thing. And then you got like designated drivers and stuff like that. And it was a whole other way of racing. I mean, I'm just like, I'm a lightweight myself, David. I don't know about yourself, but I couldn't stomach that. Like, I'd be sloshed against the wheel, I wouldn't make it to the bathroom. I'd just be plastered. Like, so these guys doing 4 12 ounce beers kind of deal, driving, and then what gets me on, I'm thinking there's no way they're going to interview these guys. So guess what? They did. And they come in. The first guy comes in. He's like, I want a Fang. Chooses his beverage of choice. And I'm like, well played, sir. Well played. It's just different way of racing. I mean, the only other way you can drink, drive, and race, realistically, it's either sim racing or, how strict is your local golf course. I don't encourage that, but you know what I'm saying. It was an enjoyable spin on a forbidden idea, but it was interesting to watch. It was a different outlook on a familiar idea, I guess.
Now, of course, children, we do have to obviously say that in no way whatsoever do we ever encourage the idea of drinking driving. We're purely talking about mucking about on sim racing where it's virtual fun and virtual pixels and just real people getting hurt in a virtual way, which is always fun. Let's face it, it's always fun. I've got to be honest, that's kind of really taken my fancy on that one. You're speaking to someone who did a real life endurance race in it was like basically a budget endurance race, and it was 4 hours in our local drift track, and it was like no safety equipment. You had like a helmet, and that was it. and like it was just hands down was the most fun. And let's say I've done a 24-hour C1 endurance race, and I've done some sprint racing in a similar powered car, and still hands down that was the most fun because it was chaos. It was kind of like you're not really supposed to do that sort of thing, and it was just the best fun. And I think you get some of that organised chaos here in sim racing, and that's what makes it so much fun. I mean, God, look at how many like videos you've got on YouTube of Jimmy Broadbent racing around Assetto Corsa mods in a bloody Amazon box or whatever. It's whatever your heart wants, it can make it happen in sim racing. That is the takeaway line. I suppose with half an hour or just over half an hour left to go, we kind of need to focus back on the race here. It annoys me. It annoys me that iRacing leave that in, the window wipers on that car. It's like this permanent taunt of this, this teased idea that somehow going to be here. We're going to get rain sometime soon, but it never actually comes.
I'll tell you what, it's the typical weatherman, like how often is the person telling the weather right, But saying that, I'm mixed feelings about rain coming to iRacing. In an event like this, I would love it because you've got the guys who can handle it. Is it going to be introduced like wet weather tyre compounds? But I'm going to put that thought on hold as Mr. Miguel Torres from Rosado Motorsports, he is finally caught up to the Art Sim Racing 2 car, and he's making that pass right now as they're going down the front straight, as they go across this checkered line, not the checkered flag, we're not at the end yet, but he's made his way ahead into turn 1, but he's going to have to be really hard on the brakes where he's had that drop. He's definitely going to be carrying a little bit more exit speed, but the question is now, can Art Sim Racing 2 answer back? I mean, do they have anything else to deliver? They got Cass Brink. Oh my god, help me out on this one there, David.
I was going to say, are you okay there, Daniel? Because the amount of times, like, what actually happens there, right? And I get this all the damn time as a commentator. You're speaking, and your brain just cannot keep up with your mouth. It's such a weird concept. But you're speaking, and then you get like this brain hiccup, and then suddenly it comes out of sync, and you're like struggling, trying to figure out what the hell you were just saying. I normally get that because I'm talking so much nonsense, which happens quite a lot. So I just basically stall until I can remember what the hell I was trying to speak about in the first place. But anyway, back to this. As for whether or not they're going to have an answer, I don't know. Because the thing is, I think this is to do with fuel saving right now, just now. So if you look at the fact that Kaz Brinkhausen just dropped back behind him, what I'm looking at is the pit stops that they did. Now, Brinkhausen actually pitted 2 laps later than Miguel Torres right now. So you would think that Brinkhausen maybe has more fuel on board that car. Certainly, the car was into to pit lane, I think, a little bit longer. So it would make more sense if they actually had more fuel. But again, look at it. That car is absolutely dropping it. So maybe it's to do with the Ferrari and the BMW. Maybe they've got different fuel consumptions.
Oh, potentially. But certainly, maybe he just wants to stick in the draft. He might be more thinking about like near the end of the race, about where he's going to be. It's some guys, they can run on the limit, for hours and hours on end, especially some of the higher IR guys. But when you're starting out or you've not been racing as long, it's a big demand, to do that. So, we're going to have to wait and see. At the minute, I don't know if he's got the pace. Miguel is he is on fire. He is absolutely sending it. This guy is in the zone. He is looking at cars ahead of him, and he is just hunting them down, not pushing them out of the way, but certainly he's made it clear that he is a man on a mission. I mean, as we're looking now, we're at Dan McFarlane, but he's just gonna made it past the GT4 car as if it wasn't even moving. He's done 2 of them in one corner. This guy is in a hurry. He wants to try and break that toe.
Right. I what is that helmet? I saw a glimpse of it from afar, and I swear to God, we need to see if the broadcast control our broadcaster can get us a closer look at his helmet, because I swear to God that's somebody's face actually on the helmet. Unless I'm seeing things. It looks absolutely like a big, huge, giant egg face on that car. If it is, I'm absolutely here for it. I absolutely love it. But Dan McFarlane in the lead of the race here for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. also the other thing it could be, that is totally a face, isn't it? I'm really not saying things here. You also get to this point as from doing endurance commentary as well. You get to about 4 hours in, you start just really not making much sense. So that could be that kicking in as well. But Dan McFarlane for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix has been just on a different planet when it comes to this car just now. 1:41.577, 9/10 of a second that last lap faster than Dan White and Gorio Autosport. What a recovery drive for Gorio Autosport. Again, we'll wait to see how the pit stops come in there. But yeah, I'm really impressed that they're in second place.
Yeah, definitely. It's been an interesting race for a lot of people. I'm still keeping an eye on Cass Brinkhausen and our friend there, Miguel Torres. And Miguel's not been able to shake him. He's still keeping with him. And he's definitely pushing. But speaking of like the helmets and stuff like that, so I actually run a team called Top Gun Racing. And I remember one broadcast in particular, I'm pretty sure it was directed by our own director here, Daniel Costello. And they got a good close-up shot of my colleague Maverick. You know, we've got Patrick the Maverick Arsenal.
Oh, it's not?
And yeah.
Okay. That's... I swear to God, that's not what it looks like on the outside cam. If you look at it there, it does look like a big, huge face as it's going around. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just honestly at that point where I'm starting to see things here. But yeah, it does look very, very bizarre. Anyway, back to the racing. You were asking about what does Art Sim Racing 2's Kaz Brinkhausen have in store for us. And the question is, I think he is just wanting to tip into the into the back end of that Rosado Motorsports car just now. Again, doing a rather grand job of it as well.
Yeah, he's definitely not out of the running yet. I mean, maybe he heard us. Maybe he thought, you know what, I've not had enough of this Miguel guy. I want to, spice things up a bit. As we're getting into the last 25 minutes of the race, 25, 30 minutes of the race, like, certainly, this is where it all starts to get a little bit more highly strung, because as you accumulate time in the race, you get more and more sensitive, and you've almost got to make sure you don't psych yourself out of, underdriving or overdriving the car. I mean, you get good muscle memory for the corners and stuff like that, but then you're like, oh my gosh, like, you're so tender about the car and the track limits, or you're like, you know what, I'm really going to focus on my exits on this couple of laps, and then you start, changing things up, trying it, you've got to be so careful, and then the question is, are you racing the track or are you racing the guy in front, Choose your battles. You can't do both, but at the minute, I think it's going to be like a little bit of a draft going on for a while, but we'll see nearer the closing stages. I don't think that these guys are quite done fighting yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting one for sure. Just noticing as well, Ivo van der Linden into pit lane then for the final time for Stage 1 Racing number 72. That will be the first, I believe, of the final pit stops for the LMP3 class as they make their way around, but it's still Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the lead of that one. Gorio Autosport in second, with Stage 1 Racing 83 in third position. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on with that one. GT3 Pro, meanwhile, is Patrick Gannon, Trevor Anderson, Miguel Torres and Kaz Brinkhausen. So it's RPM Racing leading GT3 Pro from FTR Esports Black. Rosado Motorsports jumping into pit lane, so this is going to be their final pit stop. This could be a master shot from Rosado Motorsports getting into pit lane. That puts Kaz Brinkhausen up into P3. Now the question is Rachel Kincoli for Prismatic Motorsports Athena going to get into that fight as well? We see Nick Debut here from Arctic Racing into the pits as well. They are in second place. So let's go down to your GT3 battle, because at the moment it's 11-10 Racing leading that fight just now. Gianluca Elia in the leads of that class. Thomas Vandenbosch moves up into P2 for Squadra Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport, excuse me. And then in third place is Nick Debut for Arctic Racing. And then on to GT4, Sven Demel, you can see here, for Hugh Jass Gold Racing, 5 seconds ahead of David Baraclough in the number 381 Mercedes. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. And then in third position, Hugh Jass Blue, and that is the 339 Mercedes being driven by Alexander Klink just now. So action everywhere. And everything that you could possibly want to see just now. You've got an LMP3 car trying to get past David Barraclough just now. But doing a rather grand job so far of that as well. As we head into the final 25 minutes of this race just now. And again, Daniel, we're coming to the end of it, and I've got to be honest, it's been awesome having you on here. I wonder how many of the drivers here are now just kind of zoning out and starting to think about bringing this one home.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's thank you for having me. First off, I think you got dealt the roulette card by our director there, but you know, I'm glad that you appreciate me being here. At least, you know, you can let Daniel know. Well, actually, we've got 2 Daniels and a David in here. So, you know, ruling it with the ruling it there. But you know, by all means, I've enjoyed being here. You know, I've enjoyed this series so far. I think I'm going to have to see if I can stick around a bit more often. You know, it's been great working with you, and certainly I've worked with Mr. Costello as well. And you know, it's been really a lot of fun. But we've only had 8 retirees, which isn't bad for the first race back with the new class now. Thank you for our director to pointing that out. But certainly when you get into like the last couple of minutes of the race, you know, the question is, are you in a position where you've got a good gap either side of you, where you've just got to bring it home, just coast it out, or are you in a position where, okay, this is going to be our most crucial time of the race? I apologize, got slight hiccups going on, but you know, so as we were looking at the different timings and the different standings and stuff like that, I think one of our closest battles was the Cass Brinkham and Miguel Torres, but they seem to have separated up now. Miguel, I'm guessing he must have pitted because he's gone back heavily now. But we've got Dan McFarlane there on screen right now. He's currently our race leader. He's had an absolutely stonking race. Power to him. I'm sure he's going to go away from the day feeling very happy with himself. But and
yeah, just on the right-hand side there, Daniel, just want to point that out. Those little symbols that you see there, that's the positions gained and lost from the race start for all of those drivers. So you see Stage 1 Racing currently up 3 positions just now. That number 83, remember, they were last, spinning out synchronously with Ivo van der Linden. But again, you've got to have to think that car is going to have to pit in again very, very shortly. We saw Ivo van der Linden pitting in just about 3 minutes ago.
It's also as well like just getting used to some of the timing screens. So I don't know how I've done it. Maybe it was me, maybe it was our director, but like now it's showing me the GT3 on the timings, and I'm like, I could have sworn I had all of these. I mean, now GT4. I mean, he could be. We've actually got a Scottish driver. I'm so sorry, David. Isaac Barkley in the 392 car is a Scottish driver. Why haven't we been cheering this guy on a bit more?
Because, you know, I didn't realise that Sapphire had a Scottish driver. Otherwise, I would have been, you know, flying that flag. But just to bring up to speed, the reason that our live timing flickers about a little bit is because we get it fed directly from broadcast director. And when he can choose between showing all of the classes or highlight a class based on the car we're watching. So then that flicks about, so hence why it's gone back to there now. So nobody at home knows what we're talking about unless they're having a look at the live timing as well. But again, it's just amazing all of the information that we get at our fingertips thanks to the team at Sim Sport Solutions. A huge thank you to Daniel Costello for setting this up. No, again, just to say there, as we see Daniel White into the pit lane here for Gorio Autosport, it's been absolutely my pleasure to have you on here, Daniel. You've just knocked it out of the park in terms of commentary today, and I'm pretty sure that everyone at home will have absolutely enjoyed all of the insight that you've been able to share with us this afternoon. And yeah, it's great to have you on board, and I'm hoping we can somehow strong arm you, blackmail you, beat you up. Physical violence is always an option. Get you on board for the rest of the season. So we'll see what we can do. But just watching Daniel White coming out the pit lane here for the final time with just over 20 minutes left to go in this first race of the season, and the clock starts all over again. The work starts all over again And again, this is now where all the marbles need to be counted here. You need to get everything in a row, because there's Kaz Brinkhausen in that fight for P3 just now. And I think he's done an absolute blinder right now, has Kaz Brinkhausen, because he is now 6 seconds ahead of Miguel Torres, and I'll tell you exactly how he's done it. Miguel Torres took 6 seconds longer in the pit stops than Kaz Brinkhausen. So again, it could just be fuel. Now, the question is, Daniel, does Kaz have enough in the tank to get through to the end?
Well, that's the question. I mean, it could be fuel, and it could be, I've not seen Miguel drive before, but certainly seems to be on point. I mean, if I have a quick look here, that one doesn't tell me his I rating, but I know that I have on occasion overshot the pit box, and all of a sudden it's not hard to pick up a 6-second loss there. Sometimes you can use different apps and programs to auto fuel the car, and I know some are a little bit more generous than others, and sometimes that can be your 6 seconds. So he's really got the work cut out for him right now. But I am noticing as well, though, if we look at the LMP3s quickly, Goyo Autosport and Stage 1 Racing, the 39 and 83 car, they're now only 2 seconds apart. So going into the closing parts of this race, we may actually get another battle emerging with the LMP3s.
Yeah, we certainly could, as we've got a bit of traffic on the track now. This is GT3 Amzen Arctic Racing with Squadra Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport just behind him. The 220 is in the fight of its life here with just 20 minutes left to go here. Thomas van der Boschen just behind in that 246 Squadra Veloci car. It's the battle of the Porsches, and this is for the prize right now. This is what it's all about, and it's awesome. I love this part where it all comes down right to the end here. The other bit that I'm very interested here is Trevor Anderson and Patrick Gannon. Now, they pitted on lap 109 and 119, so I think Patrick Gannon will retake the lead of this race here, because I don't think Trevor Anderson is going to have enough fuel in the tank here. Well, he's only done 10 laps here, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. But either way, very different strategies. But your race leader for GT3 Pro pitted 10 laps earlier than the rest of the field here.
Could be interesting. We'll certainly have to see as it develops, but there's a few battles starting to emerge, and especially in an endurance race, when you start getting a little bit, it's been going on for a little bit. When you start getting battles near the end, it just makes it so much more enjoyable, so much better. It's like almost by sheer chance. I've had endurance races where I've literally rode a guy's bumper for an hour, with the highest we've ever been split up being like 0.4, and this is in the middle of like a 12 or a 24-hour race, like full position, and it can literally come down to okay, who's going to get the jump on the pits, and maybe this is what's going to be what scores position for these guys today.
It certainly could, and that's what we are here to watch. Has been a thrilling encounter here at Daytona, the road course, one of my very personal favourites here on the iRacing service. But as it stands, it is still Dan McFarlane at the front of the field with just 19 minutes left to go, ahead of everybody else. It's a commanding lead, you've got to say, over Daniel White in Goyo Autosport. But remember, pit stops are a thing. That car is going to have to pit again very soon. Last pitted on lap 110. So is Hans Blanker in the Stage 1 Racing 83 car. And again, we wait with bated breath to see when they are going to come in. So let's take you through where we have been so far. Let's take you through the cars we've lost so far. In the LMP3 class, we have lost Aiden Meats out of the race. We've lost Alex King out of the race. In GT3 Pro, sorry, that wasn't GT3 Pro, excuse me. In LMP3, everyone's running, which is absolutely awesome to see. So just the 2 retirements there for GT3 Pro. GT3 AM, however, is a different kettle of fish. We've lost Mark de Boer, we've lost Brie Widner, we've lost Max Schultz, and we've lost Rock Bedekovic. But we've gained Kyle Mundell back in Equipment Geek Racing. Jump behind the wheel of that one. So we've now got, again, 6 cars, I believe, that are going to finish in the GT3 AM. When we're down to 4, I'm quite happy that that is how that one's going to end out. GT4 then, we have only lost the 2 cars. So that is Chris Sewell in the FTR Esports GT4 and Morgan Smith in the WBM Racing GT4. That was, of course, the infamous car that was caught up in the first half of the race. 3 wide with 2 GT3 cars, and somehow managed to nuke everybody, including themselves. And, you know, in a war of attrition, in any endurance race, Daniel, this is, you've got to say, quite a good turnout for the finish of this race here.
Oh, very much so. You know, like, I'm definitely not a top split racer kind of guy. I'm not at that level, but certainly, you know, attrition is how I generally make up a lot of my positions. And these guys definitely haven't been given many freebies. It's not like lap 1 as well was, honestly, it was really clean. You know, like, I've been in races where you could watch half the field get taken out, but with the next venue being Bathurst, I've got a feeling it's not going to be the same kind of pattern, especially as you go up and over that mountain. You know, chaos, panic, and disorder, that is certainly what I can see happening as you go over the top of the hill. Because as soon as one gets out of shape, there's nowhere, you can't dive off the track to avoid it. You are penned into this, like, basically a back road. And, you know, if you don't have, this is where your spotters are really going to be crucial, but you need to, and you, like, the spotters will be crucial, but you need to know that, you know, you've got an incident coming up ahead, and then it's not just that, have the guys around you, you know, have they been tipped off as well? But
well, just to bring you an update there, what we were watching there was RPM Racing there. That was a change for the lead then on FTR Esports. So Patrick Gannon making the move on Trevor Anderson there for the lead of GT3 Pro. And I think that Trevor Anderson actually started to struggle. Remember, we said that he pitted 10 laps earlier. So he's going to be doing some heavy fuel saving. That car dropping back about a second here. If he can make it to the end, I'll be very impressed. But Patrick Gannon looks like here has pulled an absolute blinder out from here. Right the last gap. In the last 15 minutes, we've had a change for the lead of GT3 Pro.
well, that's the good thing is as well, where if you're in the car and you're driving, fuel saving is just something else you've got to worry about. And it's basically, if you don't succeed, it's all for nothing. So certainly I know I would rather be Patrick right now, where I've got the car, it's fueled up, it's primed and ready to go. I can just concentrate on driving my lines, driving clean exits. But it sounds like we've got some more action happening in the field. The director is grimacing. He's grimacing. I'm like, okay, where's the candy?
All you hear behind the scenes is,
here we go. What do we got?
Right. Kyle Mendel for Equipment Geek. Don't, because they've just come back. They spin out, so they're going to pull in.
No, don't rejoin there. And again, don't do it twice. Come on, you are better than that. I'm sure he will get a coaching from the stewards. Maybe not as polite one as his teamates will give him, but I'm sure he will be coached.
Accent there, Daniel? Because I'm pretty sure you said coaching when you meant to say kicking.
Yo,
he'll get a kicking
Shots
from
fired.
the stewards.
Yeah, he's going to get beaten by a Mountie.
Oh, he has.
Like that.
Oh, he has. He's got a 30-second stop and go immediately. Stop and hold for Equipment Geek Racing for an unsafe rejoin. There you go. Your justice has been served there.
I'm not even going to contest it. You know what? At 30 seconds, I think he got off lightly with that. That was like, I don't know how exactly they got the rules set out, but that was borderline, like, you know, black flag. So I don't want to harp on the guy too much, but you deserve that 100%. But thankfully, it looks like the guys that did get into that contact looks like they're still okay. But I'm sure if I look over to if I look into the contact stewards thing, nothing's lit up. You know, they didn't need to say anything. They already knew. Like, that's stewards now.
Yeah, it's in. There's a channel above that. So that's why you couldn't see it in that one. But oh man, they were absolutely on that very, very quickly indeed. And they weren't taking any risk on that one. However, we keep counting down the minutes here because, as we said, it is getting very, very close indeed. And this is getting very, very close indeed. Actually, is it a little bit of strategy here? Because have a look at FTR Esports back. Is Trevor Anderson actually just keeping in the toe of the RPM Racing car in front of that Merc in front? Because that gap now just 0.3 of a second. It's not going out anywhere near as much as I thought. So he's possibly just dipped in and taken the fuel saving that he needs, but still keep it in contention. This might not be over, Daniel. This could be another absolute stormer right now, because that Ferrari is absolutely coming back right now.
Yeah, he's certainly putting a good effort. It's not like the RPM racing car is driving away. Like, this guy's staying on his bumper. He's keeping him honest. He's giving him something to think about. But certainly as well, you know, it's going to be good getting near the closing end. We've got down to about 12 minutes to go now. So, you know, at this point, if you're going to try and change your tactic from fuel saving to you're going to make it, you know, that decision has been and gone. There's not enough time left in the race. So I think tactics at this point have been decided. And now it's a case of, you know, does he need this to finish the race? If he loses that draft, is he going to run out or have to pit again?
Well, I'm not even going to take that bet right now, because there's just so much at stake right now. Also looking further down the GT4 battle, we've got a cracker between Jonathan Ilsner and I believe Isaac Barkley coming very, very close together just now. They're almost neck and neck in the GT4 class. That's the battle for P5 and P6 right now. But again, just looking at that GT3 Pro battle, that's kind of ebbing away a little bit there for the FTR Esports Blackers. Look at this, side by side. Isaac Barkley tries to make the move up the inside there, gets the run out of the left-hander. That's the dogleg kick here. And here we go, Isaac Barkley has to let off. It's coming attacked into the wall, the two of them out. There's chaos and carnage and thrills and spills, and Isaac Barkley gets taken out and takes out with the LMP3s. There's a full course yellow with 10 minutes left to go. Good God. That was Ivo van der Linden in the LMP3 recovering in that Stage 1 Racing 72 car. Full course yellows. There's more chaos as trying to recover back on there. Well, wow. That was... where do we even go with that? The GT4s caught up in a battle, and realistically, if I'm being honest with you, this could be it. Because we saw how long it took to clear the full course yellow last time. This race could potentially finish under yellows here.
This LMP hybrid car, LMP3 car of Ivo van Linden, it looks like he should start in a movie with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, because the face is fully off that car. Like, it's gone. But I mean, it looked like an unfortunate incident. We'll have to check it out in a replay shortly. But you know, I don't think there was anything malicious there. Definitely not. But it was unfortunate. And certainly now, if you were worried about fuel, problem solved. I mean, I think if we do get this race back underway, it's going to be very interesting. But not only that as well, it's starting to commentate with you guys. I'm actually found as a contact commentator section in the Discord. So this is news to me. I've just found it. It only took me about 3.5, 4 hours, but that's okay. So, you know, if you anything in particular you want us to know, let's here we go to the replay. Isaac Barkley, sorry there, David, of Scotland. You know, he's on the inside there. He's got just a lead. I think that was a little bit in that code. Like, they were close, but not enough. I think it was malicious. But it was unfortunate for Ivo there. Like, there was nowhere he could go. I mean, on such a bank surface as well, if you slam the brakes on, you're just going to get fired into the wall. So Ivo van der Linden, like, poor guy, just collateral damage in this scene near the end.
I'm going to disagree. I hate to be that guy, but I'm gonna have to disagree with that for Ivo van der Linden there. He kept coming around on the outside. There was a car stopped there. There was a car in front of him that managed to stop or slow down significantly. So yeah, well, we'll wait and see. We've got a safety car to come out and collect the cars. Then there'll likely be pit stops. And yeah, I just have a gut feeling this could be it. This could be the end of the race, but we'll wait and see. Either way, my God, what a way to finish!
Chaos, panic, and disorder, sir. It's like I've just been by. But as we look back now, like, I don't know if we're going to get too many people picked, because in theory, you're thinking they're going to be fueled for the race. I mean, if you had to do a little splash and dash, then you've just literally hit the jackpot. If you're worried about fuel, this is no longer a problem. But I'm going to be interested to see in how many battles we get now, because if we do get this race underway again, and I really hope they do, like, I've got a feeling it's going to be an absolute carnage. The gloves are going to be off. Everything is going to be so bunched up. Tires should still have enough temperature in them, but it's going to be good. I really want them to get this flag, this yellow flag done though. Like, I'm hoping so. I see why they safety card it, but definitely, maybe we finish the first round under a safety car.
I've just quickly checked the the lights on safety car are now on. I've just checked the rules, and it is possible to finish the race under a safety car. Drivers must finish the race behind the safety car to keep their position. Quitting just because you would have finished there is not an excuse. I love that. It's like they knew that they know their audience so well. But, well, that, if I'm being honest, given that the last the last safety car, I think, lasted at least sort of 10 minutes. I think that's it. I mean, we'll wait and see, because I mean, if nobody pits, then theoretically, when the 310 comes round and catches on, I mean, that should get going. The problem is I think the 310 that's Jonathan Ulsner. I think that car's critically wounded, and I think he's kind of trying to hobble along just to try and get the finish. But the problem is that might jeopardise the finish, if that makes sense. So we'll see if he can catch on by the end of this lap here. We might actually go racing again here. So Jonathan Ulsner then coming into the infield section. That car looking, fairly battered. That's safe to say. But either way, he's getting on with it. And sorry, on you go, Daniel.
I was going to say, remember, David, it is cosmetically challenged.
Cosmetically challenged, yeah. I mean, obviously, that's absolutely gutting for Richard Rosado, who we heard from earlier, because they were really pushing in that GT4 car, and he's going to catch up to the back of the 13. So that's Jamie Southwell. So we might get going with 5 minutes left to go. I can't see. Well, no, actually, we're not, because 233 as well now. Yeah, there's another car catching up now. That's the 233 of Shane Van Gansen in the Digitrack Sim Racing team. However, I think he'll catch up quite quickly as well. Okay, we might get going here. We might get one more lap of the safety car, and then we could potentially get one more lap. We'll wait and see here.
I hope so. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you got to ask yourself as well, like, if you've got multiple teams here, and you've got one in a good position, do you tactically want to try and, take your way, make it back round?
What's happened to the 13? I was going to say, why is the 13 just dropped off the back of that tail grip here? Has the 13 run out of fuel? Because the two of them, the 233s just went flying by right now. Either that or the 13 and the 10 have just decided to go into the apron. Where is the 233 going? I'm so confused right now. That thing is just absolutely going. So yeah, Jamie Southwell, is that car out of fuel?
I'm watching the 13 car and it's going round.
Yeah, but it dropped off from so the stewards are going to be doing wave rounds. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll wait and see. We might get a lap in. I mean, if there isn't wave rounds to do, if we get one more lap of the safety car here, I think that's us done, because it's 3:56:30. Yeah. So if the safety car lights are on, I think we are going to have to. We're going to have to call it.
Well, at the minute, I'm just
lights are out.
Ooh.
So the wave rounds go. Yeah, because it's the last lap. So the wave rounds have already happened. You've already had a car released there and off into the sunset. The lights are still off. So again, that's what's happening here. The iRacing system kicks in, where you've got a Ferrari trying to mount the safety car here. So we might we might not get a lap, actually, because I think if it's 3:30, I think that car, the safety car, crossed the line well after that. We'll wait and see. This is nail-biting stuff on a safety car finish.
The racing's good when you're sat on the edge of your seat and you tense up. And then you're like, okay, I'm sim racing. They're like, no, it don't
Yes,
matter. This is
yeah,
good
yeah.
stuff. Like, show me the goodies.
I've had to apologise to my neighbours numerous times as a commentator for. There's one race in particular on iRacing that absolutely, like, it was 10 o'clock at night and I was screaming for the action that happened. It was the final lap of the race, and yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna make an educated guess here. I think that's the race done here. Not only I don't think the cars are gonna cross the line before the checkered flag flies. The race cannot restart until the train is reformed. And also remember, the cars can't drive at 110% of pole position pace. So they're gonna have to take it easy, and I think that we're not going to get across the line anyway. I think that's what's going to be the key issue here. But it's been fun.
Oh, I've had a lot of fun. Like, I'm pretty sure we both had it. I'm hoping the viewers have as well. But for a minute there, it was reminding me of the very controversial, race ending with Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen there, where the stewards didn't give necessarily all the cars a wave around. At least I'm glad that these guys are being consistent, and sticking to the procedure and stuff like that. But whole other world of debate. I'm not going to start there, but I mean, I'm British, so you guys know who I was cheering for. So
David Coulthard,
yeah, just poke the bear and run away. It's an art form, honestly, but.
Yeah, lights are back on. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the end of the race. Let's take you through the finishing positions then, as they are going to come across the line. Dan McFarlane is going to take the race win for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Gorio Autosport for Daniel White is going to take second place. Stage 1 Racing, 83 Hans Blanker is going to take P3 ahead of Giovanni Romano in P4 for Hugh Jas White. Longshot Racing are going to be in 5th position. And I've just been politely reminded that broadcast, we do have fancy graphics to give you results. So we'll save it for the results screen. But
hang on a second. We've got a spinner on a safety car lap. We have a spinner, Shane Van Gunsen.
Why?
I don't know how he's managed that.
On the final corner? Are you serious?
Yeah, I just seen him out the corner of my eye and watching him on the sim. He's put the brakes on. And then he's just kind of slid round.
And there we go. That is it then. The checkered flag is surely going to be done, I would think. I think the checkered flag is out.
I'm seeing a yellow one on my side.
I know. All right. So it's basically that iRacing doesn't know what to do, because it's like it doesn't count. It's not programmed to have the safety cars still on for the final lap. So as far as I'm concerned, that is it. That is the I believe that is the race done and dusted. Certainly that's what the rules say for sure. So well, we get the crowd treated to another parade lap here. We said that in the first 20 minutes of the race here, Daniel. Give me some of your thoughts on what we've just had today.
Oh, it looks like an absolutely fantastic series. I mean, especially as well with the race director and like stewards and stuff like that being involved. It's been a different experience for me, and I've really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to being part of this series, and certainly working with yourself and Daniel Costello as well. But I mean, you can't have everything in life, right? But I'm just cheap shot. I'm just going to bust him a little bit, but no, it looks like it's been really, really good, and I'm looking forward to as well as it develops more. Because start of the season, everyone's on an open slate. There's nobody who's got an advantage, but certainly as you start to go through the season, you're going to see, okay, who's going to start to rival who and who. So if you think about, for example, like Mercedes might be fighting Ferrari. I mean, the manufacturers come into this as well. How about your team in so we're speaking to Rosado Motorsports earlier. Are we going to see that they're more dominant in the GT3, or are we going to see them more dominant in GT4? But I mean, there's lots of variables here. But our director's queuing something up for us. I'm wondering if it's the guy who span out on a parade lap. It is Shane Van Gunsen. You have made the blooper reel, sir, for Digitrack Sim Racing Team, the 233 car. I'd love to know how you managed this, because it looked like you put your foot on the brake, dabbed it a bit, and then whoops. If you're going to do that, please do it in front of the spectators. Let them see the show. But You did demonstrate fantastically how much curvature and banking there is on that corner. So excellent demonstration there from Shane Van Gunsen.
I swear to God, I thought you were going to say Shane Van Gisbergen, but you thankfully avoided that one. Right, the car's coming round. They've all grouped up together, so I believe we're just waiting for the system to catch up. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very long night here, because we're going to have to cut things short in about 10 minutes time anyway, to do the post-race interviews and things like that. So, well, it's been enjoyable. It's been emotional, and hopefully third time we can actually get the cars across the line here.
Yeah, like the endurance part of it, we're really testing that theory right now. But I'm looking at the stewards, and it's telling me that the safety car lights are out at least. So, maybe they end up going hot for a lap. I don't think so. I hope they do.
No, I don't think
everybody seems bunched up.
Lights are on. They were definitely on when sort of a third of the way around. The pace car comes in now. And I believe, there we go. Checker flag's out. Well done. We get to finish.
There we go.
Right, Dan McFarlane takes the win then for LMP3. Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing takes the win for GT3 Pro. 11 Tenths Racing will take the win for GT3 AM. And Hugh Jas Gold will take the win for GT4. We talk about an endurance race. I tell you what, that's going to make an awesome photo towards the end of it, actually, because you know how many drivers decide to bail from the end of the race there. So what we'll do is we'll give it a couple of minutes until the session ends. We'll take you through the results screen. We'll also wait to see if any of the teams and the drivers are wanting to come in and have a chat with us. So if you are taking part, jump into the broadcast waiting room. You're more than welcome, and we'll try and get through as many as we possibly can. But here we go. Round one of the FTR event, Sim 3D Sports Car Series, Season 5. And this is how LMP3 finished then. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix ahead of Gorio Autosport by 5 seconds. You can safely ignore the times on this because it was all under safety car. Stage 1 Racing 83 in 3rd position with Hugh Jas White in 4th position. Longshot Racing in 5th. Eagle Speed Academy Esports in 6th. Longshot Racing in 7th. And Stage 1 Racing 72 in 8th position. Moving on to GT3 Pro, and it was RPM Racing taking the win from FTR Esports Black after that mad instant with about 10 laps left to go there, and we thought there was a little bit of fuel saving on the effort. Art Sim Racing 2 in 3rd position, Rosado Motorsports in 4th, Prismatic Motorsports Athena in 5th position, Backmarker Razzle Dazzle in 6th position, Fastlane Motorsport in 7th, and we've also got Eagle Speed Academy in 8th position, 9th position for Art Sim Racing 1, 10th place for RPM Racing Blue, 11th place for Brabham Esports GT3 and FTR Esports Gold, finishing off GT3 Pro.
And as we look at the GT3 Amateurs race results, we got first place, we got 11 Temps Racing Team, second Arctic Racing, third with the Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsports, fourth FTR Esports White, fifth Digitrax Sim Racing Team, and we're into retirees as well now. Sixth, we got the Sim Racing Grid Phantom, seventh Equipment Geek Racing, eighth with Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, unlucky one there. Ninth, we got Track Limit Racing, and 10th, we got Backmarker Racing Orange, I guess attesting to that backmarker status in that result. As we take a look at the GT4 results now, we got Hugh Jas Gold in first, Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab in second, Hugh Jas Blue, good dual podium for them in third place, Samsoy GT4 in fourth, DX Sim Racing by Let Room in fifth place, Eagle Speed Academy Esports in sixth, Rosado Motorsports Apex in seventh, Hugh Jas Black, another GT4 entry there, in eighth, Sapphire Simsport Alpha in ninth, and FTR Esports GT4 in 10th with WBM Racing. Looks like those last two cars retired in 11th place. And we're just trying to see if we've got anybody coming in for interviews as well. It looks like we do. Can I hand you over to Mr. David Christie as he interviews a winning LMP3 team?
It certainly is looking like that way. Let's bring in then Dan McFarlane from our winning team. on Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. And David Johansson as well, his teammate behind the wheel for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Gentlemen, welcome aboard. What a race. And firstly, Dan, we'll come to yourself. That was a hell of a drive.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, we had a lot of fun out there. And shout out to David, helped me get through with the stint in the middle. Really helped bring it together.
So what was that race like for yourself? Because obviously we had the 2 yellow flag incidents there, but for yourselves, it did look like you kind of just had a quiet little race today.
Yeah, I'd say we were definitely we're curious, how the race was going to play out with LMP3 being new, and I think it worked really well. A lot of the other classes were really good to race with, and we definitely after the first caution we had a little mistake. I kind of missed my pit box, and we were starting P3. We were worried maybe we were down on top speed versus the huge ass car, but ultimately I think we just kind of kept our noses out of trouble, and were able to bring it home.
Now, David, obviously you took the middle stint during the race here. Is it a lot of pressure when Dan comes in and he's had a really good first stint, and you've got the car and you're like, right, okay, I need to keep it in one piece?
Yeah, of course, there's always some kind of pressure on a driver like that, but I just did what we planned and just did some fuel saving and just kept it clean. So all I needed to do. I haven't felt that at home in this car, especially on this track. I don't know. That's why I only did a stint today and let Dan do all the heavy lifting.
The question I have to ask the pair of you, and Dan, I'll start with you first, is obviously brilliant job here at Daytona, but now we have to face the fact that next month you guys are going to be racing at Bathurst. How on earth are you going to manage with these LMP3s?
That's a great question. I'm very excited for Bathurst. It's a totally different track versus Daytona. I think the strategy is going to be totally different. The tire wear is going to be totally different, and certainly, getting down the mountain with the other classes. I'm really looking forward to it. I think that these 3 classes race really well together. So, and Bathurst is an amazing track. This is a great choice for the next round of this league.
And David, yourself, what's your thoughts on Bathurst coming up next?
I'm not going to be able to make that race, unfortunately. So it's going to be all down to Dan, and maybe if we have a replacement, we'll see what we can do. Otherwise, he's on his own, kind of. So.
And just between me and yourself, David, and our little audience, is that a little skew, a little sigh of relief at that one?
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not going to be easy. Going up and down the mountain with this car, I would think, but I'm still gonna do practice and help out with the setup, of course. So we'll see.
No, awesome stuff, David. Dan from our winning team there, an amazing performance from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Anybody you want to thank? Any sponsors? Any friends, family you want to give a shout out to?
A shout out to Sim Racing Grid. We have a great group of guys, and we have some partners. David, help me out here.
We got SimLab and what is it called?
We got Link ECU.
Link ECU, yeah, exactly.
Fandotech, and all the guys in Sim Racing Grid, great group of guys. We definitely learned a lot from each other getting this car on track.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you very much, Dan McFarlane and David Johansson. We'll see you in a couple of months, or next time out at Bathurst. Take care.
Thank you.
So there we go then. Daniel, again, very, very happy there. And I think it's safe to say they enjoyed that race, but they didn't really have that much to kind of fight in amongst about.
Yeah, they managed to keep it very clean. They definitely seemed very well prepared, which was really good. But we're going to bring in next. We're going to bring in Patrick Gannon and Charlie Lund. Charlie Lund Nilsson Patrick, we've got yourself and Charlie in here from you guys are from, let me get this right, RPM Racing. So it looked like you guys had a really clean race. Just give us a little bit of a hint about it. Patrick, if you want to go first.
Yeah, we were just gonna run our race and hope for no incidents, obviously. We were planning to save quite a bit, and then the first safety car came out at kind of an awkward time. We didn't know if we were gonna actually dive into the pits for that or stay out, and I think we made the right call by staying out.
Nicely done. Certainly, staying out, track position gain can be huge. Charlie, what was your take as well on the race? Was there any highs and lows for you?
Yeah, the whole race was a high. We discussed after the checker that we can't believe we went 4 hours without a single hiccup. So it was a perfectly executed race from both me and Patrick. Yeah,
that is absolutely 100% right. Like I was saying it in the booth throughout the endurance, that the biggest thing about a longer race as well is not just to finish, but you need to try and keep the car clean, and you guys did a fantastic job of that. I do want to ask a little bit though, you were saying about the fuel saving and stuff, obviously how the safety car had an impact on that. Now, I was talking earlier in the booth about, setup, about, sometimes guys will run a lower downforce setup at Daytona just to get the speed on the back straights, but then lose it on the infield. What kind of approach did you guys go with?
It was pretty low downforce, but the AMG is very, very consistent, and it kind of just has a whole bunch of grip to begin with. So we were able to run a pretty low wing, and then our straight line was pretty good in comparison to every other team in the practice session. So we thought we had something pretty special.
It certainly worked. It did really good. But Charlie, this one's for you. How do you feel about going into Bathurst next round? Is it going to be are you hoping to keep that really clean car? Is there a particular tactic you guys have in mind?
Oh, definitely keep the car clean. I think there's going to be even more incidents around Bathurst than here. Not that there were that many incidents, but usually looking at Bathurst 12 hours, there's not a lot of cars finishing on the lead lap. So keep it out of the walls, and you'll be in for a good position.
It's definitely not one of the most forgiving tracks. It's more of if you make a mistake, it not just punishes you for it, it laughs at you while it does it. But is there anybody that you guys want to thank? I mean, the car looked fantastic, but tell us a bit more. Have you got any sponsors, family, diehard fans? By all means, fill us in, guys. Who do you want to thank?
Firstly, I want to thank our other teammate, Chris. He definitely helped us work on this setup and created something spectacular. So I definitely want to thank him. And I obviously want to thank the rest of our team. I know they kind of had a bit of an unfortunate race, but they made a different strategy call, and had they kept their nose clean, I think they would have been on for a really good result as well.
Oh, that's fantastic, guys. Thank you for coming into the booth. Thank you for providing us with some great racing as well. And we'll see you over at Bathurst in about a month.
Yeah, thank you, guys. See ya.
And I'm going to hand it back there to David Christie there. So he's going to talk to FTR Esports Black with David Christie.
Thank you very, very much. Very warm welcome to FTR Esports Black, then Trevor Anderson and Richard Cawthrow. Very narrowly missing out on that win. It was an epic fight towards the end there. Welcome aboard, guys. Firstly, how was that race? Because GT3 Pros, there was quite a lot of action there.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, we're delighted. We're really happy with P2. We made the strategy call to go off strategy and pit under the first safety car, which a lot of other teams didn't. We think that worked out well for us, but we had to spend most of the race saving fuel, so I don't think we could have really challenged right at the end there. So from our perspective, I don't think the safety car really mattered or changed anything for us, but it was really good fun.
And obviously for your... Oh, sorry, I was just about to say, Trevor, you obviously were heavily involved in this. What was your perspective of the race there?
So, yeah, I mean, after Rich was the original one that made the call at the first safety car to go in, and it was the right call, and not a lot of others followed us, so we knew it was going to be sort of being caught by Brabham and RPM like the whole way after that. But we knew we were on the right strategy, so it was just kind of nerve-wracking from that moment on to just slowly be checking the gap, seeing how close it was going to be at the end. And we knew at that last pit stop how close it was going to be. We didn't realize it was going to be as close as it was. So yeah, it was definitely stressful, but it was super fun and exciting the whole time, just knowing that last few laps was going to be interesting.
And unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I've got one last question for you. Richard, this is to yourself then. Bathurst next month. How daunting is that for you, for the FTR Esports Black team?
Well, we look forward to it. It's a brilliant track. Had good races there before, so I don't see why we can't do well again.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, guys, before you go, anybody you want to thank, any sponsors, any family, anything like that?
Just thanks to our team and our team members. Obviously, we're fielding 4 cars this year, so it's really cool. So thanks to everyone at the team.
Yep, same, and also my cat's turkey and gravy. Thank you so much.
The MVP's right there, Trevor. The MVP.
Absolutely.
Excellent stuff.
Thanks,
Well, listen,
guys.
Richard, thank you so much. Trevor, thank you so much. And we'll see you next month, guys.
Cheers.
Yep, have a good one. Thanks.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is us. That is everything from today. This has been round 1 of the brand new Season 5 here for the FTR events. Sim 3D sports car season. I've been David Christie. This man right here has been the incredible FTR debut of Daniel Salmon. Cannot wait to see him back behind the screen for the rest of the season. Thank you from everyone here for watching. We will see you next month at Bathurst. A huge thank you to FTR Events for having us reprobates here as well. Huge thank you to Go for the Gap. Huge thank you to Sim 3D, and as always for Sim Sports Solutions for this wonderful, beautiful broadcast that we've got today. That is all for us tonight. We will see you next month at Bathurst. Until then, take care. See you soon.